existence itself. On one side, we have the Tyranids, the Great Devourer, an extragalactic swarm of bioengineered predators driven by an insatiable hunger to consume all biological matter in the universe. On the other, we have Chaos, the primordial corruption that seeps from the warp itself, twisting reality and flesh into nightmarish parodies of natural order. These two cosmic horrors represent fundamentally incompatible forces. The Tyranids seek to harvest, to consume, to convert all biological matter into more of themselves. Chaos seeks to corrupt, to transform, to remake the material universe in its own impossible image. What happens when these titanic powers collide? What occurs when a Tyranid hive fleet descends upon a world already claimed by the ruinous powers, where reality itself has been warped by demonic influence, and the very biomass that the Tyranids crave has been tainted by the touch of the warp? This is not a theoretical question. In the wake of the Great Rift's catastrophic birth, when chaos corruption spread across the galaxy like a psychic plague, the Tyranids have found themselves face to face with this exact nightmare scenario again and again. The answers we've glimpsed are as disturbing as they are fascinating, revealing truths about both forces that challenge our understanding of what they truly are. The Tyranids are efficient, ruthlessly, perfectly efficient. Every aspect of their invasion follows a calculated pattern, refined over millions of years and countless devoured galaxies. They are biological perfection incarnate, a synthesis of evolution and genetic engineering that surpasses anything the Old Ones or the Emperor could have dreamed of creating. Their hive fleets travel the void between stars as massive bioships, each one a living organism, kilometers in length, capable of spawning entire armies from the genetic soup contained within their cavernous bellies. When they identify a suitable world rich in biomass, they descend with methodical precision. But chaos is antithetical to efficiency. Chaos is madness given form, emotion weaponized, reality's rules rewritten according to impossible geometries and non-Euclidean mathematics that would shatter mortal minds. Where the Tyranids represent biological optimization, chaos represents spiritual corruption. Where the Tyranids follow predictable patterns, honed by eons of consumption, chaos defies prediction entirely, operating according to the whims of malevolent gods and the fevered delusions of their worshippers. These forces should not be able to coexist in the same space. And yet, increasingly, they must. The galaxy has changed. The Great Rift, that massive wound in reality stretching across the galaxy, has fundamentally altered the strategic landscape for the Tyranid hive fleets. Entire sectors that should have been rich feeding grounds have been consumed by warp storms and demonic incursions. Planets that would have sustained the hive fleets for months have been transformed into demon worlds where the laws of physics no longer apply, and biomass itself has been corrupted beyond recognition. For the Tyranids, this represents an existential crisis. They cannot feed on the warp. They cannot digest demonic essence. The inconstant, ethereal matter of chaos offers no nourishment to organisms that have evolved to extract nutrients from carbon-based biological compounds. This is the paradox we're exploring today. When the ultimate predator meets prey that has been fundamentally transformed by the ultimate corruption, what happens? Do the Tyranids simply starve? Do they adapt? Do they find ways to cleanse the taint and reclaim the biomass underneath? Or does something stranger occur? Something that neither the hive mind nor the chaos gods anticipated? To understand this cosmic collision, we must first understand exactly how the Tyranid consumption process works. We must examine the mechanisms by which they strip a world clean and convert its biosphere into more of themselves. Only then can we truly appreciate what goes wrong when that biomass has been corrupted by chaos, and why the hive mind has been forced to adapt in ways that suggest an intelligence far more sophisticated than many imperial scholars have given it credit for. The Tyranid consumption process, biological warfare at planetary scale. When a Tyranid hive fleet identifies a suitable target world, it initiates a planetary assault that unfolds in distinct phases, each one building upon the last with terrifying efficiency. This is not random predation. This is orchestrated biological warfare conducted across an entire planet simultaneously, coordinated by the vast distributed intelligence of the hive mind itself. The first phase is infiltration. Long before the main hive fleet arrives, before any imperial astropath can scream a warning into the void, the Tyranids seed the target world with vanguard organisms. Genestealers slip through planetary defenses disguised as refugees or stowaways on merchant vessels. Lictors drop from orbit in specialized spores, their chameleonic skin rendering them nearly invisible as they stalk through wilderness areas, cataloging the planet's defensive capabilities and biological diversity. These advanced scouts serve multiple purposes. They assess the world's biomass density, its military strength, the genetic diversity of its dominant life forms. But most importantly, they establish a psychic beacon. As more genestealers infiltrate population centers, they begin the insidious process of creating hybrid cults. Through their kiss, they implant genetic material into unsuspecting hosts. When these hosts reproduce, they birth hybrid offspring, creatures that blend Tyranid and human genetics, in ways that are both horrifying and strangely beautiful in their biological sophistication. These hybrids form cults, worshipping the Tyranids as the Star Children, or Four-Armed Emperor, completely unaware that they are marking their world for annihilation. The psychic resonance of these growing cults creates a beacon in the warp, a lighthouse that guides the hive fleet inexorably toward its prey. When the hive fleet arrives, it announces its presence with the shadow in the warp, a psychic phenomenon so powerful that it blankets the entire star system in a suffocating null field. Astropathic communication becomes impossible. Psykers scream in agony as their connection to the warp is severed or overwhelmed by the unified consciousness of trillions upon trillions of Tyranid organisms. No cry for help can escape. No reinforcements can be called. The world is alone, isolated in the darkness with the approaching swarm. The hive ships take up positions in low orbit and begin the second phase, the spore drop. Millions upon millions of mycetic spores rain down upon the planet's surface like a deadly biological precipitation. These organic drop pods vary wildly in size. Some are no larger than a human fist, containing only microscopic organisms, bacterial agents, and viral payloads. Others are massive, kilometers across, capable of delivering entire Tyranid biotitans to the battlefield. As these spores impact and crack open, they release their payloads across the entire planet simultaneously. The smaller spores release xenophagic viruses and bacteria that immediately begin transforming the planet's ecosystem. Native plant life is infected with aggressive alien organisms that hijack their cellular machinery. Within hours, forests that have stood for millennia begin mutating, growing at accelerated rates as they draw nutrients from deep in the planet's crust and concentrate them in easily harvestable biomass on the surface. The atmosphere begins to change as well. Spore chimneys, massive chimney-like growths, burst from the earth and begin pumping alien organisms into the air. The sky darkens with clouds of microscopic Tyranid organisms. The temperature rises as these organisms alter the atmospheric composition, creating a hothouse environment that accelerates all biological processes. Meanwhile, the larger spores disgorge the warrior organisms. Termagants and hormigants by the thousands, their chitinous carapaces gleaming wetly in the polluted light, their weapons biofused to their very bodies. Larger creatures follow, Tyranid warriors that serve as synaptic nodes for the hive mind's will, carnifexes that crush fortifications under their massive bulk, winged gargoyles that darken the skies in screeching flocks, numbering in the millions. Each organism is perfectly designed for its role in the planetary conquest. The third phase is predation and conquest. The tyrannid swarms sweep across the planet's surface in massive waves, overwhelming defensive positions through sheer weight of numbers and perfectly coordinated assaults. They do not fight like humans or other species. There is no hesitation, no fear, no self-preservation instinct among the smaller organisms. They are cells in a larger organism. An individual loss means nothing to the hive mind. A termagant will happily charge into a wall of lasgun fire if its death provides tactical information or creates an opening for the organisms behind it. The defenders, whatever species they might be, find themselves fighting an enemy that adapts in real time. If flamers prove effective against one swarm, the next wave emerges from mycetic spores with heat-resistant carapaces and fire-suppressing bioacids. If armor proves difficult to penetrate, the tyrannids spawn new bioforms with anti-armor weapons fused to their very bodies. The hive mind learns from every casualty, every victory, every defeat, incorporating that knowledge into the next generation of organisms that are even now being spawned in the digestion pools aboard the orbiting hive ships. As the military resistance is ground down and population centers fall, the fourth phase begins: consumption. This is what the entire invasion has been building toward. Massive ripper swarms are deployed across the planet's surface. Millions upon millions of these maggot-like organisms that exist for a single purpose: to devour. Rippers are not sophisticated creatures. They are essentially mobile stomachs with teeth, capable of consuming organic matter at an astonishing rate. They swarm through cities, forests, oceans, devouring everything organic in their path. Corpses, vegetation, even other tyrannid organisms that have been killed in battle. Everything goes into the rippers' insatiable maws. But the rippers are just the visible component of the consumption phase. Beneath the surface, burrowing organisms tunnel through the planet's crust, consuming subterranean fungi, root systems, and underground fauna. In the oceans, eel-like ripper variants swarm through the depths, devouring all aquatic life forms. Even the mineral resources are extracted, particularly rare elements that can be incorporated into the tyrannid's exotic bioweapons and armor. All of this biomass, everything the rippers and other feeder organisms consume, is brought to the reclamation pools. These are massive basins that form across the planet's surface, filled with powerful digestive enzymes capable of breaking down any organic compound into its constituent molecules. The rippers, gorged beyond the ability to move, simply crawl into these pools and throw themselves in, becoming part of the digestive soup along with everything they've consumed. From the reclamation pools, capillary towers rise. These are among the most remarkable organisms in the tyrannid arsenal. Plant-like bioconstructs that grow at impossible speeds, reaching from the planet's surface into the upper atmosphere and beyond. Their roots connect to the reclamation pools, and through a combination of powerful metabolic pumping and what appears to be a form of organic hydraulic pressure, they pump the biomass slurry upward. The hive ships in orbit extend massive proboscis-like feeding tubes that connect to the tips of the capillary towers, and the biomass is transferred directly into their cavernous holds. Inside the hive ships, this biomass soup is processed through biological manufactories of staggering complexity. The genetic information from all the consumed life forms is catalogued and analyzed. Useful adaptations are identified and incorporated into the hive fleet's genetic library. The raw materials, the amino acids, the proteins, the lipids, the nucleic acids, are recombined and restructured to spawn new tyrannid organisms. Some replace losses from the invasion. Others are entirely new bioforms, evolutionary experiments designed to counter specific threats the hive mind has identified. The final stage of consumption is total. The atmosphere itself is siphoned away, drawn up through the capillary towers, or directly harvested by specialized drone ships that descend into the thinning air. The oceans are drained, every drop of water extracted and absorbed. What remains is a barren rock, stripped not just of life, but of the very capacity to support life ever again. The planet has been rendered down to molecular bedrock, every useful element extracted, every calorie of energy absorbed. And then the hive fleet departs, seeking its next meal, leaving behind only an airless tomb as evidence that a world once existed here. This process, from initial infiltration to final departure, can take anywhere from a few weeks to several months, depending on the size of the world, the strength of its defenses, and the richness of its biosphere. A sparsely populated frontier world might be consumed in days. A heavily defended hive world might resist for months before the inevitable fall. But the outcome is always the same. The Tyranids are patient, inexorable, and ultimately unstoppable once they have committed to a planetary assault. This is the machine of consumption, honed over millions of years and countless devoured galaxies. This is the process that has rendered entire sectors of space lifeless. This is the horror that approaches Imperial space from beyond the galactic rim in numbers that dwarf all previous encounters. And this is the process that chaos fundamentally breaks. The nature of chaos. Corruption, when reality itself becomes poison. To understand why chaos-corrupted worlds pose such a unique problem for the Tyranids, we must first understand what chaos corruption actually is, and how it transforms both living tissue and the fundamental nature of reality itself. Chaos is not simply an enemy faction or a political ideology. Chaos is a fundamental force of the universe, the psychic and emotional emanations of all sentient life, given form and malevolent will in the alternate dimension known as the immaterium, or the warp. The warp exists parallel to our material reality, a realm where thought and emotion become tangible, where the impossible is routine, and where the laws of physics, as we understand them, simply do not apply. It is formed from the collective unconscious of all sentient beings, their fears, their hatreds, their desires, their ambitions coalescing into vast currents and eddies of psychic energy. And from this chaotic sea have emerged conscious entities, the chaos gods themselves, Khorne the blood god, Nurgle the plague father, Tzeentch the architect of fate, and Slaanesh the prince of pleasure. Each embodies a fundamental aspect of sentient existence, and each seeks to expand their domain by corrupting the material universe itself. When chaos corrupts a world, it does so on multiple levels simultaneously. The most visible is physical corruption. Chaos worshippers and those exposed to strong warp energies develop mutations, changes to their physical form that defy all known biological laws. A person might grow additional limbs, or their existing limbs might fuse into grotesque parodies of weapons. Skin might become transparent, revealing organs that pulse with unnatural colors. Eyes might multiply across the body, or be replaced by mouths that speak prophecies in languages that have never existed. These mutations are not random genetic damage like that caused by radiation. They are spiritually significant transformations, each one a gift from the chaos gods that reflects some aspect of the afflicted individual's soul. But physical mutation is just the surface manifestation. Chaos corruption fundamentally alters the nature of matter itself at a level that goes beyond mere genetics. Organic tissue that has been sufficiently corrupted by chaos becomes something other than normal biological material. It exists simultaneously in real space and in the warp, its cells infused with demonic essence that grants it properties that should be impossible. Flesh corrupted by Nurgle doesn't simply decay, it enters a state of eternal putrefaction, simultaneously dying and living, hosting diseases that exist as much as concepts as they do as physical pathogens. Flesh marked by Slaanesh becomes hypersensitive, capable of experiencing sensations that no natural nervous system could process. The very proteins and enzymes that make up this tissue have been rewritten according to rules that owe more to symbolism and emotion than to chemistry. Then there's environmental corruption. When chaos gains a strong enough foothold on a world, reality itself begins to warp. Warp rifts, tears in the fabric of space-time, appear across the planet's surface. Through these rifts, the raw stuff of the warp bleeds into real space, transforming the landscape into something that follows the twisted logic of dreams rather than physics. Trees might grow that bleed human tears. Rivers might flow with liquid emotion rather than water. The sky itself might crack like glass, revealing the seething madness of the warp beyond. Gravity might become negotiable. Time might flow backward in certain areas or skip forward in others. On demon worlds, planets that have been completely consumed by chaos and dragged partially or wholly into the warp, this corruption reaches its ultimate expression. These worlds are shaped by the will of the demon princes who rule them and the emotions of their inhabitants. A demon world dedicated to Horn might be an endless battlefield where mountains are made of skulls and rivers run red with eternal blood. A world claimed by Nurgle might be a festering garden of impossible diseases, where even the rocks are infected with plagues that exist as spiritual concepts given physical form. Reality on these worlds is mutable, changing according to the whims of their demonic masters and the collective psyche of their corrupted populations. The spiritual component of chaos corruption cannot be overlooked either. Chaos doesn't just transform bodies and environments, it corrupts souls. Those who fall to chaos, whether through worship, exposure, or simple bad luck, find their very essence claimed by the dark gods. Their souls become tainted, marked by the touch of the warp, in ways that persist even after death. For most species, death means their soul is consumed by the chaos god they served, a fate arguably worse than any physical torment. This spiritual corruption spreads like a contagion, those who have been touched by chaos unconsciously spreading its influence to others through their mere presence. Now, consider what this means for the Tyranid consumption process. The Tyranids have evolved over millions of years to consume normal biological matter, carbon-based life forms, operating according to known physics and chemistry. Their digestive enzymes are designed to break down proteins, lipids, carbohydrates, and nucleic acids into basic molecular components that can be reassembled into new Tyranid organisms. Their genetic assimilation process is built to analyze and incorporate DNA, to identify useful adaptive traits, and splice them into the hive fleet's genetic repository. But chaos-corrupted biomass doesn't follow these rules. The flesh of a chaos mutant isn't just genetically altered tissue, it's matter that has been fundamentally transmuted by warp energy. It exists in a state that is partially non-physical, partially conceptual. How do you digest flesh that is simultaneously solid matter and living metaphor? How do you extract genetic information from DNA that has been rewritten according to impossible principles? How do you process nutrients from tissue that hosts diseases existing as much as spiritual concepts, as biological pathogens? Worse still, consuming chaos-corrupted material risks contaminating the hive fleet itself. The Tyranids' strength lies in their genetic purity, their biological perfection unmarred by anything except controlled, directed evolution. Chaos corruption spreads like a spiritual virus, infecting not just individual organisms, but entire bloodlines, entire species. If a Tyranid organism consumes corrupted biomass and that corruption takes hold, it could potentially spread through the synaptic network to other organisms, and from there throughout the entire hive fleet. The hive mind itself might become infected, its distributed consciousness polluted by demonic influence. This is the fundamental problem. The Tyranids are the ultimate consumers, designed to devour everything. Chaos is the ultimate corrupter, designed to pollute everything. These forces are diametrically opposed, and when they collide, something has to give. The shadow in the warp, the Tyranid defense against chaos. The Tyranids, however, are not defenseless against the corruption of chaos. In fact, They possess what may be the most effective defense against demonic influence in the entire galaxy, a defense so powerful that it makes them nearly immune to the spiritual taint that has brought down entire Space Marine legions and corrupted whole sectors of Imperial space. This defense is the shadow in the warp, and to understand why Tyranids can resist chaos, while almost every other species falls to it, we must understand exactly what this phenomenon is and how it works. The shadow in the warp is described by those who have experienced it and survived as a suffocating psychic pressure, a weight on the soul so heavy that it crushes all thought, all emotion, all individuality beneath its mass. Imperial psychers, caught in its grip, have been driven insane, their minds shattered by the experience of feeling their connection to the warp severed or overwhelmed. But what exactly is this shadow, and where does it come from? At its core, the shadow in the warp is the psychic manifestation of the hive mind itself. The hive mind is the collective consciousness of the entire Tyranid species, a distributed intelligence that exists across trillions upon trillions of individual organisms, from the smallest ripper to the largest hive ship. Every Tyranid creature is a neuron in this vast organic supercomputer, connected to every other Tyranid through a psychic network of staggering complexity and power. When a hive fleet arrives in a star system, it brings with it the focused psychic pressure of billions of Tyranid organisms, all thinking, all existing, all connected through a single unified consciousness. This creates a phenomenon in the warp unlike anything else in the galaxy. Most psychic activity appears in the warp as light, emotion, thought, individuality. A human psyker casting a spell appears as a bright beacon. A planet full of humans generates a glow of combined psychic presence, billions of individual souls, each contributing their own light. But the Tyranids don't appear as light in the warp. They appear as darkness, a void, a hole in the fabric of psychic space. This is because, while individual Tyranid organisms may generate some psychic presence, they have no individual consciousness to speak of. They are parts of a larger whole, and that whole, the hive mind, is so alien, so completely other, that it doesn't register to other psychic species the way a human or Eldar mind does. The result is the shadow in the warp, a zone of psychic null space that surrounds Tyranid hive fleets and ground forces. Within this shadow, normal psychic activity becomes incredibly difficult or impossible. Astropaths cannot send their messages. Psychers find their powers unreliable or completely suppressed. Warp-based technologies malfunction. And most importantly for our discussion, demons find it incredibly difficult or impossible to manifest. Daemons are creatures of the warp, entities formed from psychic energy and given form by the emotions and worship of mortal beings. They require a strong connection to the warp to exist in real space, either through a warp rift, through possession of a mortal host, or through the psychic sustenance provided by the emotions of nearby sentient beings. But the shadow in the warp cuts these connections. Within its influence, the boundary between the warp and real space becomes not thinner, but thicker, harder to cross. Demons that do manifest find themselves weakened, unstable, their connection to their patron god strained or severed entirely. This is why the Tyranids are nearly immune to chaos corruption. Chaos spreads through psychic infection, through spiritual taint, through the corruption of souls. But Tyranid organisms don't have individual souls in the way other species do. Their consciousness is subsumed into the hive mind, and the hive mind itself is too alien, too vast, too fundamentally different from anything in the warp for chaos to properly interact with it. It's like trying to corrupt a force of nature or tempt a mathematical equation. The fundamental structures that chaos needs to latch onto simply aren't there in the Tyranid psyche. Furthermore, the Tyranids have evolved sophisticated mechanisms for dealing with corruption on the rare occasions when it does occur. If an individual Tyranid organism is corrupted by chaos, perhaps through consuming tainted biomass or being wounded by a demonic weapon, the hive mind immediately identifies the corruption through the synaptic network. The corrupted organism is then either killed by nearby Tyranids, or, if the corruption is less severe, isolated and driven away from the main swarm. In extreme cases, the organism might throw itself into a reclamation pool where its corrupted biomass is broken down and carefully filtered before being reincorporated into the hive fleet. This process is ruthlessly efficient. Unlike human or elder societies, where corruption can fester hidden for years before being discovered, or where corrupted individuals might successfully hide their taint from authorities, there is no hiding anything from the hive mind. It knows the state of every organism in the swarm. It can detect corruption the moment it takes hold, and it can respond with immediate, decisive action that prioritizes the survival of the whole over the life of any individual part. Historical records support this interpretation of Tyranid resistance to chaos. During the devastation of Baal, portions of Hive Fleet Leviathan were caught in the birth of the Great Rift and pulled through the warp to distant regions of the galaxy. Imperial observers noted with some surprise that when these scattered elements of the Hive Fleet emerged from the warp, they showed no signs of corruption despite their exposure to the raw energies of chaos. The Tyranids, that had been swallowed by the Great Rift and ejected elsewhere, simply regrouped and continued their invasion as if nothing had happened. This isn't to say that Tyranids are completely immune to chaos. There are recorded instances of individual Tyranid organisms being corrupted, usually through consuming large amounts of tainted biomass or through exposure to particularly powerful demonic entities. But these instances are rare, and they never spread beyond the affected organisms. The hive mind's defense against corruption operates at both the individual and collective level, making the Tyranids one of the few forces in the galaxy that can engage chaos on the battlefield without serious risk of their own forces being turned against them. But the shadow in the warp does more than just protect the Tyranids from corruption. It actively harms demonic entities and disrupts chaos forces. Recorded encounters between Tyranid swarms and demonic hosts describe demons flickering in and out of reality as the shadow waxes and wanes, their connection to the warp destabilized by the Tyranid presence. Chaos sorcerers find their powers unreliable or backfiring spectacularly when facing Tyranid assault. Warp rifts that would normally pour forth endless hordes of demons instead sputter and close when Tyranid forces concentrate their psychic pressure on them. This has led some Imperial scholars to speculate that the Tyranids might actually be the galaxy's best defense against chaos. An ironic thought given that the Tyranids themselves are an existential threat to all life in the galaxy. But the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend, and the Tyranids will devour the Imperium just as readily as they would devour chaos-corrupted worlds. The difference is simply one of preference and practicality. Hive Fleet. Kronos, evolution's answer to chaos. The birth of the Great Rift fundamentally altered the strategic situation for the Tyranid hive fleets. Entire regions of space that should have been rich, feeding grounds were suddenly consumed by warp storms and demonic incursions. Planets that would have sustained hive fleets for months became demon worlds where the very concept of digestible biomass ceased to have meaning. For a species driven purely by hunger, this represented a crisis of unprecedented scale. The hive mind's response to this crisis demonstrates an intelligence and adaptability that many Imperial scholars have vastly underestimated. Rather than simply avoiding chaos-corrupted regions, which would mean accepting starvation as vast swathes of the galaxy became inaccessible, the hive mind did what it does best. It evolved. From Hive Fleet Leviathan, already the largest and most adaptive of the major hive fleets, a new specialized tendril split off. This splinter fleet was designated by Imperial observers as Hive Fleet Kronos, and it represents perhaps the most sophisticated response to chaos that any species has yet developed. Hive Fleet Kronos is not like other Tyranid forces. It has been specifically adapted by the hive mind to combat the forces of chaos, to fight demons and corrupted worlds in ways that other hive fleets cannot. Every aspect of Kronos, from its bioform composition to its tactical doctrine to the sheer overwhelming power of its shadow in the warp, has been optimized for anti-chaos operations. The shadow in the warp that Kronos projects is notably more powerful than that of standard hive fleets. Where a normal Tyranid swarm might disrupt psychic activity within a star system, Kronos' psychic pressure is so intense that it can actually close warp rifts if concentrated properly. During the second battle of Shadowbrink, Kronos forces deployed neural nodes consisting of maleceptors and zoanthropes, powerful psychic Tyranid organisms, at 8 strategic points across the planet's surface. Around these nodes, the shadow in the warp reached such intensity that the warp rifts, actively spewing forth cornate demons, began to seal themselves. The wounds in reality, which had been growing stronger with every moment, instead began to close, driven shut by the sheer psychic pressure of the hive mind. This represents an unprecedented achievement. Closing warp rifts typically requires either powerful psykers performing dangerous rituals, advanced technology like the Necron's anti-warp pylons, or the intervention of other warp entities. For a purely biological organism to accomplish this through nothing but the focused application of psychic null pressure is astounding. It suggests that the hive mind understands the warp and its interaction with real space at a level that rivals or exceeds that of the most learned human or Eldar scholars. Kronos' bioform composition also reflects its specialized role. While other hive fleets favor close combat, overwhelming enemy positions with massive waves of Hormagaunts and Genestealers that tear through defenders in savage melee, Kronos takes a different approach. The fleet fields massive numbers of termagants, the basic Tyranid warrior organisms, but these termagants are often equipped with long-range bioweapons rather than the standard short-range flesh borers. Supporting them are huge numbers of Tyranid warriors carrying biocannons, Biovoris launching living artillery spores across vast distances, Tyrannofexes with rupture cannons that can crack open bunkers from kilometers away. This emphasis on ranged firepower is a direct adaptation to fighting chaos forces. Demons, particularly those of Khorne, excel at close combat. Bloodletters and fleshhounds are devastating in melee, and their very presence in close quarters can corrupt and terrify mortal opponents. Many demonic abilities and chaos sorceries require line of sight or proximity to work effectively. By refusing to close to melee range and instead bombarding demonic hosts from distance, Kronos denies chaos forces their greatest strengths. The tactical doctrine of Hive Fleet Kronos is equally sophisticated. Rather than the typical Tyranid approach of overwhelming assault and rapid consumption, Kronos fights more methodically. When engaging demonic forces, Kronos establishes containment zones surrounding enemy positions and then systematically annihilating them with massed artillery fire and orbital bombardment. The demons, driven by their nature to seek close combat and glory for their patron gods, repeatedly charge into the Tyranid gun lines and are mowed down before they can close the distance. Slowly, but inevitably, the demonic forces are banished back to the warp, having accomplished nothing. During the Battle of the Wolf's Head Nebula, an Imperial fleet under Admiral Grosson found itself engaged with a massive Chaos warfleet. The battle was going poorly for the Imperials when scores of Kronos bioships suddenly entered the system. Rather than attacking the Imperial forces, which would have been easy prey, Kronos ignored them entirely and smashed straight into the Chaos formation. The Tyranid bioship swarmed over a colossal despoiler-class battleship at the center of the Chaos fleet, tearing it apart with bioweapons fire and boarding organisms. The shadow in the warp that Kronos projected was so powerful that demonic reinforcements the Chaos forces had been summoning simply failed to manifest. Chaos sorcerers aboard the warships found their powers failing at critical moments. Within hours, the Chaos fleet was shattered, and Admiral Grosson, not questioning his good fortune, ordered his battered fleet to retreat while the Tyranids were occupied. This incident reveals something important about Hive Fleet Kronos' strategic priorities. It specifically targets Chaos forces over other foes. This isn't because the hive mind has developed a sense of morality or decided to help the Imperium. It's a matter of practical necessity. Chaos-corrupted regions represent resources that are being denied to the hive fleets. Every planet consumed by demon infestation is a planet's worth of biomass that the Tyranids cannot harvest. Every sector swallowed by warp storms is thousands of worlds that the Tyranids cannot reach. By eliminating Chaos presence in a region, Kronos makes it possible for other hive fleets to move in and feed. This has led to an unusual symbiotic relationship between Kronos and other hive fleets, particularly Leviathan. Normally, when two hive fleets encounter each other, they compete for resources, sometimes even consuming one another, with the stronger fleet absorbing the biomass and genetic diversity of the weaker. But Kronos and Leviathan actively cooperate. Leviathan has begun deliberately leaving behind weakened but still living worlds for Kronos to consume. These partially harvested planets provide Kronos with just enough biomass to sustain itself between anti-Chaos operations. In exchange, Kronos clears Chaos forces from Leviathan's path, allowing the larger hive fleet to continue its advance without the losses that fighting demons would entail. This level of strategic cooperation between hive fleets is unprecedented and suggests that the hive mind is capable of much more sophisticated planning than Imperial doctrine has traditionally assumed. The hive mind isn't just a swarm intelligence mindlessly consuming everything in its path. It's capable of specialization, of creating dedicated forces for specific threats, of coordinating multiple fleets across vast distances to achieve strategic objectives. Kronos also demonstrates remarkable adaptability in combat. During an engagement with Night Lord's Chaos Space Marines, a warband known for their hit-and-run tactics and psychological warfare, Kronos completely countered their traditional advantages. The Night Lords attempted to bait Kronos forces into ambushes, using their stealth capabilities to strike at isolated Tyranid organisms and then fade back into the shadows. But Kronos deployed its own screening forces, scout bioforms that detected the Night Lord's approach. When the Chaos Space Marines set ambushes, they found themselves walking into counter-ambushes, surrounded by Tyranid forces that had predicted their movements. The Night Lord's usual tactics of spreading fear and confusion were useless against foes with no individual emotions to manipulate and a hive mind that could coordinate perfect responses to every attack. The existence and effectiveness of Hive Fleet Kronos raises troubling questions about the Tyranids' long-term strategy. If the hive mind can create specialized fleets to counter specific threats, what other adaptations might it be developing? Are there hive fleets specially evolved to combat Necrons, whose living metal bodies provide no biomass? Fleets designed to fight in void environments where planetary consumption is impossible? Fleets optimized for combating Imperial Navy forces in deep space? More immediately relevant to our discussion, Kronos' evolution tells us something crucial about how the Tyranids approach the problem of chaos-corrupted worlds. The hive mind recognizes chaos as a fundamental threat to its feeding strategy. It has responded by creating forces specifically designed to eliminate that threat. But elimination of chaos forces is only the first step. The question remains, what happens when Kronos or other Tyranid forces actually attempt to consume a world that has been corrupted by chaos? What occurs in the digestion pools when corrupted biomass is processed? This is where things become truly disturbing. The encounter. When hunger meets corruption. When a Tyranid hive fleet approaches a chaos-corrupted world, The initial stages of the invasion proceed much as they would against any other target. Vanguard organisms are deployed, usually lictors, in the case of Hive Fleet Kronos, since Genestealer's psychic beacon might interact unpredictably with the warp energies already saturating the world. These scouts assess the planet's defenses and biomass density, though their reports back to the hive mind take on a distinctly different character than they would for a normal world. A lictor stalking through the corrupted landscape of a demon world experiences sensory data that should be impossible. The topography shifts and changes as it watches. Trees that appeared to be kilometers away are suddenly within arm's reach. The ground might be solid stone in one moment and viscous, pulsing flesh in the next. Temperature and atmospheric composition vary wildly, not just by location, but by moment. Reality itself fluctuating according to the emotional state of the world's demonic inhabitants. The lictor's sophisticated sensory organs, designed to catalogue biological diversity and identify threats, struggle to make sense of what they're detecting. Creatures that appear to be fauna when viewed from one angle transform into ambulatory chunks of landscape when viewed from another. Plant life breathes and screams. The very air tastes of emotions that the lictor's rudimentary consciousness cannot comprehend. All of this data is transmitted back to the hive mind through the synaptic network, and the hive mind processes it with its vast intelligence. What conclusion does the hive mind reach? Historical evidence suggests a complex calculation based on biomass availability, threat assessment, and resource cost. If the corruption is relatively shallow, if there remains substantial uncorrupted biomass beneath the tainted surface, the hive mind may decide the world is worth the investment. If, however, the planet has been fully transformed into a demon world, if reality itself has been too deeply compromised, the hive mind often makes the pragmatic decision to bypass the world entirely and seek easier prey elsewhere. But when the hive mind decides to proceed with the invasion, things become interesting. The spore drop occurs as normal, millions of mycetic spores raining down upon the planet's surface. But from the moment these spores crack open, the invasion takes on a different character than normal Tyranid operations. The first difference becomes apparent with the atmospheric and biological transformation that usually begins the consumption phase. The Tyranid bacteria and viruses that should hijack native plant life and begin the process of tyranno-forming the planet run into immediate problems when confronted with chaos-corrupted vegetation. Plants that have been twisted by warp energy don't respond to biological infection the way normal organisms would. Their cellular machinery has been rewritten according to rules that owe more to symbolism than chemistry. Tyranid viruses designed to splice their genetic material into plant DNA find themselves attempting to infect tissue that exists partially in the warp, where DNA as a concept becomes negotiable. Some mutations do occur, but they're unpredictable and often counterproductive. A tree infected with Tyranid organisms might begin growing at an accelerated rate as intended, but it might also start screaming or bleeding or transforming into crystallized concepts rather than harvestable biomass. The careful, controlled transformation of the planet's ecosystem that works so well on uncorrupted worlds becomes a chaotic mess of biological and spiritual influences competing for dominance. The Tyranid warrior organisms face their own challenges. Hormigants and termagants that would normally swarm across the battlefield in perfect coordination find the very ground beneath their feet unreliable. Gravity might reverse in certain areas. Time might flow backward, causing wounds to unheal and consumed biomass to reverse its digestion. Demons that are killed don't leave corpses behind for ripper swarms to consume. They simply dissolve back into the warp, taking their physical matter with them. For Hive Fleet Kronos, which has adapted to fighting chaos, these challenges are met with specialized tactics. The fleet deploys massive concentrations of psychic Tyranid organisms, zoanthropes and neurothropes, whose psychic powers can reinforce reality in localized areas, creating bubbles of stable space-time within which normal physics apply. Within these bubbles, Tyranid forces can operate with their usual efficiency, but maintaining these zones of stability requires constant psychic effort, draining resources that would normally be devoted to other functions. The shadow in the warp that Kronos projects helps considerably. As the Tyranid forces spread across the planet's surface, the overwhelming psychic pressure begins to suppress the warp energies that sustain the corruption. Demons find it increasingly difficult to maintain their physical forms. Warp rifts flicker and destabilize. The twisted reality of the demon world begins to normalize, forced back toward baseline physics by the sheer nullifying force of the hive mind's presence. But this process is slow and costly. Fighting demons provides no biomass to replenish Tyranid casualties. The organisms killed in battle represent a net loss rather than being recycled as they would be in a normal invasion. And the longer the invasion drags on, the more resources the Hive fleet must expend without gaining anything in return. This is where the strategic calculation becomes critical. The Hive mind must determine, is there enough uncorrupted or corruptible biomass on this world to justify the cost of the invasion? Can the shadow in the warp suppress the chaos corruption sufficiently to make the planet's resources harvestable? Or is this world too far gone, too deeply tainted, such that attempting to feed here would result in a net loss for the Hive fleet? Different worlds yield different answers. A planet recently corrupted, where chaos has not yet fully taken hold, might be successfully cleansed and consumed. The Tyranids would take losses fighting the demonic defenders, but once those defenders are banished, the underlying biomass could be harvested normally. But a world that has been a demon world for centuries or millennia, where reality itself has been fundamentally rewritten, represents a different proposition entirely. Such worlds might be declared non-viable by the Hive mind, bypassed in favor of easier prey. There is evidence that this assessment sometimes changes mid-invasion. During the second battle of Shadowbrink, Kronos arrived at a world that was actively erupting with chaos energy as the Great Rift's influence spread. Rather than attempting to consume the planet, Kronos appeared focused solely on eliminating the demonic presence. The Tyranid forces deployed concentrated psychic nodes, intensified their shadow in the warp, to the point where warp rifts began closing, and systematically banished the Cornate legions back to the Immaterium. But once this was accomplished, Kronos withdrew rather than beginning the consumption phase. This suggests that for heavily corrupted worlds, the Hive mind's goal may not be consumption at all, but rather clearance. By eliminating the chaos presence and closing the warp rifts, Kronos renders the planet temporarily unusable to chaos. Given time, the warp energies will dissipate, reality will stabilize, and life will eventually return to the cleansed world. At that point, decades or centuries later, another Hive fleet can return and harvest the planet's renewed biosphere. It's a long-term investment, tying up resources now for potential payoff in the future. This interpretation of Tyranid strategy, if accurate, implies a level of patience and long-term planning that many scholars find disturbing. The Tyranids are not mindless locusts consuming everything in their path. They're intelligent enough to recognize when immediate consumption is counterproductive, and patient enough to seed future feeding grounds through careful management of the galaxy's resources. The biological nightmare, processing corrupted matter. Despite the Hive mind's calculations and strategies, there are times when Tyranid organisms inevitably consume chaos-corrupted biomass, whether through battlefield necessity, miscalculation of corruption levels, or simple proximity to tainted matter during combat. Corrupted tissue enters the Tyranid digestion process. What happens next reveals both the incredible resilience of Tyranid biology and its limits when confronted with the fundamental wrongness of chaos. At the individual organism level, consumption of corrupted biomass often triggers immediate defensive responses. A termagant that consumes the flesh of a chaos cultist might experience cellular rejection at a massive scale. The corrupted proteins and lipids that make up the cultists' mutated tissue don't break down properly in the termagant's digestive system. Instead of being converted into energy and useful molecular building blocks, they resist digestion, remaining as foreign objects within the tyrannid's body. The hive mind, through the synaptic network, immediately identifies the problem. The afflicted organism is flagged as potentially corrupted. If the contamination is minor, the organism might be able to purge the corrupted matter through specialized elimination systems. Tyrannid biology is remarkably efficient at filtering out unusable or dangerous materials. But if the corruption has spread too far, if the consumed matter has begun interacting with the tyrannid's own cells in unpredictable ways, the hive mind makes a ruthless calculation. The corrupted organism is killed by other nearby tyrannids, typically warriors or other synapse creatures that can override its self-preservation instincts if necessary. Its body is then either left on the battlefield to be reclaimed later after careful analysis, or in some cases, immediately destroyed through immolation or acid to prevent any possibility of the corruption spreading. This happens with mechanical efficiency, without hesitation or mercy. One corrupted organism is an acceptable loss if it prevents contamination of the entire swarm. But the real test of the tyrannid digestion system comes when corrupted biomass makes its way into the reclamation pools. These massive basins filled with digestive enzymes are where the bulk of planetary consumption occurs. Millions of tons of organic matter are dumped into these pools daily during an active invasion. The enzymes break everything down into molecular soup: amino acids, simple sugars, fatty acids, nucleic acids, all the basic building blocks that are then pumped up the capillary towers to the orbiting hive ships. When corrupted biomass enters these pools, something disturbing happens. The digestive enzymes, powerful enough to dissolve ceramite armor and reduce entire forests to liquid in hours, struggle with chaos-tainted tissue. The flesh doesn't break down properly. Instead of dissolving into component molecules, it often remains semi-solid, floating in the pool like chunks of gristle in spoiled broth. Chemical analysis would show that the molecular structure is wrong at a fundamental level. Proteins that should denature and separate into amino acid chains instead retain their tertiary structure even after prolonged exposure to the enzymes. Lipid membranes resist breakdown, their phospholipid bilayers somehow maintained by warp energy even after all physical forces trying to tear them apart. Some reclamation pools receiving high concentrations of corrupted biomass have been observed, usually by imperial forces in the aftermath of a failed tyrannid invasion, to show signs of contamination. The digestive enzymes themselves become tainted, their chemical composition altered in ways that shouldn't be possible. Pools that were clear or amber-colored might turn colors that don't exist in normal light spectra. The biomass soup might begin exhibiting properties that violate thermodynamics, growing warmer without energy input, or spontaneously organizing itself into patterns that suggest impossible geometries. In the most severe cases, reclamation pools consuming large amounts of chaos-corrupted matter have been reported, though these reports are often classified by the Inquisition to spawn autonomous entities. Chunks of half-digested corrupted flesh might pull themselves out of the pools and shamble across the landscape like ambulatory tumors. These abominations are neither truly tyrannid nor truly demonic, but something in between, biological organisms animated by warp energy, operating according to neither the hive mind's will nor any chaos god's purpose. When the hive mind detects this level of contamination, the response is immediate and total. The corrupted reclamation pool is isolated. Tyrannid organisms are directed to surround it and prevent anything from leaving. Then, specialized organisms are deployed to sterilize the entire area. Pyroacid-spewing creatures immolate everything within range. Bioplasma organisms superheat the pool until even the proteins denature from sheer thermal energy. In extreme cases, the hive mind might order orbital bombardment from the bioships above, destroying the corrupted pool and everything around it. The biomass lost in this process represents a significant cost. A single reclamation pool might contain enough nutrients to spawn thousands of tyrannid organisms. Destroying it is wasteful, inefficient, exactly the kind of loss that the tyrannid's evolutionary strategy is designed to minimize. But the alternative, allowing the corruption to spread into the hive fleet itself, is unacceptable. The hive mind will always choose to sacrifice part of itself rather than risk corruption of the whole. Aboard the hive ships in orbit, additional layers of filtration and analysis occur. The biomass soup pumped up from the planet's surface passes through multiple processing stages. Each stage includes tyrannid organisms specifically designed to detect and filter out contamination. Think of them as living quality control systems, able to identify molecular structures that don't match the hive mind's genetic database. When corrupted material is detected at this level, it's shunted off into isolated chambers where it can be studied. The hive mind is curious about chaos corruption in its own way, not from intellectual interest, but from the practical desire to better combat it. By analyzing corrupted biomass under controlled conditions, the hive mind can potentially identify weaknesses to exploit, develop better filtration systems, even create specialized antibodies or enzymes that can break down chaos-tainted tissue more effectively. Some of this research yields results. Over time, as hive fleets encounter more chaos-corrupted worlds, they become marginally better at processing tainted biomass. New strains of digestive enzymes are developed that can handle lower levels of corruption. Filtration organisms become more sophisticated in their ability to identify and remove contaminated materials. It's evolution in action, the hive mind adapting to a new environmental pressure. But there are limits to this adaptation. Fundamental chaos corruption, the deep taint that exists on demon worlds where reality itself has been rewritten, may simply be beyond the tyrannid's ability to process. Matter that exists simultaneously in real space, and the warp, tissue animated by demonic essence rather than normal biological processes, organisms whose very molecular structure is sustained by worship and belief rather than chemistry. These things cannot be digested and converted into new tyrannids, no matter how sophisticated the processing becomes. This represents a hard limit on the tyrannid's consumption. For a species whose entire strategy revolves around consuming everything, the existence of matter that cannot be consumed is more than just an inconvenience. It's an existential problem. If chaos corruption continues to spread, if more and more of the galaxy becomes demon worlds and warp-twisted wastelands, the tyrannids will find themselves with fewer and fewer viable feeding grounds. They might win every battle against chaos forces, but still starve because the victory yields no biomass to sustain further conquest. This grim arithmetic may explain the hive mind's willingness to create specialized anti-chaos forces like Kronos. It's not altruism or some grand strategy to save the galaxy. It's simple survival. The spread of chaos threatens the tyrannid's food supply, and anything that threatens the food supply must be eliminated or contained. In this sense, the tyrannids and the forces fighting against chaos have aligned interests, even if they remain enemies in every other regard. The strategic implications for the galaxy. The interaction between tyrannids and chaos-corrupted worlds has strategic implications that extend far beyond the immediate tactical considerations of any individual battle. To understand the true significance of this dynamic, we must zoom out and look at the galaxy-scale consequences of two of its most powerful destructive forces being fundamentally opposed to one another. First, consider the perspective of the Imperium of Man. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has fought a desperate holding action against chaos, throwing countless billions of lives into the meat grinder to prevent demonic incursions from consuming humanity entirely. Every world lost to chaos corruption is a world that can never be reclaimed, at least not without resources the Imperium cannot spare and methods it cannot employ. Demon worlds are written off as permanent losses, quarantined by the Inquisition, and avoided by all Imperial forces. But the Tyranids don't accept permanent losses. A world consumed by chaos is, to the hive mind, simply a world requiring specialized processing. If Hive Fleet Kronos can eliminate the daemonic presence and suppress the warp energies long enough for reality to stabilize, that world becomes potentially harvestable again. Perhaps not immediately, but eventually. This means that demon worlds, long considered beyond redemption by the Imperium, might actually be temporary rather than permanent chaos holdings. This creates a strange strategic situation where the Tyranids are inadvertently serving Imperial interests. Every demon world that Kronos cleanses is a world that chaos can no longer use as a staging ground for further corruption. Every warp rift that Kronos closes through application of the shadow in the warp is one less avenue for demonic invasion. The Tyranids aren't doing this to help the Imperium, of course. They're doing it because chaos-corrupted space represents inaccessible resources that they need to reclaim. But the end result is the same. Chaos loses territory, and the Imperium gains breathing room. Some radical inquisitors have proposed leveraging this dynamic. If Tyranid hive fleets can be somehow guided or baited toward chaos-held worlds, they could serve as an unwitting cleanup crew, eliminating demonic presence that the Imperium lacks the resources to combat directly. Once the Tyranids have done the hard work of banishing the demons and stabilizing reality, Imperial forces could potentially intervene, driving off the weakened hive fleet before the consumption phase completes and reclaiming the world for the Imperium. This strategy is, of course, wildly dangerous and has been implemented only in the most desperate circumstances. Tyranids are not a weapon that can be aimed and controlled. They're a force of nature, and inviting them into Imperial space, even to fight chaos, risks the Tyranids simply consuming Imperial worlds instead. The cure might be worse than the disease. But the fact that such strategies are even being discussed at the highest levels of the Inquisition speaks to how dramatically the Great Rift has altered the strategic calculus. Before the Rift, chaos corruption was spreading but containable. Now, with the galaxy literally split in two and chaos pouring through in unprecedented quantities, the Imperium is forced to consider options that would have been unthinkable heresy in previous eras. From the Chaos God's perspective, the Tyranids represent an existential threat of a different sort than the Imperium. The Imperium can be corrupted, its citizens turn to worship of the Dark Gods, its space marines twisted into chaos champions. But the Tyranids cannot be corrupted, not in any meaningful, sustainable way. They have no souls to claim, no desires to exploit, no egos to inflate. They are, from Chaos's perspective, the ultimate enemy. Utterly incorruptible, yet completely dedicated to destroying the very thing that sustains chaos. The mortal life forms whose emotions and beliefs give the Chaos Gods power. If the Tyranids were to consume the entire galaxy, devouring all sentient life, the Chaos Gods would starve. Without mortal emotions to sustain them, without worship to give them purpose, they would fade back into the formless energy of the warp. In this sense, the Tyranids are arguably the greater threat to chaos than even the Imperium, because while the Imperium fights to preserve humanity and human civilization, the Tyranids fight to eliminate all life entirely. There is no compromise possible between chaos and the Tyranids, no negotiation, no possibility of one coexisting with the other. This has led some chaos followers to make the logical leap that they should ally with the Imperium and other forces to combat the Tyranid threat. The enemy of my enemy logic. If the Tyranids succeed in consuming the galaxy, chaos dies along with everything else. Therefore, chaos should support efforts to stop the Tyranids, even if that means temporarily aiding the Imperium. But chaos is not rational. The Chaos Gods are formed from emotion and driven by their nature. Horn cares only for blood and skulls, and whether those skulls come from humans killed by demons or demons banished by Tyranids, is irrelevant to the blood god. Nurgle delights in decay and entropy, and the image of hive fleets consuming themselves from within due to plague infection is beautiful to the Plague Father. Tzeentch sees the struggle between Tyranids and all other forces as just another game, another set of variables to manipulate for its own inscrutable purposes. Slaanesh feeds on the sensations of consumption itself, and the Tyranid's endless hunger is a form of excess that the Prince of Pleasure can appreciate. So while individual Chaos worshippers might recognize the Tyranid threat and attempt to organize resistance, the Chaos gods themselves are unlikely to make any coordinated effort to stop the hive fleets. This fragmentation, this inability to prioritize long-term survival over immediate gratification of their nature, may be Chaos's fatal weakness when confronted with the Tyranid swarm. For the other major factions of the galaxy, the Eldar, the Tau, the Necrons, the Tyranid Chaos dynamic presents different challenges and opportunities. The Eldar, already on the brink of extinction due to Slaanesh's birth, view both Chaos and the Tyranids as existential threats. But they also recognize that as long as these two forces are fighting each other, they're not entirely focused on destroying the Eldar. Some Farseers have attempted to manipulate events to encourage Tyranid Chaos conflicts, using their knowledge of the future to guide hive fleets toward Chaos-held worlds. The Tau, with their weak presence in the warp, are nearly invisible to both Chaos and the Shadow in the warp. This has allowed them some degree of safety from both threats, though they remain woefully unprepared for the scale of either. The Tau's response to the Tyranid Chaos dynamic has been largely observational, studying both forces to better understand how to combat them should they threaten Tau space. The Necrons present the most interesting case. As soulless machines, they are immune to both Chaos corruption and Tyranid consumption. Neither force can truly threaten the Necrons' existence in the way they threaten biological species. Some Necron dynasties have actively exploited this immunity, allowing Tyranid and Chaos forces to devastate each other, while the Necrons wait safely in their tomb worlds, ready to emerge and claim the emptied territory once both forces have moved on. At the galactic level, the inability of Tyranids to consume Chaos-corrupted worlds represents a potential limit on the Hive fleet's expansion. If Chaos corruption continues to spread at its current rate, accelerated by the Great Rift's presence, we might eventually reach a point where the majority of the galaxy's biomass is tainted beyond the Tyranids' ability to process it. At that point, the Hive fleets would face a choice: adapt further, finding ways to process increasingly corrupted matter, or leave the galaxy in search of richer feeding grounds elsewhere. Current evidence suggests the hive mind is choosing adaptation, with Kronos representing just the first step in a longer-term evolutionary strategy. But there are limits to biological adaptation, even for organisms as sophisticated as the Tyranids. If Chaos corruption reaches a threshold where matter itself becomes more concept than substance, more warp than real space, no amount of evolution may allow the Tyranids to digest it. This creates a strange form of ecological balance at the galactic scale. Chaos corruption makes worlds inedible to Tyranids, limiting hive fleet expansion. But Tyranid predation eliminates the mortal populations whose emotions sustain chaos, limiting chaos's power and spread. Neither force can completely destroy the other, and neither can ignore the other. They are locked in a form of cosmic competition that will likely continue until one or both are destroyed by external forces, or until one evolves a solution to the other that we cannot currently predict. Recorded encounters when the swarm met the storm. The theoretical discussion of how Tyranids interact with chaos-corrupted worlds is illuminated by actual historical encounters that have been documented by Imperial observers, usually at great cost. These battles provide concrete examples of the dynamics we've been discussing and reveal nuances in both Tyranid and Chaos behavior that purely theoretical analysis might miss. The Battle of Shadowbrink stands as the most thoroughly documented encounter between Tyranid forces and a Chaos-corrupted world. Shadowbrink had been the site of a previous Tyranid invasion by Hive Fleet Leviathan, which had defeated a significant demonic force before consuming the planet and moving on. But the Great Rift's birth changed everything. Chaos energy surged back into the system, and Shadowbrink erupted with demonic activity once again. Warp rifts tore open across the planet's surface, spewing forth legions of cornate demons. Within weeks, the carefully terraformed world that the Imperium had been attempting to reclaim was transformed into a hellscape of blood and brass. Then Hive Fleet Kronos arrived, drawn by the intense psychic emanations of the demonic presence. What followed was unlike any battle Imperial observers had previously recorded between these two forces. Kronos didn't simply throw wave after wave of organisms at the demon legions as other Hive fleets might have done. Instead, it deployed with surgical precision. 8 neural nodes were established at strategic points across Shadowbrink's surface, each one positioned at locations of particularly intense warp activity where major rifts had formed. Each neural node consisted of multiple maleceptors and zoanthropes, powerful psychic Tyranid bioforms whose combined mental power created zones of intense shadow in the warp. Around these nodes, reality began to stabilize. The warp rifts, which had been growing stronger and wider with each passing hour, instead began to contract. Demons attempting to pour through found the passage constricted, then closing, then sealed entirely as the shadow in the warp reached critical intensity. The Cornate legions, commanded by a powerful bloodthirster, recognized the threat. In standard demonic fashion, they launched massive assaults against the neural nodes, waves of bloodletters and fleshhounds charging forward with the mindless fury that characterizes Horn's servants. They sought glorious close combat, the chance to spill Tyranid ichor and claim skulls for the blood god's throne. But Kronos refused to engage on those terms. The neural nodes were protected by massive gun lines of Tyranid organisms specialized for ranged combat. Termagants by the tens of thousands unleashed storms of fleshborer beetles. Hiveguard launched impaler cannons from beyond visual range. Biovores lobbed living artillery spores that exploded among the charging demons. Tyrannofexes fired rupture cannons that could penetrate even demonic armor. And behind all of this, the shadow in the warp grew ever stronger, draining the spiritual energy that sustained the demons' physical forms. The demons charged again and again, driven by their nature to seek close combat regardless of the cost. And again they were mowed down before they could close to melee range, banished back to the warp by the weight of fire. Slowly but inevitably, the demonic presence on Shadowbrink was eliminated. The warp rifts closed completely, sealed by the psychic pressure of the hive mind. The planet was cleansed of chaos taint. But here's where Kronos' behavior diverged from typical Tyranid operations. After the demons were banished and the rifts closed, Kronos did not begin the consumption phase. The Hive Fleet had expended significant resources in the battle. Thousands of Tyranid organisms had been killed, their biomass lost since demons don't leave corpses to be reclaimed. The planet's biosphere had been devastated by the demonic occupation and the subsequent battle, its biomass potential significantly reduced. By normal Tyranid cost-benefit analysis, Shadowbrink should have been consumed to recover at least some of the investment. Instead, Kronos withdrew. The Hive Fleet pulled back into orbit, collected its surviving forces, and departed the system entirely. Imperial observers monitoring the situation from hidden positions were baffled. Why would the Tyranids cleanse a world of chaos taint and then not harvest it? The answer became clear only when considered from the hive mind's perspective. Shadowbrink was now safe for future consumption by other hive fleets. The planet would recover over time, its biosphere regenerating naturally or through Imperial terraforming efforts. In a few decades or centuries, it would represent a much richer feeding ground than it did in its current depleted state. Kronos had made a long-term investment. The Wolf's Head Nebula engagement demonstrated different dynamics. Here, a Chaos war fleet and an Imperial Navy fleet were locked in fierce battle, when Kronos arrived. The Tyranids could have easily destroyed both forces, harvesting the biomass from both Imperial and Chaos crews. But Kronos ignored the Imperial ships entirely, focusing all its firepower on the Chaos fleet. This selective targeting revealed something important about Tyranid threat assessment. The hive mind recognized that the Chaos fleet represented a strategic threat in a way that the Imperial fleet did not. Chaos corruption could spread to other worlds, rendering them inedible. The Imperial fleet, while hostile to the Tyranids, would at least leave worlds biologically viable if victorious. By eliminating the Chaos fleet first, Kronos prioritized the larger strategic goal of preventing chaos spread over the immediate tactical opportunity of consuming Imperial biomass. Admiral Grossen, commanding the Imperial fleet, showed remarkable pragmatism by ordering immediate withdrawal while the Tyranids were occupied with the Chaos forces. He understood that he'd been given a reprieve, not an alliance. Once the Chaos fleet was destroyed, Kronos would certainly turn on the Imperial ships if they remained in system. This restraint, this willingness to accept an enemy's help against a greater foe, and then immediately flee rather than attempting to capitalize on the situation, likely saved his fleet. In the Chalnath expanse, multiple hive fleets, including Kronos, Leviathan, and Typhon, have been drawn to a region heavily corrupted by Chaos influence. The resulting multi-sided conflicts have provided abundant data on how different hive fleets approach Chaos-corrupted environments. Leviathan, less specialized than Kronos, suffered heavier casualties when engaging demonic forces directly, but it also demonstrated remarkable adaptability, spawning new bioforms mid-campaign that showed increased resistance to warp-based attacks. Typhon showed different adaptations, focusing on rapid consumption and hit-and-run tactics, rather than the methodical clearance operations that Kronos favors. When Typhon encountered heavily corrupted worlds, it would quickly assess viability and, if consumption seemed impractical, simply move to the next target. This suggests that different hive fleets, while all part of the greater Tyranid race, have developed distinct strategic approaches to the Chaos problem. One particularly disturbing encounter occurred on a world designated only by its inquisitorial classification as Quarantine Theta 77. This demon world had been corrupted for centuries, its entire biosphere transformed into a living embodiment of Nurgle's garden. When a splinter of an unidentified hive fleet attempted to invade, the results were catastrophic for the Tyranids. The planet's corrupted vegetation didn't just resist Tyranid infection, it counter-infected the Tyranid organisms. Spores from Nurglite plants infected Tyranid warriors, causing them to develop diseases that should have been impossible for their enhanced immune systems to contract. Worse, these diseases spread through the synaptic network, jumping from organism to organism faster than the hive mind could isolate infected individuals. Within days, entire swarms were corrupted. Termagants began spontaneously developing mutations that served no tactical purpose, tumorous growths and weeping sores that reduced combat effectiveness. Larger organisms suffered system failures as their organs were consumed by impossible plagues. The hive mind's response was immediate and total: orbital bombardment of the planet's surface, destroying its own forces along with the corrupted biomass, followed by complete withdrawal from the system. This incident, documented by an inquisitorial observation team monitoring from the system's edge, demonstrated the absolute upper limit of what the Tyranids can handle. Deep chaos corruption, particularly of the Nurglite variety, with its focus on disease and decay, can overcome even the Tyranids' formidable biological defenses. When corruption reaches this level, the hive mind's only viable response is containment and retreat. The variety of these encounters reveals that there is no single answer to how Tyranids handle chaos-corrupted worlds. It depends on the level of corruption, the specific chaos god involved, the particular hive fleet conducting the invasion, and numerous other variables. But patterns emerge. Lighter corruption can be overcome through application of the shadow in the warp and careful filtering of consumed biomass. Moderate corruption requires specialized forces like Kronos and often results in net resource losses. Heavy corruption, particularly on demon worlds that have been corrupted for centuries, is often beyond the Tyranids' ability to process, resulting in either failed invasions or strategic bypassing of the affected worlds. The future, an eternal war of attrition. As we look toward the future of the galaxy, the interaction between Tyranids and chaos-corrupted worlds will likely intensify rather than resolve. The Great Rift shows no signs of closing. Chaos corruption continues to spread, and the Tyranid hive fleets continue their inexorable advance into Imperial space, drawn by the psychic beacon of humanity's trillions of souls. The hive mind has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in responding to the chaos threat. Hive Fleet Kronos is almost certainly not the final adaptation we'll see. As hive fleets encounter more corrupted worlds, as they gather more data on chaos biology and warp physics, we can expect further evolution. Future hive fleets might develop even more sophisticated filtration systems for processing corrupted biomass. They might spawn organisms specifically designed to combat demonic entities, bioweapons tuned to target the specific frequencies at which warp energy resonates. They might develop ways to harvest not biological energy, but psychic energy directly, feeding on the warp itself in ways that current Tyranid biology cannot. But Chaos too will adapt. The Chaos gods are not static entities. They grow and change based on the emotions and beliefs that sustain them. As the Tyranids become a more significant threat to Chaos's spread, the Dark Gods will take notice. We might see new strains of Chaos corruption specifically designed to resist the shadow in the warp. Demons that can maintain their physical forms even under the psychic pressure of the hive mind. Mutations that specifically target Tyranid biology, creating corrupted biomass that acts as a Trojan horse, appearing digestible but spreading corruption from within once consumed. The strategic implications of this evolutionary arms race are staggering. On one side, we have the ultimate predator, refined by millions of years of evolution and the consumption of countless galaxies. On the other, we have the primordial chaos, the fundamental emotional and psychic forces that underlie reality itself. Both are in some sense inevitable. Both are, within their domains, unstoppable. And both are completely incompatible with the other's continued existence. For the other inhabitants of the galaxy, particularly humanity, this creates a grim strategic situation. The Imperium is caught between two existential threats that are also fighting each other. Every battle between Tyranids and Chaos is a battle that isn't being directed at Imperial worlds. But both sides will happily turn on humanity the moment they've finished. With each other. The dream of some strategists that the Tyranids and Chaos might mutually annihilate is almost certainly fantasy. Both are too vast, too resilient, too fundamentally embedded in the structure of the galaxy to be completely destroyed. What seems more likely is a long-term situation where the galaxy is divided into roughly 3 zones. Chaos-corrupted space, where the warp bleeds into reality, and demon worlds proliferate. Tyranid-consumed space, where entire sectors have been stripped of biomass and left as dead voids, and a constantly shrinking middle ground, where the other species of the galaxy struggle to survive against threats from both sides. The tactical lessons from Tyranid, encounters with chaos-corrupted worlds, are being studied intensely by every faction with the intelligence-gathering capability to do so. The Eldar Farseers seek to use this knowledge to manipulate both forces, guiding them into conflicts that benefit the Eldar. The Tau attempt to learn how the shadow in the warp functions, hoping to develop technological equivalents that could protect their worlds from both demonic incursion and Tyranid invasion. The Necrons observe with cold interest, calculating how these dynamics affect their own long-term goals of reclaiming the galaxy. But perhaps the most significant development is happening within the Imperium itself. The precedent set by Kronos of a specialized force designed to combat a specific threat has not gone unnoticed by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Some radical tech priests have proposed studying captured Tyranid organisms to understand how the shadow in the warp is generated and maintained. If this psychic phenomenon could be replicated through technology, it would provide the Imperium with an unprecedented weapon against chaos. An Imperial ship that could project its own shadow in the warp would be immune to demonic boarding actions, safe from warp-based weapons, able to close warp rifts and banish demons through sheer technological application of psychic null pressure. Such research is, of course, incredibly dangerous. Working with live Tyranid specimens risks contamination and escape, and attempting to replicate their psychic abilities might create something that attracts the Hive fleet's attention. But in an Imperium pushed to the brink of extinction by threats on all sides, desperation makes formerly unthinkable options suddenly viable. The long-term outcome of the Tyranid chaos dynamic is impossible to predict with certainty, but several scenarios seem more likely than others. In the best case for the galaxy's existing inhabitants, the two forces remain locked in eternal conflict, neither able to gain decisive advantage, their mutual opposition preventing either from achieving complete victory. This buys time for the Imperium and other factions to strengthen their defenses, develop new weapons and strategies, perhaps even find ways to turn these threats against each other more effectively. In the worst case, one force finds a way to overcome the other decisively. If chaos develops corruption that can spread through the Tyranid hive mind, the galaxy could face hive fleets of demonic Tyranids, combining the endless hunger of the swarm with the reality-warping madness of chaos. If the Tyranids develop the ability to consume and process warp energy directly, they would become unstoppable, able to feed on demon worlds and chaos itself, growing stronger from every encounter with corruption rather than being weakened by it. Most likely, we'll see a middle ground, continued evolution on both sides, neither achieving complete victory, the balance shifting back and forth as one develops a new adaptation and the other counters it. This creates a dynamic equilibrium of horror, where the galaxy's inhabitants must constantly adapt to new variations of threats they thought they understood. Conclusion: the paradox persists. We began by asking what happens when the Tyranids, the ultimate consumers, attempt to devour worlds corrupted by chaos, the ultimate corruption. We've seen that the answer is complex, variable, and deeply troubling for everyone involved. The Tyranids can resist chaos corruption through the shadow in the warp and the hive mind's ruthless willingness to destroy infected organisms before contamination spreads. They've adapted to the chaos threat by creating specialized forces like Hive Fleet Kronos, demonstrating an intelligence and strategic sophistication that many Imperial scholars have underestimated. But there are limits to what even the Tyranids can consume. Heavily corrupted worlds represent resources that are effectively denied to the Hive fleets, biomass that exists in a state too corrupted to be processed and incorporated. Chaos, for its part, has found in the Tyranids an enemy that cannot be corrupted through normal means, that has no desires to exploit, no egos to inflate, no souls to claim. The Tyranids are, from Chaos's perspective, the ultimate threat, incorruptible yet dedicated to consuming the mortal life that sustains the dark gods. But Chaos can defend itself through corruption, rendering worlds inedible, creating biomass so tainted that it acts as poison rather than sustenance. For the rest of the galaxy, this creates a paradoxical situation. Two of the most terrifying forces in existence are fundamentally opposed to each other, which provides some breathing room for other factions. But both remain existential threats that will happily turn on humanity or any other species the moment they've finished with each other. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend, merely a temporary distraction for the enemy. The Great Rift's birth has accelerated this dynamic, forcing the Tyranids to adapt more rapidly to chaos corruption than they would have otherwise. Hive Fleet Kronos and similar adaptations demonstrate that the hive mind is capable of sophisticated, long-term planning, creating specialized forces to address specific, strategic problems. This suggests that the Tyranids are not merely mindless locusts, but intelligent organisms pursuing complex strategic goals. As we look to the future, the interaction between these forces will likely intensify. More corrupted worlds will be encountered by hive fleets. More Tyranid adaptations will emerge to handle this corruption, and more chaos mutations will develop to resist Tyranid consumption. This evolutionary arms race between ultimate hunger and ultimate corruption will shape the galaxy's fate as much as any war between conventional armies. For those of us studying these phenomena, whether as imperial scholars, inquisitors, or merely those seeking to understand the galaxy we inhabit, the lesson is clear. Nothing in this universe is absolute. Even the Tyranids, perfect predators honed by eons of evolution, have limitations. Even chaos, the fundamental corruption that can twist reality itself, can be resisted. The galaxy is vast enough and complex enough that even its most powerful forces must adapt or die. Thank you for joining me on this deep dive into one of the most disturbing dynamics in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. The collision between Tyranid hunger and chaos corruption reveals truths about both forces that we might prefer not to know, but cannot afford to ignore. In the grim darkness of the far future, even the monsters have monsters to fear. If you found this exploration into the dark corners of the 40K universe valuable, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. There's so much more darkness to illuminate, so many more horrors to examine. Until next time, stay vigilant and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exists a breed of warrior that stands between humanity and machine, caught in a twilight existence that is neither fully one nor the other. They are the Skitarii, the cybernetic soldiers of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and their story is one of transformation, sacrifice, and the slow erosion of everything that once made them human. To understand what it means to be a Skitarius is to peer into a nightmare of steel and flesh, where consciousness persists, even as humanity itself is systematically stripped away, replaced piece by piece with cold machinery in service to the Omnissiah. These warriors march across the battlefields of the galaxy with mechanical precision, their augmented forms housing what remains of human minds, their emotions suppressed by invasive surgery, their bodies rebuilt into weapons of war. They feel no fear because the capacity for fear has been cut from their brains. They know no mercy because compassion has been deemed inefficient and removed. They serve without question because independent thought has been replaced with pre-programmed imperatives that flow directly from their tech priest masters into neural implants hardwired into their skulls. The Skitarii are not the glorious space marines, gene-enhanced demigods who retain their humanity even as they transcend it. They are not the massed ranks of the Astra Militarum, ordinary men and women who fight and die with courage born of flesh and blood conviction. The Skitarii occupy a space between soldier and servitor, between thinking being and automaton, and that liminal existence defines every moment of their transformed lives. They are the price the Mechanicus pays for its quest for knowledge, the living currency spent in pursuit of standard template constructs and ancient technologies, the expendable assets whose suffering goes unrecorded and whose deaths are merely data points in endless tactical analyses. This is their story. This is what it means to be Skitarii. The journey to becoming a Skitarii soldier begins in many different ways, but all roads lead to the same destination. The augmentation chambers, deep within a forge world, where flesh is deemed insufficient and the transformation begins. Some who become Skitarii are volunteers, men and women so devoted to the cult Mechanicus that they willingly submit themselves to the mutilations and modifications that will reshape them into living weapons. These faithful see the transformation not as a loss, but as an ascension, a shedding of weak flesh in favor of the purity of the machine. They enter the chambers with prayers to the Omnissiah on their lips, believing that what they are about to endure will bring them closer to their God. Others are recruited from the teeming billions of factory workers who toil in the endless manufactorums of the Forge worlds. These menials spend their lives in conditions barely distinguishable from servitude, their bodies already weakened by exposure to toxic chemicals, radiation leaks, and industrial accidents. For some, being selected for the Skitarii legions represents an escape from a life of grinding poverty and endless labor. For others, it is simply another form of service they have no power to refuse. The tech priests select those with the physical characteristics deemed suitable: strength, endurance, aggression. Free will is not a consideration. The Mechanicus needs soldiers, and the Manufactorum workers are raw material waiting to be processed. Still others are born into it, the products of eugenics programs designed to breed ideal specimens for transformation into Skitarii. These individuals never knew any other fate. From the moment of their birth, they were destined for the augmentation slabs, their genetic templates selected and manipulated to emphasize traits useful in warfare. They grow up knowing what awaits them, watching older cohorts march off to war with their bodies already transformed, their humanity already sacrificed. There is no escape from this destiny, no alternative path. They are born to become Skitarii, and so they shall. The transformation itself is called the flesh shriving, and it is an ordeal that strips away both body and mind, replacing human weakness with mechanical efficiency. The process is a closely guarded secret of the Adeptus Mechanicus, varying from Forge World to Forge World, but certain elements remain constant. The candidate is taken to the augmentation chambers, their body subjected to invasive surgeries that can last for days or even weeks. Most of their organs are removed and replaced with cybernetic equivalents. Lungs become mechanical bellows that never tire. Hearts are replaced with 5-chambered variants, or removed entirely in favor of fluid pumps that circulate coolant as well as blood. Digestive systems are modified or eliminated, replaced with nutrient injection systems that make eating unnecessary. The limbs are next. In imitation of the ancient cohorts that first served on Mars, the lower legs of every Skitarius are removed at the knee and replaced with prosthetic limbs of inviolate alloy. These mechanical legs never tire, never cramp, never fail from exhaustion. They allow a Skitarius to march for months without rest, to traverse terrain that would cripple unaugmented humans, to stand motionless for days on watch duty without suffering muscle fatigue. Some Forge worlds replace the arms as well, grafting on plasteel augmetic limbs with servo motors that grant strength far beyond human capability. Others leave the arms mostly intact, but integrate weapon systems directly into the bone structure, creating soldiers whose bodies are as much armory as anatomy. The skull receives particular attention. Punch-card skull slots are installed to allow direct data input. Ceramic valves are implanted to regulate neural activity. Quantum bioware is integrated into the brain itself, creating a hybrid of grey matter and circuitry that can process battlefield data with inhuman speed. Visual sensors replace organic eyes, granting spectrum capabilities far beyond normal human sight. Auditory implants replace ears, filtering out deafening battlefield noise while enhancing useful sound frequencies. The olfactory system is modified to detect chemical signatures and atmospheric composition. Every sense is enhanced, modified, made more useful for war. But the most invasive modifications are those performed on the mind itself. This is where the true horror of becoming Skitarii reveals itself. To guarantee absolute loyalty and obedience to their tech priest masters, all Skitarii undergo extensive psychosurgery. The procedures vary in their brutality, but all share the same goal: to remove the capacity for independent thought and emotional response that might interfere with combat efficiency. Some Skitarii, have their minds completely wiped, their personalities erased and replaced with mental directives programmed directly into their neural tissue. These soldiers are little more than biological automatons, executing commands without question or hesitation. Others receive what is called an emotional partition, a cybernetic implant that manages and suppresses their emotions. This device renders the Scutarius unable to feel fear, anger, joy, sorrow, or compassion. They become disassociated from their own natural instincts, their emotional responses dampened to the point of near extinction. The partition allows them to perform their duties with mechanical efficiency, untroubled by the moral implications of their actions, unburdened by the psychological trauma that would break an unmodified human. They can witness horrors that would drive ordinary soldiers to madness and react with nothing more than cold calculation. They can kill their own brothers if ordered to do so, the emotional partition preventing any sense of betrayal or guilt from interfering with their compliance. The partition does not always work perfectly. Combat injuries can damage it, causing emotions to flood back in overwhelming torrents that leave the Scutarius disoriented and confused. Severe emotional overload can break through the partition's suppression, creating brief windows where the modified soldier experiences the full weight of what they have become and what they have done. These moments are rare, but they are devastating. Imagine having your capacity for feeling surgically removed, then suddenly experiencing years of accumulated trauma all at once. The Mechanicus considers these partition failures to be mechanical malfunctions requiring immediate repair or, if the damage is severe enough, the soldier's recycling into raw materials for new Scutari or servitor construction. When the transformation is complete, what emerges from the augmentation chambers is something that was once human but can no longer truly be called such. The new Scutarius has a body of pallid, sun-starved flesh stretched over mechanical components, sutured together with crude stitching that speaks to the Mechanicus's utilitarian approach to medicine. Ceramic valves protrude from skin. Adamantium sockets stud hard knots of translucent muscle. Tubes and cables snake beneath the surface, visible through flesh that has become little more than a covering for the machine within. One who looked for technological consistency in Scutari augmentations would be sorely disappointed, for each soldier is a unique amalgamation of whatever technologies and components their particular tech priest master deemed appropriate. A Scutarius might have leather bellows for lungs, while housing quantum bioware in their brain. They might possess punch-card skull slots from technologies thousands of years old, alongside bleeding-edge neural processors. It is often said that if one of these enhanced warriors were rendered down to their component elements, traces of nearly every element known to science could be found somewhere in their remains. The tech priests know this to be no exaggeration, for dissection is but one of the dark fates a Scutarius might undergo in order to satisfy their master's predatory curiosity. When a Scutarii soldier dies, they are not mourned. They are studied, their bodies taken apart to understand how the augmentations performed, which components failed, what data can be extracted from their deaths. The physical form of a Scutarius is designed for war and nothing else. Comfort, aesthetics, quality of life. These considerations do not factor into the modifications. A vanguard soldier might carry pack generators that saturate their body with lethal radiation, slowly killing them even as they use that radiation as a weapon against the enemies of the Omnissiah. A ranger might have legs calibrated for endless marching, but no system for processing solid food, requiring nutrient-paced injections to survive. A Sicarian might have had their entire head replaced with a domed sensor array, their original face lost forever beneath a mask of steel and circuitry. The transformation destroys more than just the body. It fundamentally alters the Scutarius' relationship with their own existence. They suffer from disassociation with their cybernetic forms, their minds struggling to reconcile what they remember being human with what they have become. Phantom limb syndrome is common. the brain still sending signals to flesh and bone that no longer exists, creating sensations of pain in limbs that have been replaced with steel. Some Skitaria experience visual hallucinations, where they see their augmetics as flesh counterparts, their minds desperately trying to maintain a self-image that no longer reflects reality. Others feel a sense that their body is lagging behind their cybernetic components while moving, a temporal dissonance between organic thought and mechanical action. When these symptoms become severe enough to interfere with combat performance, a Magos biologist might prescribe treatment, but that treatment is telling in its nature. The Skitarius is instructed to conduct the daily canticles of defragmentation, ritualized prayers and meditations designed to force the organic brain to accept and integrate with the mechanical components. There is no therapy, no counseling, no acknowledgement of psychological suffering. The problem is treated as a software issue requiring debugging, not a trauma requiring healing. The Skitarius chants binary prayers until the symptoms cease, their mind forced to adapt or be declared defective and recycled. Daily life for a Skitarius, when they are not actively engaged in combat, exists in a strange liminal space between activity and dormancy. They do not rest as humans understand rest, for their augmented bodies require neither sleep nor relaxation in the traditional sense. Instead, they enter states of reduced activity, their organic components shutting down while their mechanical systems continue basic operations. A Skitarius might stand motionless for hours or even days, their external sensors on passive monitoring, their mind engaged in processing combat data or reviewing doctrinal imperatives loaded by their tech priest masters. The barracks where Skitarii are housed when not deployed reflect the Mechanicus's purely functional approach to their soldiers' well-being. These spaces are not designed for comfort, but for storage and maintenance. Skitarii stand in recharging alcoves where their power cells are replenished, or they sit on metal benches while conducting the ritual maintenance their augmetics require. The atmosphere in these spaces is toxic to unaugmented humans, filled with ozone from electrical systems, fumes from lubricants and coolants, and in the case of Vanguard barracks, radiation levels that would kill a normal person within hours. The Vanguard, those omniscient martyrs who wield radium weapons and carry radiation generators integrated into their very bodies, pay perhaps the highest price in terms of physical suffering. So much radiation bleeds out from their war gear that for non-Skitarii to be stationed in the same barracks is a death sentence. The ground beneath their feet becomes sterile and barren from their passage. The air around them shimmers with radioactive particles. They are theoretically safe inside their warplate, the sealed armor providing some protection against the energies they carry. But the protection is imperfect and temporary. On the rare occasions when Vanguard troopers remove their helmets, the truth of their martyrdom becomes visible. Their teeth have fallen out, leaving ragged gums in their wake. Their skin is hairless and covered in sore-pocked lesions from constant radiation exposure. Their eyes are bloodshot, the tissue around them inflamed and deteriorating. They are dying slowly from the very weapons they carry, their bodies breaking down from radiation poisoning, even as their augmented systems keep them functional enough to fight. It is a price they pay willingly, for their devotion to the machine god is absolute, or perhaps more accurately, they have been conditioned to accept this suffering without question, their emotional partitions preventing them from experiencing despair or regret at their fate. The daily routine of a Skitarius revolves around maintenance, both of their equipment and themselves. They oil joints and check servo motors. They run diagnostic programs on their sensory systems. They clean their weapons with ritualistic precision, reciting the appropriate canticles while disassembling and reassembling each component. This maintenance is not optional or casual. It is a sacred duty, part of their worship of the Omnissiah. A weapon that jams, an augmetic that fails, a sensor that provides false data. These are not merely mechanical failures, but sins against the machine god, evidence of insufficient devotion or improper maintenance rituals. The relationship between Skitarii and their tech priest masters is one of absolute hierarchy. The soldiers do not speak unless spoken to. They do not question orders. They exist in a state of constant readiness to receive and execute commands. Through neural implants called mind impulse units, tech priests can directly interface with their Skitarii, feeding them targeting data, tactical imperatives, and sensory information in real time. A Skitarius might find themselves looking through their tech priest's eyes, their own visual input overridden to provide their master with a different vantage point. They might have their body taken over entirely, their limbs moving according to remote commands, their consciousness reduced to a passenger in their own mechanized form. This ability to remotely control Skitarii is not presented as a violation or an abuse of power. To the tech priests, it is simply an efficient use of available resources. To the Skitarii themselves, assuming they retain enough consciousness to have an opinion, it is seen as the divine spirit of the Omnissiah entering them and acting through them for the betterment of the Imperium. The ever-devout Skitarii have been conditioned to interpret their loss of autonomy as a blessing, their enslavement as communion with the divine. It is a perfect system of control, one that makes rebellion or disobedience psychologically impossible. The enhanced data tethers carried by certain Skitarii serve as both communication devices and symbols of the soldier's complete subordination to the tech priesthood. Those honored with carrying these tethers are seen as mouthpieces of the tech priests, who in turn are prophets of the machine god himself. When a data tether operator relays commands, other Skitarii follow those orders without hesitation. For they are not merely the words of a fellow soldier, but the will of the Omnissiah made manifest. The psychological conditioning runs so deep that Skitarii will blindly kill one another if ordered to do so through the data tether they're loyalty to, their masters overriding any sense of comradeship or self-preservation. Between deployments, Skitarii engage in what passes for contemplation in their modified minds. They meditate on divinity, their thoughts following pre-programmed pathways that reinforce their conditioning and devotion. These meditations are rest enough for beings who no longer truly sleep, their organic brains cycling through approved thought patterns, while their cybernetic components run self-diagnostic routines. There is no dreaming for the Skitarii, no unconscious processing of experience or emotion. There is only the quiet hum of machinery and the endless repetition of binary prayers. Within the broader category of Skitarii, there are specialized roles that reflect different tactical doctrines and combat applications. The Rangers and Vanguard form the backbone of most Skitarii forces, but they approach warfare from fundamentally different perspectives, their equipment and augmentations tailored to their specific missions. The Skitarii Rangers are hunters of sentient creatures, operating on principles drawn from humanity's most ancient hunting traditions. In the lean and hungry days of mankind's hominid ancestry, hunters would kill prey far larger than themselves by tracking it to the point of exhaustion, following their quarry relentlessly until it could run no more. The Skitarii Rangers hunt the reaches of the galaxy using this same principle, elevated to terrifying effectiveness by their augmented forms and inhuman stamina. Once Rangers have been dispatched to hunt a target, whether that target is a pirate warband, a Xenos warhost, or heretical cultists, they will home in on their quarry at a slow but relentless pace. At first, their victims might slip away easily enough, evading the initial contact and believing themselves safe. If they flee far enough, solar months might pass, even standard years, long enough that the terror of the initial engagement fades from memory. But all the while, the Skitarii Rangers march in silent, unstoppable lockstep through trenches and ruins, across continents and through hostile territories, their noose closing a little tighter with every passing night. The Rangers' stamina is legendary, a direct result of their cybernetic modifications. Their mechanical legs never tire. Their recycled air systems allow them to traverse toxic environments without pause. Their nutrient injection systems eliminate the need for food supplies or meal breaks. They can march for decades if necessary, following their prey across entire sectors of space, waiting aboard ships in states of dormancy during the long journeys between systems, then resuming their hunt the moment they make planetfall. To be hunted by Skitarii rangers is to be doomed, for they will never stop, never tire, never give up until their target is eliminated or they themselves are destroyed. This relentless pursuit is not driven by hatred or anger or any emotion that might burn out over time. It is driven by programming, by imperatives loaded into their neural architecture that define their prey as a target to be eliminated and make that elimination the single highest priority in their operational parameters. A ranger cannot choose to abandon a hunt any more than a machine can choose to stop following its code. The target is identified, the pursuit begins, and it continues until resolution is achieved. There is something deeply terrifying about being hunted by an enemy that feels nothing, that cannot be reasoned with, negotiated with, or exhausted into giving up. The ranger's equipment reflects their role as patient, precise hunters. They carry galvanic rifles, sophisticated weapons that can be fired with mechanical accuracy far beyond human capability. Their augmented eyes and targeting systems allow them to place shots with inhuman precision, compensating for wind, gravity, target movement, and a dozen other variables automatically. Some rangers carry transuranic arquebuses, heavy weapons that fire shells of depleted transuranium, capable of punching through vehicle armor from one side to the other, the resultant pressure wave pulping any biological creatures sheltering inside. Their warplate is designed for durability rather than mobility, built to withstand the rigors of extended campaigns in hostile environments. They wear long robes that protect their mechanical components from dust, debris, and the elements, their coloration varying by forge world, but often incorporating the rust red of Mars or other colors significant to their place of origin. Beneath these robes, their bodies are walking arsenals, with additional weapons and tools integrated into their frames. A ranger might have multiple weapon systems, each controlled through their mind impulse unit, allowing them to engage different targets simultaneously or switch between weapon types without manually handling them. But perhaps the most distinctive aspect of Skitarii rangers is their patience, a quality that seems almost meditative, but is actually the result of their emotional dampening and altered time perception. They can wait in ambush positions for weeks without moving, their bodies in low power mode, their sensors on passive scanning, waiting for the optimal moment to strike. When that moment comes, they transition from perfect stillness to lethal action with mechanical precision, their first shots often eliminating priority targets before the enemy even realizes they are under attack. The most blessed rangers pass a point called the crux mechanicus, their bodies becoming more machine than flesh. Those who reach this stage of mechamorphosis are known as Skitarii alphas, warriors whose augmentations are so extensive that their human components have been reduced to little more than a brain and fragments of organic tissue suspended within a mechanical shell. Some alphas go on to attain the rank of Alpha Primus, overseers who can operate independently for standard years if necessary, their reliability as solid as the titanium, steel, and iron that replaces their flesh. These Alpha Primus leaders represent something of a paradox in Skitarii doctrine. They retain enough independent thought to make tactical decisions and lead other Skitarii, but their loyalty has been so thoroughly reinforced through conditioning and modification that this independence never manifests as disobedience. They can think, but only within parameters that make rebellion psychologically impossible. Many Martian Skitarii alphas were originally failed Imperial Knight nobles of House Taranis, young men who attempted to bond with the throne mechanicum that controls knight armor but failed, the rejection typically driving the would-be pilot insane. Through the installation of emotive selectors and memory catheters, these broken nobles can be salvaged as Skitarii commanders, their madness kept in check by cybernetic control systems, their rage channeled into service rather than self-destruction. If the Rangers are patient hunters, the Skitarii vanguard are aggressive martyrs, shock troops who bring the baleful touch of their tech priest masters to the far corners of the galaxy. They operate in the most inhospitable conditions possible, deployed to war zones so toxic, so irradiated, so fundamentally hostile to life that no unaugmented human could survive there for more than moments. This is their purpose and their curse: to weaponize the very hazards that would kill normal soldiers, to transform radiation and toxic emissions from environmental threats into tactical advantages. The Vanguard's signature weapon is the radium carbine, a baroque piece of technology that combines elegant craftsmanship with horrifying lethality. These weapons unleash volleys of hyper-irradiated shot that corrupt the atmosphere itself, even as they punch through flesh and armor. The bullets are not merely projectiles, but carriers of deadly radiation, each impact delivering a dose of radioactive material into the target's body. Even if the initial shots do not kill, the accumulated radiation poisoning often finishes what the bullets started. Should enough hyper-irradiated shot penetrate a target, the secondary effects become amplified to catastrophic levels. Cells break down, DNA unravels, biological systems collapse. Even creatures with enhanced resilience, like tyranids with their adaptive biology, cannot survive sufficient exposure. The Vanguard watch with silent interest as enemies who thought they had survived the worst of the shooting stumble, choke, and die of radiation poisoning minutes or hours after the battle has ended. There is no medical treatment for this kind of contamination, no way to purge the radioactive particles from flesh and bone once they have penetrated deep enough. But the radium carbines slowly kill their wielders as well. This is the price of being Vanguard, the martyrdom that gives them their nickname as Omniscient Martyrs. Every shot they fire exposes them to radiation. Every hour they carry these weapons degrades their bodies further. The pack generators integrated into their war gear bleed potent radioactive byproducts constantly, saturating the Vanguard with levels of radiation that should kill within days, but are kept just below lethal thresholds by their augmentations and sealed warplate. The theoretical safety provided by their armor is exactly that, theoretical. In practice, the protection is incomplete. Seals degrade. Shielding develops microfractures. Radiation leaks through. The Vanguard know this, or at least they would know it, if their emotional partitions allowed them to care. Instead, they accept their slow death as the price of service, their devotion to the machine god presented as absolute, even though that devotion has been artificially induced through surgical modification of their capacity for self-preservation. The physical deterioration of Vanguard troopers follows a predictable pattern. First, their teeth loosen and fall out, the roots damaged by radiation exposure to the jaw and gums. Then their hair falls out in clumps, leaving their scalps sore and scabbed. Their skin develops lesions and discoloration, the subcutaneous tissue breaking down from constant bombardment by radioactive particles. Their eyes become bloodshot and sensitive to light, the delicate structures of the retina degrading. Internal organs that have not been replaced with cybernetics begin to fail, their cells unable to repair the damage faster than it accumulates. Throughout this gradual dissolution, the Vanguard continue to fight. Their augmentations compensate for failing organic systems. Nutrient injections bypass their damaged digestive tracts. Cybernetic components take over as biological ones fail. They might be blind in one eye, toothless, covered in radiation burns, but as long as they can pull a trigger and follow commands, they remain operational. The Mechanicus considers them functional until they are not, and when they finally break down beyond repair, they are recycled just like any other failed piece of equipment. The Vanguard's deployment doctrines reflect their nature as expendable assets. They are sent to the most hazardous war zones the galaxy can offer, environments where their radiation resistance gives them an edge and where their inevitable losses are considered acceptable. Toxic death worlds, radiation-soaked battlefields, zones of environmental collapse. These are the Vanguard's natural habitat. They bear this duty stoically and in solemn silence, or at least they appear to. Their emotional partitions, preventing any outward display of fear or reluctance that might actually exist beneath the surface. Combat drugs and stimulants form another layer of the Vanguard's martyrdom. While Skitarii do not require morale boosts in the traditional sense, their emotional dampening making fear and panic impossible, they do receive regular chemical enhancements that push their bodies beyond normal operational limits. These drugs cause sudden bursts of energy, strength, and regenerative power that can mean the difference between success and failure in critical moments. A Vanguard soldier might receive an injection that allows them to march for 3 days without rest, to lift obstacles their muscles should not be able to move, to heal from wounds that would have been fatal. But these combat stimulants are extremely dangerous, their benefits purchased with horrific side effects that manifest mere minutes after their use. A drug that grants superhuman strength might cause muscle tissue to tear and hemorrhage. A stimulant that accelerates healing might trigger uncontrolled cell growth that resembles cancer. A chemical that eliminates fatigue might cause permanent neurological damage. The tech priests administer these substances without hesitation, calculating that the tactical advantage gained outweighs the long-term harm to the Skitarii receiving them. The soldiers themselves have no say in the matter. When their tech priest masters determine that chemical enhancement is necessary, the drugs are injected directly into their systems through ports built into their augmented bodies. They experience the effects, beneficial and harmful alike, with the same emotional flatness they bring to every aspect of their existence. Pain is registered as data. Tissue damage is noted for later repair. The mission continues, regardless of the cost to their flesh. Beyond the standard Rangers and Vanguard, there exists an even more specialized and disturbing class of Skitarii, the Sicarians, created from the broken bodies of soldiers who have already given everything to the Omnissiah's service. When a Skitarius falls in battle, grievously wounded but not quite dead, a choice is made. If these fallen warriors are judged still fit to serve the machine god, they are not granted the mercy of death or the dignity of retirement. Instead, they are taken back to the augmentation slabs and rebuilt into something new, something more lethal and less human than what they were before. The transformation into a Sicarian is traumatic and painful, deliberately so. It unravels the recipient's psychological stability, breaking down whatever mental resilience they had managed to maintain despite their previous modifications. This psychological damage is not an unfortunate side effect, but a desired outcome, for Sicarians are meant to be instruments of terror and death, and the trauma of their creation helps shape them into the killers the Mechanicus needs them to be. There are two primary types of Sicarians: Rust Stalkers and Infiltrators. The Rust Stalkers are chosen from those who recovered worst from their injuries, lost and desperate souls, grateful for any sanction to unleash the violent rage that festers in their damaged psyches. They are stick-thin cybernetic assassins, their bodies radically rebuilt for speed and lethality. Most of their mass has been removed, flesh and bone pared away to create frames that can move with blurring quickness. Their limbs are long and multi-jointed, giving them an alien, arachnid appearance that is deeply unsettling to witness. The Rust Stalker's weapons are transonic blades, marvels of physics-manipulating technology that hum and resonate with frequencies that allow them to pass through the strongest armor as if it simply did not exist. When a transonic blade strikes, it does not cut in the traditional sense. Instead, it vibrates at frequencies that disrupt molecular bonds, causing matter to simply fall apart. The effect is not immediate. Damage often takes several seconds to manifest as the disrupted bonds cascade through the target's structure. An enemy might think they have been missed, only to have their armor suddenly separate into components, or their flesh split open as delayed molecular failure catches up with them. Watching Rust Stalkers attack is like witnessing a nightmare made manifest. They dart across battlefields with daunting speed, their movements jerky and insectile, not quite natural in their articulation. They fight with frantic energy, driven by a bitter murder lust that the trauma of their transformation has amplified beyond normal aggression. Their blows rain down with transonic shrieks, the sound of reality being violated on a molecular level, and where they pass, enemies fall in pieces, their bodies unable to maintain cohesion after the Rust Stalker's blades have touched them. The psychological state of a Rust Stalker is barely controlled madness. The trauma of watching their original body be destroyed in battle, then experiencing the agony of being rebuilt into something alien and wrong, has left them desperate for violence as an outlet for their anguish. The emotional partitions that govern normal Skitarii have either been removed or modified in Sicarians to allow this rage to exist, as it makes them more effective killers. They are pointed at the enemy like weapons, their handlers knowing that the Rust Stalkers will throw themselves into combat with suicidal ferocity. Some Rust Stalker clades have distinguished themselves through particularly brutal effectiveness. During the invasion of Ryza by Warg Ragats, one clade known as R211 learned to use the planet's acid rain season to cover their infiltrations. They developed distinctive dripping rust patterns from operating in the corrosive precipitation, and the Orcs grew to fear these rust rippers more than any other Skitarii unit. Other clades from Styges 8 have earned similar infamy, including those known as the Crimson Blades and the Skull Marks, their reputations built on brutal efficiency and the psychological terror their appearance inspires. The Sicarian infiltrators represent a different kind of horror. While any critically injured Skitarii can potentially become a Rust Stalker, those chosen for transformation into infiltrators are specifically selected for their detachment from emotion and their skill at inspiring fear. The rebuilding process is even more extensive than for Rust Stalkers, with almost the entire head replaced by a specialized domed helmet that provides 360-degree battlefield awareness. What little remains of their original face is hidden forever behind this mask, their individual identity erased in favor of the collective terror the infiltrators represent. The infiltrators' primary weapon is not physical, but psychological. Their domed helmets emit what is called a neurostatic aura, a barrage of white noise and photonic strobing that fills all audiovisual spectra with static. This bombardment has a greater effect on natural senses than artificial ones, making it particularly devastating against organic enemies. Those caught in the neurostatic field experience sensory overload so extreme that it borders on torture. Their ears fill with terrible tinnitus, a shrieking whine that drowns out all other sound. Their eyes tear up and become bloodshot, their vision reduced to swimming shapes in a field of light. Their mouths fill with the taste of burning iron. Their skin feels as though it is crawling with insects. Targets of this assault can barely function, their hands plugging their bloody ears, their eyes squeezed shut against the painful light. They forget everything except how to breathe, their higher cognitive functions overwhelmed by the sensory assault. In this helpless state, the infiltrators can easily approach to firing range and open fire with their flechette blasters, light but lethal weapons that fire hundreds of small darts. Inside each dart are cerebral cells awakened from dormant chambers, which release biocurrent pulses that attract other darts, creating a cascading effect where one hit leads to more hits as the darts home in on the bioelectrical signature of previous impacts. The psychological impact of fighting infiltrators cannot be overstated. Imagine being unable to see, hear, or think clearly, your senses overloaded to the point of agony, knowing that somewhere in that field of static are killers approaching to finish you, but being unable to do anything about it. Enemies break and run when they realize infiltrators are on the field, preferring to take their chances fleeing than to stand and be overwhelmed by the neurostatic barrage. This is precisely the reaction the infiltrators are designed to provoke. Regular Skitarii sent to fight alongside infiltrators are given null codes that can transmute the disruptive wavelengths into harmless frequencies, allowing for combined arms assaults without friendly fire from the sensory weapons. To these Skitarii, the infiltrators appear as wise and holy heroes, talismans against data corruption that fight a selfless war on the front lines. This is the narrative that has been programmed into them, the approved interpretation of what the infiltrators represent. Only the enemy knows the truth, that there is little virtue left inside these merciless prowlers, and what personality remains is interested only in death. The Sicarians of both varieties wear specialized Sicarian battle armor, thinner and more flexible than standard Skitarii warplate, but highly resistant to physical impact. This armor, also called Isium, acts as a capacitor that stores the energy of incoming attacks and dissipates it harmlessly through the wearer's remaining organic tissue. It is a clever solution to the problem of protecting warriors who rely on speed and agility, providing defense without the weight and bulk that would slow them down. Of course, the fact that the armor channels kinetic energy through whatever flesh the Sicarian has left causes pain and tissue damage, but pain is merely data, and tissue damage can be repaired during maintenance cycles. When Skitarii forces deploy to battle, they do so according to doctrines that are fundamentally different from how other Imperial forces operate. While the Astra Militarum relies on massed assaults and overwhelming firepower, and while Space Marine chapters employ adaptive tactics driven by centuries of combat experience and individual initiative, the Skitarii fight with mathematical precision, their every action calculated to maximize efficiency and minimize waste. This approach to warfare stems directly from the nature of Skitarii consciousness. Their augmented brains can process battlefield data at inhuman speeds, running calculations that would take normal humans minutes or hours in fractions of a second. They analyze firing vectors, compute optimal positioning, assess target priority, and determine resource allocation all simultaneously, their cybernetic components handling the mathematical processing, while their organic remnants maintain situational awareness and tactical flexibility. Before battle is even joined, the Skitarii receive what are called doctrina imperatives from their tech priest masters. These are pre-programmed behavioral modifications uploaded directly into the soldier's neural architecture, temporarily altering their capabilities to match battlefield requirements. A doctrina imperative might enhance weapons accuracy while reducing movement speed, turning the Skitarii into mobile gun platforms with devastating firepower but limited ability to reposition. Another might do the opposite, increasing mobility and close combat effectiveness while reducing ranged accuracy, transforming the same soldiers into swift assault troops. The beauty of this system, from the Mechanicus's perspective, is that it allows for incredible tactical flexibility without requiring the Skitarii themselves to make decisions. The tech priests analyze the battlefield situation, determine the optimal approach, and simply upload the appropriate imperatives. The soldiers execute the new parameters without question, their behavior modified in real time to match what their masters have calculated as the best course of action. It is warfare by remote control, with the Skitarii serving as programmable weapons platforms rather than independent agents. When contact with the enemy is made, the Skitarii do not charge forward with battle cries or surge ahead with adrenaline-fueled aggression. Their pace does not slacken, but neither does it increase. With the barest of shivers, they receive additional doctrina imperatives from their tech priest masters, updating their tactical parameters based on what the enemy has revealed. Rifles and carbines are raised to shoulders in perfect unison, and bloody war begins with mechanical precision. The Skitarii base their firing vectors and positioning on mathematical formulae, guaranteed to bring about maximum success. While the Imperial Guard focuses on broad sweeping assaults, laying down fields of fire and advancing en masse, Skitarii units generally focus on maximizing their strength against vital enemy units and installations. They identify key targets through algorithmic analysis, command structures, heavy weapons teams, strategic positions. Then they apply overwhelming force precisely where it will have the greatest tactical impact, eliminating these priority threats with calculated efficiency before moving to the next designated target. This approach makes Skitarii forces incredibly effective against enemies who rely on traditional military hierarchies and centralized command structures. When the Skitarii eliminate an enemy commander, it is not through luck or opportunistic targeting, but because their analysis determined that this specific individual's death would cause the maximum disruption to enemy cohesion. When they focus fire on a particular vehicle or installation, it is because destroying that asset will create a cascade of failures in the enemy's tactical position. But this mathematical approach to warfare has limitations. The Skitarii struggle against enemies who do not operate according to logical principles, who cannot be predicted by algorithms, who embrace chaos and randomness as tactical doctrines. Orc Wars, with their gleeful disregard for strategic sense, can confound Skitarii calculations through sheer unpredictability. Chaos forces, empowered by warp energies that defy natural law, can create situations where the Skitarii's mathematical models fail to account for impossible variables. Tyrannid swarms, operating on alien instincts beyond human comprehension, can overwhelm the Skitarii's targeting priorities through sheer biomass and redundancy. The combat drugs administered to Skitarii during battle represent another calculated risk, a deliberate trade-off of long-term health for short-term effectiveness. These stimulants can cause sudden bursts of energy, strength, and regenerative power, allowing Skitarii to push through situations where their normal capabilities would be insufficient. A soldier on the verge of mechanical failure from accumulated damage might receive an injection that keeps them functional for another hour of combat. A squad pinned down by enemy fire might get a cocktail of aggression stimulants that allows them to launch a successful counterattack despite being outnumbered. The side effects of these drugs are horrific and often permanent. Stimulants that increase strength can cause muscle fibers to tear, blood vessels to rupture, and bones to fracture under the strain of enhanced performance. Regenerative boosters can trigger uncontrolled cell growth that manifests as tumors or cancerous mutations. Aggression enhancers can cause permanent changes to brain chemistry, leaving the Skitarii even more emotionally damaged than they already were. Performance accelerants can burn out neural pathways, causing cognitive degradation and motor control problems. These side effects manifest mere minutes after the drugs are administered, but the Skitarii continue fighting through them. Their pain receptors register the damage as information to be logged, but not as a reason to stop. Their augmented systems compensate for failing organic components. They fight until they physically cannot continue, and only then do they report their condition as mission-critical failure, requiring immediate repair or recycling. The tech priests who administer these drugs are fully aware of the harm they cause. They have detailed medical data on every stimulant's side effects, carefully catalogued through observation of countless subjects. But this knowledge does not change their deployment decisions, because to the Mechanicus, Skitarii are resources to be expended for maximum tactical benefit. If a drug will allow a soldier to fight for one more hour before permanent damage makes them non-functional, and that hour is tactically valuable, then the drug is administered without hesitation. The soldier's long-term well-being is irrelevant compared to immediate operational requirements. The Skitarii themselves have no input on whether they receive these chemicals. Their bodies are fitted with injection ports specifically designed for combat drug delivery, and when their tech priest masters determine that enhancement is necessary, the drugs are administered remotely through these ports. The Skitarii experience whatever effects result, beneficial and harmful, with the same emotionless acceptance they bring to every other aspect of their existence. They are machines that happen to be partially biological, and machines do not complain about the fuel they are given or the wear it causes. One of the most disturbing aspects of Skitarii combat deployment is how easily their tech priest masters can override their autonomy during battle. Through the mind impulse units implanted in every Scutarius's brain, a tech priest can take direct control, using the soldier's body as a remote-operated weapon platform. The Scutarius might suddenly find themselves moving according to commands they did not consciously decide to follow, their limbs puppeteered by wireless signals, their weapons firing at targets they did not select. This remote control extends beyond simple motor functions. A tech priest can use a Scutarius's sensory systems as their own, looking through the soldier's eyes to gain a different vantage point on the battlefield. They can access the Scutarius's tactical databases, reviewing the combat data that the soldier has recorded. They can even override pain receptors and damage indicators, keeping a critically wounded Scutarius fighting long past the point where their body would normally shut down from trauma. To the tech priests, this is simply efficient use of available assets. Why walk into a dangerous position yourself when you can send a Scutarius and use their senses remotely? Why allow minor equipment damage to reduce a soldier's combat effectiveness when you can simply disable their awareness of that damage until after the battle? The Scutarii are tools, sophisticated and valuable tools certainly, but tools nonetheless, to be used as their masters see fit. To the Scutarii themselves, assuming they retain enough consciousness to have opinions about their treatment, this possession is interpreted as divine blessing. Their conditioning has taught them to see their tech priest masters as prophets of the Omnissiah, and to be directly controlled by these prophets is to have the machine god's will enacted through their bodies. When they feel their limbs move without their conscious direction, they interpret this as the Omnissiah guiding them. When their vision is overridden by their master's needs, they see it as being granted the privilege of serving as the machine god's eyes. This psychological framework makes rebellion impossible. How can you resist when resistance itself would be blasphemy? How can you object to being used as a tool when being a tool is your sacred purpose? The Scutarii have been so thoroughly conditioned, so completely modified, both physically and mentally, that they cannot conceive of themselves as anything other than extensions of their master's will. The various forge worlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus maintain their own Scutarii legions, and these forces differ significantly in their composition, equipment, and tactical doctrines based on the specific preferences and resources of their home worlds. Mars, as the founding forge world and religious center of the Mechanicus, fields Scutarii that are considered the archetypal model against which all others are measured. The armies of Mars believe themselves to be the best of the best, driven by rigorous training and ready access to the copious resources of the Red Planet. Martian Scutarii bear the sacred deep crimson colors of the first forge world, their warplate and robes incorporating the classic red and black heraldry that has become synonymous with the Mechanicus. They have access to an arsenal overflowing with potent war gear and priceless relics, technologies whose means of production have long since been lost. When Mars goes to war, its Scutarii are equipped with the finest weapons the Imperium has known, their effectiveness a testament to millennia of accumulated knowledge and manufacturing capability. The forge world of Ryza presents a stark contrast to Martian orthodoxy, both in appearance and doctrine. Where most forge worlds adhere to the sacred red, white, and black colors of Mars, Ryza shows up to battle in bright orange and deep red, the ochre armor plates and robes worn by Ryza's Scutarii matching the hue of the immense rust dunes that cover their arid homeworld. This deviation from tradition has caused some within the Mechanicus to question whether Ryza's sense of truth and logic might be inverted as well. But Ryza's impressive combat record tends to silence such criticisms. Ryza's Scutarii are famed for their aggression and skill in close-quarters combat, a preference that sets them apart from the more typically ranged-focused doctrines of other forge worlds. The tech priests of Ryza explain this tendency as the result of specialized training and combat protocols, aggressive doctrines that emphasize getting close to the enemy and destroying them with overwhelming force at point-blank range. Some in the wider Imperium regard this bloodthirsty reputation as suspicious, wondering what exactly goes into Ryza's specialized training that makes their soldiers so eager for close combat. The truth, as much as truth can be determined about Mechanicus' internal practices, is that Ryza's combat stimulants and conditioning include elements that increase aggression and pain tolerance, while reducing inhibitions against close-range violence. Their Skitarii are not merely willing to engage in melee combat. They are psychologically driven toward it, their modified brains finding satisfaction in close-quarters killing that their emotional partitions would normally suppress. Whether this represents a flaw in their conditioning or a deliberate feature designed to create more aggressive soldiers remains a matter of internal Mechanicus debate. Ryza is also famous for its mastery of plasma technology, producing the vast majority of the Imperium's plasma weapons. This specialization means that Ryza's Skitarii cohorts are often equipped almost entirely with plasma-based armaments, from plasma calivers carried by individual soldiers to plasma cannons mounted on their vehicles. These weapons are devastatingly powerful, but also dangerously unstable, prone to catastrophic failures that can kill the wielder as easily as the target. The Skitarii of Ryza accept this risk with the same emotionless compliance they bring to every other hazard. Their deaths from plasma overload recorded as acceptable losses in pursuit of greater firepower. Styges 8 represents yet another variation in Skitarii doctrine and culture. This Forge world has been accused of heresy in the past for its dealings with Xenos technology, studying and even incorporating alien devices in ways that more orthodox Mechanicus factions find deeply troubling. To demonstrate that their faith in the Omnissiah remains pure despite these accusations, Styges 8 incorporates the colors of Mars into their heraldry, though redistributed in ways that mark them as distinct. The bulk of their Skitarii wear long black robes with crimson armor plate and burnished steel cybernetics, a color scheme that some interpret as Mars reversed, fueling suspicions about their true loyalties. The Skitarii of Styges 8 are masters of stealth and misdirection, employing technologies that other Forge worlds eschew as too esoteric or unreliable. Stealth screen projectors and target befouling apparatuses allow them to approach enemies undetected, their signatures masked by sophisticated counter-sensor technology. Concealed weaponry gives them the element of surprise, weapon systems hidden within their bodies or robes that can be deployed instantly when needed. This emphasis on deception and infiltration makes Styges 8's forces particularly effective against enemies who rely on long-range detection and targeting. The Forge world of Agrippina, located dangerously close to the Eye of Terror, maintains Skitarii legions that have been hardened by constant warfare against chaos incursions. Within the ranks of Agrippina's soldiery, the sacred red and black heraldry of Mars is reversed, with Skitarii wearing battle robes in somber black, trimmed with ancient gold taken from strata of their world's surface that remain unscarred by war. These warriors often fight across the war-blackened hellscapes near the Eye of Terror, where their dark coloration provides camouflage and where their experience fighting demonic corruption has taught them to recognize and resist the insidious influence of the warp. The appalling casualties incurred from constantly fending off chaos forces creates a ceaseless churn of new recruits in Agrippina's Skitarii legions. This has led the Forge world to develop battle-ready combat servitors and rapid augmentation techniques more advanced than those used on more peaceful worlds. The Skitarii of Agrippina are often newer to their augmented state than those of other Forge worlds, but their baptism by fire against chaos means that those who survive their first few battles become hardened veterans with intimate knowledge of fighting the forces of the ruinous powers. Each Forge world's Skitarii reflect the priorities, resources, and circumstances of their creators. Graia's soldiers fight with cold logic that makes them resistant to psychic influence, their augmented brains wired to reject irrational inputs and focus on pure tactical calculation. Metallica's forces advance in deafening mechanical waves, their doctrine emphasizing relentless forward momentum and shock assault. Lucius employs rare materials and technologies that make their soldiers' war gear perform beyond normal specifications. The benefits of their advanced manufacturing. Capabilities evident in every engagement. Despite these variations, certain fundamental truths remain constant across all Skitarii legions. They are all more machine than human. They all serve without question or hesitation. They all exist to further their Forge World's quest for knowledge and to defend the Mechanicus' interests across the galaxy. The specific color of their robes, the exact nature of their augmentations, the particular combat doctrines they employ. These are superficial differences compared to the shared experience of having one's humanity surgically removed and replaced with mechanical obedience. As extensive as the cybernetic modifications to a Skitarius's body are, perhaps the most insidious alterations are those made to their minds. The emotional partition implant that most Skitarii receive is designed to render them unable to feel emotions, disassociated from their natural instincts, more machine-like in their thought processes and behaviors. This implant is supposed to function perfectly, to completely suppress emotional responses that might interfere with combat efficiency or obedience to orders. But like all technology, emotional partitions can fail. Combat injuries can damage the delicate neural interfaces, disrupting the suppression signals. Severe emotional overload can overwhelm the partition's capacity to filter feelings, causing breakthrough responses. When these failures occur, the Skitarius experiences a sudden and overwhelming flood of emotions they have been unable to feel for months or years, a tsunami of sensation that their modified brain is no longer equipped to process normally. Imagine spending years unable to feel fear, and then suddenly experiencing all the terror you should have felt during dozens of battles hitting you at once. Imagine having your capacity for grief surgically removed, then having it suddenly restored while standing on a battlefield strewn with the bodies of soldiers who were your brothers before the emotional partition made you incapable of feeling loss. Imagine anger, joy, sorrow, love, hate, all the complex tapestry of human emotion, absent for so long that when they return, they feel alien and overwhelming. These partition failures are classified as malfunctions requiring immediate repair. A Skitarius experiencing emotional breakthrough is pulled from active duty if possible, their behavior flagged as erratic and potentially unreliable. They are taken to Magos biologists, who will either repair the damaged partition or, if the damage is too severe, or if the Skitarius has developed a psychological dependency on the returned emotions, recommend recycling. The Mechanicus cannot risk soldiers who might hesitate due to fear, or who might refuse orders out of compassion, or who might question the morality of their actions. But in those brief windows before the partition is repaired, or the soldier is recycled, the Skitarius gets a glimpse of what has been taken from them. They feel the full weight of their existence, the horror of what they have become, the losses they have suffered without being able to mourn. Some break completely, their minds shattering under the strain of reconciling their emotionless actions with the return of empathy and conscience. Others cling desperately to the feelings, trying to hold on to their rediscovered humanity even as they know it will be torn away again. The tech priests view these failures with clinical detachment, documenting the circumstances and adjusting partition designs to prevent similar malfunctions in future installations. To them, a Skitarius experiencing emotional breakthrough is no different from a weapon jamming or a sensor giving false readings. It is a mechanical problem requiring a mechanical solution. The suffering of the individual does not factor into their considerations except as data to be analyzed. Beyond partition failures, Skitarii suffer from other forms of psychological and physiological disassociation related to their extensive augmentation. Phantom limb syndrome is particularly common, with the brain continuing to send signals to flesh and bone that no longer exists. A Skitarius who had their legs removed and replaced with mechanical prosthetics might still feel their toes, might experience pain in feet they no longer possess, might instinctively try to move muscles that have been replaced with servo motors. These phantom sensations can be intensely distressing, creating a disconnect between what the Scutarius knows intellectually about their body and what they feel subjectively. The prescribed treatment for this condition is revealing in its brutality. The Scutarius is instructed to conduct the daily canticles of defragmentation, ritualized prayers designed to force the organic brain to accept the mechanical reality of their current form. There is no sympathy, no acknowledgement of psychological pain, no attempt to help the soldier adjust emotionally to their modified state. They chant binary prayers until their brain stops sending signals to limbs that are gone, their consciousness forcibly reprogrammed to match their mechanical form. Some Scutarii experience visual hallucinations where their augmetics appear as flesh counterparts, their minds desperately trying to maintain a self-image that reflects what they remember being rather than what they have become. They might look down at their mechanical legs and momentarily see human limbs, the illusion lasting only a moment before reality reasserts itself. These hallucinations are classified as perceptual errors requiring recalibration, treated with additional conditioning and, if necessary, modifications to the visual processing centers of the brain to prevent the organic components from overriding the mechanical senses. Others report a sense that their body is lagging behind where their cybernetic components actually are while moving, a temporal dissonance where their consciousness seems to trail their mechanical form by a fraction of a second. This creates a nauseating sensation of being slightly out of sync with their own body, watching themselves move as if from a short distance away. The treatment is the same: prayers, conditioning, and if necessary, additional surgery to better integrate the organic and mechanical components. All of these symptoms represent the organic brain's resistance to its mechanical prison, the last gasps of human neurology trying to assert that something is wrong, that this existence is unnatural, that the person who once inhabited this body is being slowly erased. But the Mechanicus views this resistance as a flaw to be corrected, not a sign of humanity trying to survive. The goal is complete integration, where the organic components accept their subordination to mechanical efficiency without protest. In rare cases, Scutarii retain more personality and self-awareness than their conditioning should allow. These individuals, often alphas or alpha primus, who need greater independence to command other soldiers, exist in a strange space where they can think and feel more than their subordinates, but are still bound by loyalty programming that makes rebellion psychologically impossible. They can question orders internally, can feel emotions through damaged or modified partitions, can even retain a sense of self that goes beyond their designation number. These rare individuals suffer perhaps most of all, because they are aware enough to understand what has been done to them, but conditioned too thoroughly to resist. They can remember being fully human, can mourn for the person they used to be, can feel horror at what they have become, but they cannot act on these feelings in any way that contradicts their core programming. They are trapped in a hell of their own awareness, conscious enough to suffer, but not free enough to escape. When a Scutarius falls in battle, their death is handled with the same cold efficiency that characterized their life in service to the Mechanicus. There is no funeral, no memorial service, no moment of silence to honor their sacrifice. Their body is recovered if tactically feasible, transported back to the Forge World or support vessel, and immediately processed for useful components and data. The intact augmetics are removed and catalogued, set aside for reuse in other Scutarii, or for study to determine how well they performed under combat conditions. Weapons systems are examined for wear and malfunction, the data used to refine future designs. The organic components that remain are subjected to autopsy, tech priests documenting the cause of death, the extent of deterioration from radiation or combat drugs, the effectiveness of the soldiers' biological systems in supporting their mechanical additions. This dissection is not performed out of respect for the fallen or curiosity about their experience as living beings. It is pure data harvesting, extracting every possible bit of information about how the Scutarius functioned and failed. The tech priests conducting these examinations feel nothing as they take apart what was once a person, their own augmented nature, making them as emotionless as the corpses they study. They record measurements, take tissue samples, note interesting abnormalities, all with the same clinical detachment they would bring to analyzing any other piece of failed equipment. Once all useful data has been extracted, the remaining biological material faces one of several fates. Some forge worlds practice recycling, breaking down the organic matter into base components that can be used in vat-grown servitor construction or even in creating new Scutarii. The proteins, amino acids, and other biological building blocks are harvested and repurposed. Waste, not want, not in the Mechanicus's efficient approach to resource management. Other forge worlds incinerate the remains, reducing them to ash that is typically disposed of without ceremony. A few maintain ossuary chambers where the bones of fallen Scutarii are stored, not out of sentimentality, but because bone material has various uses in certain augmentation procedures, and it is efficient to maintain stocks of raw materials. In no case is the disposal of Scutarii remains treated as a solemn duty or a final act of respect. They are processed the same way any other biological waste would be handled. For Scutarii who are critically wounded but not quite dead, another fate awaits. If their injuries are severe enough that they cannot be returned to normal combat duty through standard repair procedures, but their core consciousness remains intact, they may be selected for transformation into Sicarians. This is presented as an honor, a chance to continue serving the Omnissiah in a new form. But the reality is that it is simply another way to extract value from damaged assets. The transformation into a Sicarian is not gentle reconstruction, but violent reimagining. The wounded Scutarius is completely disassembled, their body torn down to its basic components. What little flesh remains is stretched over new mechanical frameworks. Limbs are replaced with longer, more articulated prosthetics designed for speed and lethality. The head is often entirely replaced with sensor domes or combat masks, erasing any remnant of the soldier's original appearance. The trauma of this transformation is immense, both physical and psychological, deliberately breaking down the subject's remaining mental stability to reshape them into the killers the Mechanicus needs. This process can take place as long as the tech priests can salvage a head, torso, and some limb stumps from the battlefield. A Scutarius who has been blown apart by explosives, burned by plasma fire, or mangled by enemy weapons can still be rebuilt if enough of their core remains intact. The resulting Sicarian bears almost no resemblance to who they were before, their previous identity erased, their body transformed into something alien and wrong. But they continue to serve, because the Mechanicus wastes nothing, not even the broken and traumatized remnants of soldiers who have already given everything. The efficiency with which the Mechanicus processes death and injury among its Scutarii reveals a fundamental truth about how these soldiers are valued. They are not individuals with inherent worth. They are not brothers in arms whose loss diminishes the legion. They are units of combat capability, their value measured entirely in terms of tactical utility and data generation. When they die, they are data to be harvested. When they are wounded beyond normal repair, they are raw materials to be repurposed. When they succeed in battle, they are functional equipment requiring routine maintenance. In no scenario are they treated as people who deserve dignity, compassion, or recognition for their service. This utilitarian approach extends even to those rare Scutarii who distinguish themselves in combat. While some clades earn nicknames and reputations based on their effectiveness, like the Rust Rippers of Ryza or the Crimson Blades of Styges V8, these are identifiers for useful combat units rather than honors bestowed on individuals. The Scutarii themselves do not take pride in these designations because pride requires emotional capacity they no longer possess. The reputations exist primarily to influence enemy morale and to serve as shorthand in tactical communications, not to celebrate achievement. There are no statues erected to fallen Skitarii heroes, no names carved into memorials, no songs sung about their bravery. The Mechanicus keeps exhaustive records of every engagement, documenting casualties down to the individual designation number, but these are archival data rather than remembrances. A particularly effective Alpha Primus might have their tactical decisions analyzed and incorporated into training protocols, but they themselves will not be remembered as a person, only as a source of useful tactical data. This erasure of individual significance extends beyond death to encompass the Skitarii's entire existence. From the moment of their transformation, they cease to be people and become property. Their names are replaced with designation numbers. Their personal histories are deemed irrelevant, except where they inform combat capabilities. Their thoughts and feelings, to the extent they are capable of having them, matter only insofar as they affect operational efficiency. The galaxy is vast, and warfare consumes millions of lives across thousands of worlds every day. In this endless grinding conflict, the Skitarii are a single category of soldier among countless others, remarkable primarily for the extent to which they have been deliberately dehumanized in pursuit of tactical effectiveness. They stand as evidence of what the Mechanicus truly values: knowledge, efficiency, and the purity of the machine. Human life, human dignity, human suffering, these are of secondary importance at best, obstacles to be overcome through sufficient modification and conditioning. Yet despite everything the Mechanicus does to erase their humanity, traces remain. The emotional partitions fail, the phantom sensations persist. The organic brains continue to generate dreams and memories that the mechanical components cannot fully suppress. In quiet moments between battles, when their systems are in low power mode, and their consciousness drifts in that space between waking and dormancy, some Skitarii experience flashes of who they used to be. They remember faces of people they once loved, now distant and unclear. They recall sensations their modified bodies can no longer produce. They grieve for losses they can barely comprehend. These moments are brief and rare, quickly suppressed by conditioning and overridden by programmed imperatives. The Skitarius returns to their proper state of mechanical compliance, their brief glimpse of humanity fading like a dream upon waking. But the fact that these moments occur at all, that some spark of the original person persists despite everything done to extinguish it, suggests that the transformation from human to Skitarii is never quite as complete as the Mechanicus believes. The tech priests who create and command the Skitarii are themselves heavily augmented, their own humanity compromised by extensive modification in pursuit of the Omnissiah's truth. Many have undergone the rite of pure thought, having the creative, emotional right hemisphere of their brain replaced with a cogitator linked to the logical left hemisphere. These priests literally cannot empathize with the suffering of their soldiers. Because empathy requires emotional processing, they have deliberately eliminated from their own minds. This creates a perfect storm of dehumanization. The soldiers have had their capacity for resistance and complaint surgically removed. The commanders have had their capacity for empathy and moral consideration technologically excised. The system perpetuates itself without internal opposition because everyone involved has been modified to accept it as natural and proper. Questions about the ethics of creating soldiers through traumatic transformation, about the morality of treating sentient beings as disposable equipment, about the psychological cost of suppressing consciousness while maintaining just enough awareness to follow complex orders. These questions are not asked because the capability to ask them has been removed from both the questioners and the questioned. The Skitarii legions march across the galaxy, fighting in wars they do not understand, for goals they cannot comprehend, serving masters who view them as sophisticated tools rather than living beings. They experience a form of existence that is neither truly alive nor completely mechanical, caught in a twilight state where consciousness persists but autonomy is impossible. They are aware enough to suffer, but not free, enough to escape, obedient enough to be useful, but not valued enough to be protected, human enough to be called soldiers, but machine enough to be treated as equipment. This is the grim reality of being Skitarii in the darkness of the far future. This is the price the Adeptus Mechanicus pays for its quest for knowledge and its faith in the perfection of the machine. This is the fate of those who volunteer for transformation, who are selected from factory workers, who are born into eugenic programs designed to produce ideal candidates for augmentation. They become warriors of terrible effectiveness, marching with mechanical precision through the galaxy's most hostile war zones, fighting and dying without fear or hesitation. But that fearlessness is not bravery. It is the absence of the capacity for fear, removed through surgery. That lack of hesitation is not determination. It is the inability to question, programmed through conditioning. The Skitarii do not choose to serve. They cannot choose anything else. Their very ability to make choices having been systematically eliminated in the name of creating perfect soldiers. If there is a tragedy in the existence of the Skitarii, it is this: they were human once. They had hopes, dreams, fears, loves, all the complex interior life that defines personhood. And all of that was taken from them, not through the fortunes of war or the ravages of disease, but deliberately, systematically, by those who claim to be elevating them to a higher form of existence. They were told they would become closer to the Omnissiah, that they would transcend the weakness of flesh, that they would serve in the most sacred armies of the Mechanicus. What they became instead was proof that in the grim darkness of the far future, even salvation can be a form of damnation. And even those who claim to worship knowledge can be profoundly ignorant of the most basic truths about consciousness, dignity, and what it means to be human. The Skitarii march on, tireless and emotionless, and the galaxy burns around them, and they feel nothing. Because feeling was taken from them long ago in augmentation chambers beneath forge worlds they will never see again. The Adeptus Mechanicus presents the Skitarii as the perfection of martial form, the ideal fusion of human consciousness and mechanical efficiency. But to understand what it truly means to be Skitarii is to recognize this claim for the horror it conceals. These soldiers are not perfected humans. They are humans who have been deliberately broken, surgically traumatized, psychologically mutilated, and rebuilt as weapons that retain just enough consciousness to follow orders, but not enough autonomy to question them. They are the price the Imperium pays for allowing the Mechanicus its independence, the cost of having an ally who values knowledge above human life and sees consciousness itself as just another system to be optimized. They are evidence that in a galaxy defined by endless war, even those who fight for humanity can lose sight of what humanity means, that the quest for efficiency can lead to depths of dehumanization that would shame any thinking being if only those doing it retained the capacity for shame. The Skitarii will continue to march as long as the Mechanicus requires soldiers. They will fight in wars they do not understand, for causes they cannot question, serving masters who see them as sophisticated equipment rather than people. They will die in their thousands, and their bodies will be recycled for parts, their deaths recorded as data points rather than tragedies. And through it all, whatever fragments of their original humanity persist in the organic portions of their augmented forms will scream silently in a language their mechanical overlays no longer allow them to speak. This is what it means to be Skitarii. This is the life, if it can be called life, of a cybernetic soldier in the armies of the Omnissiah. This is the reality behind the Mechanicus's propaganda about sacred warriors and blessed augmentation. This is the truth that the Skitarii themselves can barely comprehend through their emotional dampening and programmed loyalty. They are slaves who have been modified to love their chains, prisoners who have been conditioned to see their cells as sanctuaries, victims who have been taught to worship their victimizers as prophets of the divine. The galaxy is vast and filled with horrors beyond counting, but few are as quietly devastating as the fate of the Skitarii, because they demonstrate that sometimes the greatest horrors are not inflicted by enemies, but by allies, not in acts of obvious cruelty, but in systematic processes presented as sacred duty, not through destruction, but through transformation, that preserves just enough of what was human to suffer, while removing all capacity to resist or escape. If you enjoyed learning about the grim existence of the Skitarii soldiers, and want to explore more of the dark corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore, please like and subscribe. The universe of the 41st millennium contains countless stories of sacrifice, transformation, and the terrible prices paid in service to the Imperium and its various factions. Each one offers another perspective on what it means to exist in the grim darkness of the far future, and there are many more tales yet to be told. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates worse than death. Among the most terrible is to stand upon a world marked for destruction, watching the sky darken with approaching doom, knowing that the Imperium has already written you off. You are not a soldier chosen for glory, not a noble afforded escape, not valuable enough to warrant salvation. You are simply one of billions deemed expendable in the cold calculus of galactic survival. This is what it means to be left behind on a doomed planet in Warhammer 40,000. The day the sky changed. You remember the day everything changed with a clarity that will haunt whatever time remains to you. Perhaps you were working your shift in the lower manufactorum levels, the rhythmic pounding of machinery drowning out all thought as it had for your entire life. Perhaps you were navigating the Warren-like passages of the Underhive, trading scavenged parts for a few nutrient cubes. Perhaps you were among the fortunate few in the mid-levels, gazing through dirty windows at the perpetual twilight that passes for day on your hive world. Then came the moment when the sky itself seemed to hold its breath. For some worlds, the change arrives as a literal transformation of the heavens. The sun, which you've never seen clearly through layers of industrial smog and chemical haze, suddenly burns with an unnatural hue. Perhaps it's the sickly green of encroaching chaos corruption, reality itself beginning to fray at the edges as the warp presses against the thin membrane, separating existence from madness. Perhaps it's the shadow that isn't a shadow at all, but the blotting out of stars by a living tide of tyrannid bioships, countless millions of organic vessels descending like locusts upon your world. Or perhaps the change comes more subtly, a shift in the air that makes your skin crawl, a wrongness that defies description, but that every human instinct screams at you to flee from. The first time you notice that the rats in the Underhive are fleeing en masse toward the spaceports, driven by survival instincts older than civilization. The moment when the ever-present background hum of the hive city changes pitch, as if the entire artificial mountain of humanity is groaning in anticipation of what's coming. In those initial hours, most people don't understand what's happening. Life in a hive city is characterized by ignorance and isolation. You live your entire existence within a few square kilometers of tunnels and chambers, never seeing the sky, never knowing what happens beyond your immediate surroundings. The ruling classes keep it this way deliberately. An informed population is a dangerous population, capable of panic, capable of rebellion, capable of demanding resources that might be better spent elsewhere. So when the first warnings blare through the voxcasters, most people don't understand the technical language being used. Terms like Xenos incursion, or demonic manifestation, or compliance, failure mean nothing to someone who has spent 40 years working the same assembly line, whose education consists of knowing how to operate machinery and how to pray to the God Emperor. The announcements speak of defensive preparations and population management protocols and tithe requirements. But what do these abstract phrases mean to you, standing in a crowd of 10,000 workers, all trying to hear the crackling broadcast? It's not until you see the first military movements that the reality begins to sink in. The planetary defense forces, usually scattered in small garrison posts throughout the hive, suddenly mobilize in force. Entire regiments appear on streets that rarely see more than a few scattered patrol units. The PDF troopers move with grim purpose, establishing checkpoints, requisitioning vehicles, commandeering buildings for defensive positions. Then come the off-worlders. The Imperial Guard regiments that garrison your planet go from their barracks in a disciplined flood of armor and weaponry. These are the elite forces, better equipped and better trained than your local PDF. Their deployment is never a good sign. It means the threat is serious enough to warrant using forces that the Imperium might need elsewhere. It means your world is important enough to defend, at least for now. But it's what happens next that truly marks the beginning of the end. The upper levels of the hive, where the nobility and planetary officials dwell in their spires of crystal and gold, suddenly erupt with activity. Shuttles that normally make perhaps 1 or 2 trips per day begin launching in rapid succession. Small private ships, their hulls bearing the seals of noble houses and merchant combines, scream toward orbit in a desperate rush. The wealthy are evacuating. And that's when you understand. That's when everyone understands. The people who rule your world, the people who have always claimed to be your protectors and shepherds, are running. They're saving themselves and leaving you behind. Understanding your fate. In the Imperium of Man, there exists a brutal hierarchy of value, and you are learning exactly where you fall within it. The reality is simple and merciless. There are not enough ships to evacuate everyone. There have never been enough ships. Even if every available transport in the system were pressed into service, even if they ran constant flights until the enemy arrived, even if they packed refugees so tightly that many would suffocate in transit, it would not be enough. Your hive city alone houses somewhere between 10 and 100 billion people. The exact number is unknown even to the administratum bureaucrats who are supposed to track such things. Records are centuries out of date. Entire sectors of the underhive have been lost to the official census for millennia, and the population breeds far faster than anyone can count. When pressed to provide an estimate, the officials will shrug and say, enough to meet the tithe, which tells you everything about how the Imperium views your worth. A typical transport ship might carry 10,000 people if packed to dangerous capacity. The largest bulk haulers, the massive chartist vessels that move goods between star systems, might manage 100,000 in an emergency. Even being generous with the numbers, even assuming every transport in the system participates in the evacuation, you're looking at perhaps a few million people saved at most. A few million out of billions. The calculus is simple, brutal, and absolute. Most of you will die here. But who gets to be among the saved? That question drives every subsequent hour of your doomed world's final days. The answer reveals the truth about the Imperium's values, stripping away all pretense of the Emperor's love for his subjects, exposing the cold machinery of power that truly governs the galaxy. First to evacuate are the planetary elite, the governor and their immediate family, the heads of the major noble houses, the high-ranking ecclesiarchy officials, who have spent their careers preaching about duty and sacrifice from gilded pulpits. They leave within hours of the first credible threat assessment, their private ships and requisitioned military transports carrying them to safety, while broadcast systems still assure the general population that everything is under control. Close behind them come the essential personnel, though essential is defined very narrowly. Tech priests who possess irreplaceable knowledge about maintaining ancient machinery. Administratum officials who hold critical records in their augmented memory banks. Astropaths and sanctioned psychers whose abilities make them valuable commodities. These people are assets, their knowledge and skills deemed worth preserving even if it means leaving millions to die. Then come the military forces, but even here, selection is ruthless. The off-world Imperial Guard regiments will be evacuated before local PDF forces. The better equipped and better trained units take priority over garrison troops. Specialist formations like armored companies or artillery batteries are saved over basic infantry, and individual soldiers are judged based on their equipment and experience. A veteran tank commander might earn a spot on an evacuation transport, while a fresh conscript with a laser gun is told to hold the line until relieved, knowing that relief will never come. As for you, as for the billions of ordinary citizens who keep the hive functioning through their labor, you are expendable. The Imperium will manufacture more workers. It always does. Hive worlds breed people faster than any war can kill them. And there are always more colonists, more conscripts, more bodies to throw into the machine. Your individual life means nothing when measured against the Imperium's strategic concerns. This truth is so obvious, so undeniable, that even the propaganda broadcasts don't really try to hide it. They speak in euphemisms, certainly. They talk about prioritized evacuation of critical assets, an optimal resource allocation, and maintaining defensive capabilities. But everyone knows what these phrases mean. They mean you don't matter enough to save. Some of you might harbor hope in those early days. Perhaps you have skills that could be valuable. You're a skilled metal worker. Surely they need those. You're a Prometheum refinery operator. Doesn't that make you essential? You're a medici orderly. Won't they need medical staff wherever they're going? The crushing answer comes when you present yourself at the evacuation centers, if you can even reach them through the crowds and chaos. The officials barely glance at your work papers. They've seen thousands just like you, each one thinking they're special enough to warrant salvation. The Space Marines are not loading their Thunderhawks with factory workers and nurses. The Navy vessels racing toward orbit are not stopping to collect refugees. The merchant vessels that might take on additional passengers if the price is right, are demanding payment that would take you 10 lifetimes to earn. You begin to understand a fundamental truth about the Imperium. All the sermons about the Emperor's love, all the propaganda about humanity standing united against the darkness, all the promises that loyalty will be rewarded, they were always lies. Or rather, they were truths that applied to other people, more important people, people whose deaths would actually be noticed. You were never part of that equation. You were always just numbers in a ledger, expendable units of labor to be used up and discarded when convenient. This realization breaks something in many people, not immediately, not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, like a crack spreading through glass. The social contract that has held your world together, the unspoken agreement that if you work hard and follow the rules and serve the Emperor faithfully, you will be protected. That contract is revealed as fiction. And when people realize they've been betrayed, when they understand they were always meant to be sacrificed, the foundations of society begin to crumble. The hierarchy of abandonment. Even among the abandoned, hierarchies persist. Even in the face of extinction, humans cling to their social structures, their prejudices, their desperate attempts to find meaning in chaos by establishing who stands above and who stands below. When salvation is impossible for most, people stratify into categories based on how long they might survive, how comfortable their final days might be, how they will be remembered, if at all. At the top of this hierarchy of the damned are those who still retain some semblance of power and choice. These are the people who couldn't secure off-world evacuation, but who have resources that matter in the short term. Wealthy merchants who missed the first waves of evacuation, but who control stockpiles of food and water. Mid-level nobles whose houses weren't important enough to merit immediate rescue, but who have fortified estates and private security forces. Gang leaders from the underhive who command enough armed followers to carve out temporary strongholds against the coming storm. These people will not survive the world's destruction, but they will die more comfortably than most. They retreat to their fortresses and mansions, their private bunkers and reinforced compounds. They hoard supplies while others starve. They maintain their lifestyles for days or weeks longer than those outside their walls. Some even convince themselves that perhaps they can survive whatever's coming, that their wealth and power must count for something, that the emperor will not truly allow them to perish. This delusion manifests in grotesque ways. There are stories from doomed worlds of nobles hosting elaborate banquets, even as enemies close in on their positions, of merchant princes organizing auctions where terrified servants bid their life savings for spots in bunkers that won't save anyone, of gang lords declaring themselves kings of worthless domains, ruling over ruins with all the ceremony of genuine monarchs. The human need to maintain hierarchy, to preserve the illusion of civilization, persists until the very end. Below them in this grim hierarchy are the military forces left behind to buy time for evacuations that aren't coming. The PDF troopers and Imperial Guard regiments ordered to hold defensive positions, to slow the enemy advance, to die in place so that ships in orbit can complete their loading sequences. These soldiers at least have weapons and purpose, even if that purpose is ultimately futile. For them, the end will come as violence rather than helpless waiting. They will fight and die as soldiers, which is perhaps a better fate than most can hope for. The Imperium tells them they are heroes, that their sacrifice will be remembered, that they serve the Emperor with honor. These words ring hollow when you know you've been abandoned, but they provide structure to what remains of your life. You have orders to follow, positions to defend, enemies to kill before they kill you. The bitterness among these abandoned soldiers is profound. They can see the ships leaving orbit, can watch on their Vox displays as the evacuation fleets depart. They know that nobles who never held a weapon are safe, while they've been left to die. Some units maintain discipline through the end, their training and faith holding them together. Others fracture, officers being shot by their own men, wholesale desertions as soldiers decide to spend their final hours with family rather than dying for commanders who abandoned them. Then there are the general populace, the billions who have neither power nor purpose, who can do nothing but watch as their world ends. These are the factory workers and hab block dwellers, the market vendors and transit operators, the vast, teeming masses who were the foundation of the hive city's existence, but who now find themselves without function or value. For them, the hierarchy subdivides further based on location and luck. Those in the upper and middle levels of the hive at least have some access to information, some ability to understand what's happening and attempt to respond. They might try to reach evacuation points, even though those points are overwhelmed and accepting almost no one. They might attempt to flee to areas of the hive that seem safer, though nowhere is truly safe. They might gather their families and whatever supplies they can carry and simply wait, hoping for a miracle that will not come. But consider those in the underhive, the lowest levels, where humanity clings to existence in conditions that would horrify anyone raised in better circumstances. These are the people who live in darkness and squalor, who survive on recycled waste and whatever they can scavenge, who have always been forgotten by the powers above. For them, the coming apocalypse might not even be noticeable at first. Information doesn't reach the deep underhive except as rumor and distortion. The Vox networks don't penetrate that far down. Official broadcasts don't reach populations that have been effectively abandoned for generations. By the time the underhivers realize something catastrophic is happening, it's because the disaster has literally reached their levels. Because tyrannid organisms are burrowing up through the ancient foundations, because the hive structure above them is collapsing, because reality itself is tearing apart as chaos corruption spreads downward like contamination through water. For these people, there is no hierarchy, no sorting by value or importance. There is only the sudden, incomprehensible violence of forces they can't understand, destroying everything they've ever known. They don't get time to contemplate their fate or rage against their abandonment. They simply die, uncounted and unmourned, their existence so marginal that no one will ever even record that they were here. And finally, at the very bottom of this hierarchy, are those who have already been written off, not just by the Imperium, but by everyone else on the dying world. The hospitalized and bedridden who cannot flee. The imprisoned, locked in cells that will become tombs. The very young and very old who cannot move quickly enough when panic erupts. The mentally ill and the physically disabled who don't understand the danger or who cannot navigate the chaos. These people are the first forgotten. Family members might promise to return for them, but never do. Medical facilities are abandoned by staff, leaving patients to starve or die from lack of care. Prison guards simply walk away, leaving inmates behind locked doors. In the mad scramble for survival, those who cannot keep up are left behind without ceremony or regret. Their deaths will come slowly, through abandonment and neglect, long before the actual enemy arrives. This is the truth of a doomed world. Even in extinction, humanity cannot escape its nature. We stratify, we judge, we decide who matters more, who deserves better treatment, who should suffer less. We maintain our hierarchies until the very end, as if social status will somehow matter when everything is destroyed. And in doing so, we add layers of cruelty and betrayal to what would be terrible enough already. Life in a hive city under siege. The first days after the evacuation order bring a strange kind of numbness. The initial panic has subsided, not because people have found hope, but because terror cannot be sustained indefinitely. The human mind adapts, even to the knowledge of impending doom. You return to something resembling routine, even though you know that routine is temporary and meaningless. But the hive city is changing around you in ways both subtle and profound. The first and most obvious change is the absence. The nobles are gone, the merchant princes have fled, anyone with the means and connections to leave has left. This creates a vacuum of power and authority that begins to fill in unexpected ways. Without the Arbites to enforce law, without the noble houses to maintain their private security forces, without the usual mechanisms of control, the hive descends into a strange mixture of anarchy and desperate self-organization. In some sectors, community leaders emerge, people trying to maintain order and distribute resources fairly. In others, the strongest and most violent seize control, creating petty empires that will last only days or weeks. The manufactorums and factories that have defined your life's rhythm begin to shut down. There's no one to organize the work shifts anymore, no overseers to enforce quotas, no point in producing goods that will never be shipped or used. The machinery that has run continuously for centuries, that has created a constant background thunder through the hive, begins to fall silent. That silence is profoundly disturbing, like the heartbeat of a vast organism faltering. Some people continue to report to their workstations anyway, unable to break the habits of a lifetime. They stand at idle machines, going through the motions of their jobs, finding comfort in routine, even when that routine serves no purpose. Others loot the now unguarded facilities, taking whatever they think might be useful: tools, metal, components that might be traded or repurposed. The line between reasonable salvage and simple theft has ceased to exist. The supply chains that kept the hive functioning begin to collapse. Food production and distribution, always carefully managed to prevent starvation while extracting maximum labor from the population, breaks down entirely. The upper levels, which always received the best supplies, find their deliveries stopping. The lower levels, which survived on scraps and recycled nutrients, find even those scraps unavailable. Starvation becomes a real and immediate threat, perhaps arriving before whatever enemy is approaching the world. The hive cities of the Imperium are completely dependent on imported food. Their populations are far too large to be sustained by local agriculture, even if agriculture were possible on these polluted, industrialized worlds. Every day requires enormous shipments of corpse starch, algae paste, synthetic nutrients, anything that can keep billions of people alive. When those shipments stop, when the ships that would normally arrive daily or weekly simply don't come anymore, the hive has perhaps a week's worth of reserves in the best case. Then people begin to starve. The markets and food distribution centers are looted within hours. Wealthy merchants who hoarded supplies find their warehouses besieged by desperate crowds. Violence erupts over scraps that wouldn't have fed a person for a day under normal circumstances. This is when you see humanity at its worst, and occasionally at its surprising best. There are people who will kill over a single ration bar, who will trample children to reach a food cache, who revert to the most brutal survival instincts imaginable. But there are also those who share what little they have, who organize community kitchens with dwindling supplies, who protect the weak rather than exploiting them. Water becomes another crisis. The hive city's water recycling systems are ancient and complex, requiring constant maintenance by tech priests and trained operators. When those operators abandon their posts or are killed in the chaos, the systems begin to fail. Entire sectors find their water supplies contaminated or shut off entirely. People begin dying of thirst in a city that has always had water, however poor the quality. Power failures begin cascading through the hive levels. The massive generatorium complexes that provide electricity to billions require fuel, maintenance, and skilled operators. As these resources become unavailable, sections of the hive go dark. The perpetual artificial lighting that has been the only illumination for most residents, that has substituted for the sun they've never seen, begins to flicker and fail. Living in a darkened hive level is an experience of profound terror. These structures were never designed to be navigated without light. The passages are labyrinthine, filled with sudden drops, industrial hazards, unstable structures. In the darkness, people become lost in areas they've traversed their entire lives. They fall down maintenance shafts, stumble into chemical pools, become separated from their families, and die alone in the dark. The darkness also breeds paranoia and violence. You cannot see who's approaching you. Every sound might be a threat. Groups begin attacking each other over imagined slights or out of simple fear. The gangers and criminals who have always existed in the hive's shadows become bolder, preying on the vulnerable without fear of consequences. Medical care ceases to exist in any organized form. The medici facilities are overwhelmed immediately, then abandoned as staff flee or die. Injuries and illnesses that would have been treatable become death sentences. A simple infection, a broken bone, even dehydration becomes fatal when there's no one to provide treatment. Bodies begin accumulating in the hab blocks and corridors, adding disease to the list of threats facing the population. Social bonds start to fracture under the pressure. Families stay together at first, but as resources dwindle, difficult decisions must be made. Can you share your last ration with your sibling when you're already starving? Do you abandon an elderly parent who can't keep up when fleeing danger? Do you sacrifice yourself so your children might have a slightly better chance? Or do you cling to life and let them fend for themselves? These are choices that destroy souls, even when they don't destroy bodies. People who make them, who survive them, carry guilt and trauma that can never be resolved, because there will never be a future where they can seek redemption or forgiveness. They will die knowing the worst things they've done, with no opportunity to ever make amends. Religious fervor intensifies to manic levels. The ecclesiarchy priests who remain, either trapped by circumstances or choosing to stay with their flocks, preach with renewed desperation. They promise that the emperor will save the faithful, that divine intervention will arrive at the last moment, that suffering is a test of devotion. Some people find genuine comfort in these sermons. Others see them for the lies they are and abandon faith entirely, cursing the emperor who has abandoned them. Suicide rates spike dramatically. When hope is gone and the future holds only suffering followed by death, many choose to end things on their own terms. Some die quietly, taking whatever substances they can find to drift into unconsciousness. Others choose more dramatic exits, throwing themselves from the hive's upper levels, or simply walking into the industrial hazards that fill the lower levels. The authorities who would normally prevent such acts are gone. and no one has the resources or motivation to stop people anymore. Time itself begins to feel distorted. Without the normal rhythms of work shifts and mandatory rest periods, without the artificial day-night cycles that structured hive life, people lose track of how long they've been waiting for the end. Has it been days or weeks since the evacuation began? How long until the enemy arrives? The uncertainty is its own form of torture, stretching and compressing time until it loses all meaning. The many faces of doom. Not all apocalypses are created equal. The manner of your world's destruction shapes the nature of your final days, determines what horrors you will witness before the end, defines what small mercies or additional cruelties await you. The Imperium faces threats from all directions, and each enemy brings its own particular form of extinction. If Tyranids have marked your world for consumption, you face perhaps the most inevitable and comprehensive doom imaginable. The hive mind does not negotiate, does not show mercy, cannot be reasoned with or appealed to. Your world is simply food, and you are merely a component of that meal, no different in the Tyranids' consideration than the microbes in your soil or the fish in your oceans. The invasion begins subtly, often years before you realize you're threatened. Genostealer cults have been spreading through your population, their members marked by subtle mutations and an unwavering loyalty to gods they don't truly understand. These cultists have been sabotaging defenses, gathering intelligence, waiting for the signal that will never come from their own minds, but from the vast alien consciousness descending from the void. When the hive fleet arrives, the sky fills with bioships, organic vessels that defy human understanding of what a spacecraft should be. They're alive in ways that make your skin crawl, pulsing with unnatural rhythms, growing and adapting even as you watch them. The shadow in the warp descends like a psychic shroud, cutting off all astropathic communication, preventing any calls for help, driving psychers mad or killing them outright with the pressure of 1 billion alien minds. The spores begin falling almost immediately, millions of them, each one containing organisms designed for a specific purpose. Some carry warrior forms that will attack directly. Others contain microorganisms that will begin transforming your world's entire biosphere into something more suitable for Tyranid consumption. Within hours, you watch as vegetation mutates, as the very ground beneath your feet begins to writhe with alien life. The attacks, when they come, are overwhelming. Hormagaunts by the thousands, moving with inhuman speed and coordination, tearing through defensive positions. Carnifexes smashing through fortifications like they're made of paper. Lictors stalking through the hive, killing leaders and key personnel with surgical precision. Every Tyranid organism works in perfect synchronization with every other, directed by the hive mind's intelligence toward a single goal: total consumption. For you, trapped in the hive with no means of escape, the end comes as the city is overrun, level by level. You hear the screaming getting closer, hear the sound of claws on metal, hear the wet tearing sounds as people are ripped apart. You might try to hide, but the Tyranids have organisms specifically designed to root out every pocket of resistance, every hidden survivor. They find you eventually. They always do. Death by Tyranid is usually quick, but rarely clean. If you're fortunate, a warrior organism will simply rend you apart in moments, too fast for prolonged suffering. If you're less fortunate, you're taken alive, infected with Tyranid organisms that begin converting your body's biomass while you still live, feeling
yourself being digested from the inside out. Or you might be herded toward the digestion pools, massive organic structures where all the planet's life is being rendered down into nutrient-rich soup, and you walk into them yourself, your mind no longer your own, controlled by Tyranid organisms that have invaded your nervous system. The worst part is the totality of it. The Tyranids don't just kill you, they erase you. They consume everything, right down to the molecular level. Your body, your bones, the very ground you stood on, the air you breathed, all of it, rendered into biomass and pumped up to the hive fleet through towering capillary towers. When they leave, your world will be a lifeless rock, sterile and barren, with no trace that humanity ever existed there. You will not even leave a corpse to mark your passing. If chaos has come for your world, the horror is different, and in some ways worse, because it violates not just your body, but your soul. Chaos corruption usually begins subtly, with cults forming in the underhive or among disenfranchised populations. These cults offer power, pleasure, purpose, things that the Imperium has always denied you. They grow slowly, spreading their influence, corrupting officials and security forces, preparing for the day when they can strike openly. When that day comes, when the cults rise in rebellion and Chaos Space Marines descend from the warp, your world transforms into something from your darkest nightmares. The physical laws of reality begin to break down as the warp bleeds through into real space. You see impossible things, geometries that hurt to look at, colors that don't exist, sounds that somehow also taste and smell and feel. The corruption spreads like a plague, both literal and spiritual. Nurgle's followers bring actual diseases that transform people into shambling plague zombies, or worse. Khorne's cultists erupt in orgies of violence, killing anyone they can reach and offering the blood to their brutal god. Slaaneish's devotees pursue ever more extreme pleasures and sensations, torturing and defiling without limit or restraint. Tzeentch's followers warp reality itself, causing mutations and transformations that leave victims as twisted mockeries of their former selves. Perhaps most terrifying is that chaos is seductive. In your desperation and despair, you might find yourself drawn to it. The promises whispered by cultists start to make terrible sense. Why not seek pleasure if you're going to die anyway? Why not embrace the rage and kill those who abandoned you? Why not accept transformation if remaining human only means prolonged suffering? The temptation is real, and many succumb, joining the very forces destroying their world. If you resist, if you cling to your humanity and your faith in the Emperor, you watch as your world becomes unrecognizable. Buildings melt and reform into organic structures covered in mouths and eyes. The sky tears open to reveal the warp itself, madness given, visible form. Your neighbors and family transform into something no longer human, and you can see in their eyes that some horrible part of them is still aware, still trapped in bodies that no longer respond to their will. Exterminatus might be ordered before chaos fully claims your world, but that's a mercy that often doesn't come in time. Instead, your planet becomes a demon world, a realm where the warp and reality merge, where natural laws are replaced by the whims of whatever entity rules it. If some fragment of you survives in this new reality, you will endure an eternity of torment, for time itself becomes meaningless in such places. Death would be a blessing that is forever denied. If orcs have invaded, the apocalypse comes with a twisted mockery of joy. The greenskins don't fight out of malice or hunger or spiritual corruption. They fight because they enjoy it, because war is their natural state and purpose. Their invasion is chaos and carnage, but it's an almost innocent kind of destruction, if such a thing can be imagined. The Orc War descends from space in a storm of ramshackle ships that shouldn't be able to fly, but do anyway, held together by orc belief as much as by actual engineering. They crash land across your world, not caring about casualties because for orcs, dying in battle is the greatest fate imaginable. Within minutes of landing, they're attacking anything that moves, shooting their crude weapons in all directions, charging into combat with roaring enthusiasm. For you, the end comes as your defenses are overwhelmed by sheer numbers and enthusiasm. The orcs don't employ sophisticated tactics. They just keep coming, wave after wave, each one eager for the chance to fight. They're incredibly tough, capable of surviving wounds that would kill a human instantly, and they grow larger and stronger the more they fight.
What starts as a manageable invasion becomes overwhelming as more and more orcs arrive, drawn by the fighting like moths to flame. Your death by orc is likely to be violent and relatively quick. They're brutal combatants, wielding massive choppers and crude firearms, but they usually kill you outright, rather than torturing or corrupting. If you're captured, you might be kept alive for entertainment, forced to fight in gladiatorial combats for orc amusement, but at least you remain fundamentally yourself, not transformed into something else. The strange mercy of an orc invasion is that they might not consume your entire world. If they defeat your defenders and claim the planet, they'll settle in and use it as a base for future wogs. You might survive as a slave or in hiding, living in the ruins of your civilization, oppressed by Xenos masters, but at least alive. It's not much of a mercy, but it's more than Tyranids or chaos would offer. Necron Awakening presents a different kind of doom, one characterized by cold efficiency rather than hungry consumption or chaotic destruction. The first sign of Necron presence is often subtle. Equipment malfunctions, reports of strange metallic structures emerging from the ground, people disappearing without a trace. The Mechanicus might be called in to investigate, their tech priests fascinated by technology they can barely comprehend, not realizing they're studying weapons that will soon be turned against them. When the Necrons fully awaken, they emerge from tombs buried beneath your world's surface, constructs of living metal that were ancient when humanity was young. They move with eerie silence and precision, their weapons reducing human bodies to component atoms with beams of green energy. There's no passion in their attacks, no rage or hunger, just cold, methodical extermination of what they see as vermin infesting their property. You cannot reason with Necrons, cannot appeal to their mercy, because most of them don't even register you as being worthy of consideration. You're an obstacle to be removed, nothing more. They don't consume your biomass or corrupt your soul. They simply erase you, efficiently and thoroughly, reclaiming the world that was theirs long before humanity existed. The terror of facing Necrons is their inexorability. You can kill them, reduce them to pieces with heavy weapons, but they simply regenerate and continue advancing. Even destroying them completely might only send them back to their tombs to be reconstructed and deployed again. They never tire, never rout, never stop. They advance at a measured pace, methodically clearing each sector, each building, each room, until nothing living remains. Your death by Necron is at least quick and clean. The Gauss weapons they wield don't cause pain as much as they simply unmake you, stripping away layers of matter until nothing remains. One moment you exist, the next you don't, with very little transition between states. If there's any comfort to be found in extinction, perhaps it's in the efficiency of it. The descent into chaos. As days stretch into weeks, as hope fades and resources dwindle, the social order that has always defined life in the Hive City collapses completely. What remains is a descent into violence and madness, a breaking of all the bonds that held civilization together. The first victims are always the weakest. The elderly who cannot fight for resources are abandoned or killed. Children, if they're fortunate, are protected by their parents, but more often they become orphans, struggling to survive in a nightmare world that offers them no protection or mercy. The sick and injured are left to die because no one has the resources to care for them, and their suffering serves no purpose except to burden others. Religious extremism flourishes in the vacuum. Radical preachers emerge, claiming that the apocalypse is punishment for insufficient faith, that the emperor is testing the population, that only through extreme devotion and purity can anyone hope for salvation. These preachers gather followers who become increasingly fanatical, seeing heretics and mutants everywhere, conducting purges and executions based on the flimsiest accusations or no evidence at all. Some of these groups turn their violence inward, practicing mortification and self-flagellation, believing that suffering will somehow earn them divine intervention.
Others turn their violence outward, conducting pogroms against anyone they consider impure. Mutants who have always existed in the underhive, people of different social classes, anyone who expresses doubt or questions their dogma. The hive becomes a patchwork of small theocracies, each one convinced of their righteousness, all of them doomed. Chaos cults that have hidden in the shadows for years or decades see their opportunity and emerge into the open. They no longer need to conceal their true nature, no longer fear the Arbites or Inquisition. They preach openly about the power of the dark gods, promising salvation through surrender to chaos, offering immediate gratification and transformation in exchange for faith. For people who have lost everything, who have been betrayed by the Imperium and abandoned to die, these promises hold terrible appeal. Why not seek pleasure if you're doomed? Why not embrace power if it's offered? Why not rage against the universe that has shown you only cruelty? The chaos cults grow rapidly, their rituals becoming more elaborate and disturbing, their transformations more evident and grotesque. Gang warfare erupts throughout the hive as different factions fight for control of dwindling resources. These conflicts are short and brutal, waged with improvised weapons and desperate tactics. There are no rules of engagement, no attempt to spare civilians or avoid collateral damage. Entire hab blocks are burned out in gang wars, their populations killed or dispersed over control of a water recycling station or a cache of food. Cannibalism becomes first whispered about, then common. When all other food sources are exhausted, when people are literally starving to death, the taboo against eating human flesh begins to erode. It starts with the dead, corpses that would otherwise rot being processed into something edible. Then it progresses to murder for meat, with the weak and isolated being hunted by the desperate. Eventually, in the deepest parts of the hive, it becomes systematized, with organized groups capturing and processing people for food. The psychological toll of this descent is profound. You watch yourself becoming something you would have found monstrous before all this started. You've done things to survive that violate every principle you once held. You've abandoned people who needed help, have taken resources from those weaker than you, have looked away while atrocities occurred because intervening would have endangered you. The guilt and self-loathing are crushing, but survival instinct overpowers morality. Madness spreads through the population like a contagion. People snap under the heat, strain, losing touch with reality, retreating into delusions that protect them from acknowledging their situation. You encounter individuals who act as if nothing is wrong, going through the motions of their old lives in hive sectors that no longer function. Others become catatonic, simply shutting down and waiting for death. Still others become violently unstable, lashing out at anyone nearby in incoherent rage. The physical environment degrades in parallel with social collapse. Fires rage unchecked through hab blocks, consuming entire sectors because there's no one to fight them. Structural failures become common as maintenance ceases, causing collapses that kill thousands. Chemical and radiological hazards leak from unattended industrial sites, poisoning air and water, creating dead zones where nothing can survive. Bodies accumulate everywhere, in corridors and rooms and public spaces, because there's no one to dispose of them and nowhere to put them even if there were. They rot and spread disease, attracting vermin, creating a miasma of death that permeates the hive. You become accustomed to the smell, to stepping over corpses, to the constant presence of decay. It becomes your new normal, so pervasive that you stop really noticing it. The environmental systems that have always sustained life in the hive begin their final failures. Air recycling systems break down, leaving sectors with unbreathable atmosphere, carbon dioxide building up to lethal levels, or toxic industrial gases leaking in from processing facilities. People suffocate in their own hab units, too weak to move to areas with better air, dying in their sleep as oxygen levels drop. Temperature regulation fails, and the hive becomes a place of extremes. Some sectors overheat from uncontrolled industrial processes or fire, reaching temperatures that kill everyone within hours. Others freeze as heating systems fail, and the cold of the planet's surface, which has always been kept at bay by artificial warmth, seeps down through the levels. People die of exposure in a hive city, something that should be impossible, but becomes commonplace. Through all of this, you're waiting. Waiting for the enemy to arrive, waiting for the end to come, waiting for the suffering to stop. The waiting is its own unique torture, stretching time into something elastic and surreal. Each day feels like an eternity, but also the days blur together until you can't remember how long it's been. You're trapped in a liminal state between life and death, not quite either, just existing in an extended moment of horror. The mechanics of evacuation. Even on a doomed world, evacuations continue, though calling them evacuations grants them more order and dignity than they deserve. What actually happens is a chaotic scramble of competing interests and brutal prioritization, a process that saves a relative handful while condemning millions to remain behind. The evacuation centers, when they're established, become focal points of desperate hope and inevitable despair. Massive crowds converge on these sites, often spaceports or large landing fields, driven by the slimmest chance that they might be among those selected to leave. The crowds number in the hundreds of thousands or millions, far exceeding the capacity of any realistic evacuation effort. But people come anyway, because what else is there to do? The authorities who run these centers face an impossible task. They must process potentially millions of desperate refugees with limited resources and time, making life and death decisions about who gets to board the transports and who doesn't. The criteria they use reveal everything about the Imperium's true priorities. Military personnel are typically given first priority, at least among those not already evacuated with their units. Individual soldiers, separated from their formations or left behind in the chaos, can present themselves at evacuation centers with some hope of acceptance. Their training and combat experience make them valuable assets, worth preserving for deployment elsewhere. But even here, triage is brutal. Wounded soldiers who would require significant medical resources are often turned away in favor of those who can immediately return to service. Tech priests and skilled laborers with specialized knowledge are high on the priority list. Someone who knows how to maintain ancient machinery, who possesses technical skills that take decades to develop, might earn a spot on a transport, while 100 ordinary workers are turned away. This creates perverse incentives, where people falsely claim skills they don't have, leading to testing and verification that wastes precious time and resources. Administrative personnel are given surprising priority, not for humanitarian reasons, but because the Imperium values its bureaucracy. Someone who has memorized tax records, who knows the details of the planetary tithe, who can reconstruct administrative systems, these people are seen as worth saving, even if they've never done physical labor or borne arms. The machine of imperial governance must be preserved, even if the people it governed are abandoned. Children are sometimes prioritized, but only in limited numbers, and with cold calculations behind the selection. Orphans with no family to slow them down, children young enough to be re-educated and integrated into new societies, these might be loaded onto transports. But infants who require constant care, children with disabilities, orphans who are too old to be easily reprogrammed, these are left behind. For the vast majority who approach evacuation centers, the answer is simply no. The officials don't even pretend to consider each case individually. They take one look at you, see nothing that makes you valuable enough to save, and wave you away. If you persist, if you beg or plead or try to force your way forward, you might be shot. The guards around these centers have orders to maintain, order by any means necessary, and killing desperate refugees is well within those orders. Some people attempt to bribe their way onto transports, offering everything they have for a spot on a ship. In some cases, this works. Corrupt officials and ship captains accept payment, usually demanding far more than anyone reasonable could afford, then sometimes honoring the deal, and sometimes simply taking the money and leaving the person behind anyway. Stories circulate about refugees who sold everything, murdered others for their valuables, scraped together a fortune by desperate means, only to be betrayed at the last moment. The ships themselves, when they arrive to load refugees, become scenes of barely controlled chaos. The plan, such as it is, typically involves establishing a perimeter around the landing zone, processing refugees through checkpoints, and loading them in an orderly fashion. In reality, desperate crowds surge toward any ship that lands, overwhelming whatever security exists, trying to force their way aboard through sheer numbers. Some ships simply refuse to land at all, hovering at altitude and using cargo lifters or shuttles to ferry small numbers of people up, while keeping the main vessel out of reach of the crowds below. Others land briefly, load whoever can physically get aboard in the few minutes before they lift off again, and leave before the situation becomes untenable. Still others never arrive at all, their captains deciding that the risk of being trapped or overwhelmed outweighs any profit or obligation to help. The conditions aboard evacuation ships are uniformly terrible. Refugees are packed into cargo holds designed for goods, not people, with no facilities for sanitation, no food or water provided, minimal life support, and certainly no medical care. People are crammed so tightly they can barely move, standing room only for journeys that might take days or weeks. Deaths from dehydration, suffocation, disease, and simple crushing are common. Ships that began their voyage with 10,000 desperate refugees might arrive at their destination with only 7,000 or 8,000 still alive. The dead left where they fell because there's no room to move the bodies and nowhere to put them. And even those who make it onto ships face uncertain futures. The evacuation vessels aren't heading to pleasant resettlement worlds where refugees will be welcomed and cared for. They're going to whatever destination will accept them, which often means penal colonies, labor camps, or simply being dumped on frontier worlds with minimal resources to survive. Being saved doesn't mean being safe. It just means dying somewhere else, possibly in only slightly better circumstances. For those left behind at the evacuation centers, the final departures of the last ships are moments of absolute despair. You've spent days or weeks hoping, waiting, believing that perhaps you might be selected, that your luck might turn, that someone would recognize your worth or take pity on you. Then you watch the last transport lift off, its engines screaming as it rises toward orbit, and you know with absolute certainty that there will be no more ships, no more chances, no more hope. The crowds at these abandoned centers often turn violent. Rage at the betrayal, at the unfairness of who was chosen and who wasn't, at the simple fact of being left to die, erupts into riots. People attack the officials who ran the selection process, burning buildings and destroying equipment in futile expressions of anger. Others simply collapse into despair, sitting among the ruins and waiting for the end. Some wander away, back toward whatever homes they left, hoping to die in familiar surroundings, rather than at an evacuation center that became a monument to false hope. Those who fight on. Not everyone who remains on a doomed world is a helpless civilian waiting passively for death. Military forces, whether by choice or by order, continue to fight even when they know evacuation is impossible and survival is not an option. These soldiers face a peculiar kind of hell, waging war they know they cannot win, defending a world they know cannot be saved, for purposes that become increasingly questionable as the end approaches. The orders these forces receive are typically phrased in noble language. They're told to buy time for the evacuation, to slow the enemy advance, to defend imperial territory to the last. The reality is simpler and more brutal. They're being sacrificed to delay the enemy slightly, to allow ships to escape, to deny resources or strategic positions to the enemy. They're fighting and dying so that a few thousand more people can be loaded onto transports, so that classified documents can be destroyed, so that the Imperium can claim that the world fell defending its honor rather than simply being abandoned. For the common soldiers in the PDF or Imperial Guard regiments left behind, the psychological burden is crushing. They can see the evacuation ships launching from orbital platforms. They receive Vox transmissions from units that have already been pulled off-world. They know that people are being saved while they're being left to die. The officers try to maintain morale by emphasizing duty and honor, but these abstractions ring hollow when contrasted with the concrete reality of abandonment. Unit cohesion begins to fracture under this strain. Some formations maintain their discipline through the end, their soldiers finding meaning in following orders and fighting beside their comrades, even when the cause is hopeless. These units often achieve remarkable feats of courage and skill, holding positions far longer than should be possible, making the enemy pay dearly for every meter of ground. Other units fall apart as soldiers make individual decisions about how to spend their final days. Desertions become endemic as troops abandon their posts to search for family members or to simply avoid dying for commanders who abandoned them. Officers who try to prevent desertion or enforce discipline are sometimes killed by their own men, their authority evaporating in the face of certain doom. Some entire formations simply cease to exist as cohesive military units, dissolving into groups of armed individuals pursuing personal agendas. The tactics employed by these doomed defenders shift as the situation deteriorates. Early on, they might fight conventional defensive battles, holding prepared positions, conducting orderly withdrawals when necessary, maintaining formation integrity. As the situation becomes more desperate and hope for relief disappears entirely, tactics become more brutal and fatalistic. Suicide missions become common. Small units will volunteer to hold critical positions with no possibility of withdrawal, fighting until they're killed to buy a few more hours for evacuation efforts. Demolition teams will stay behind to destroy bridges or seal tunnels after their comrades have passed through, ensuring they're trapped with the enemy when the charges detonate. Artillery batteries will continue firing long after they should have retreated, knowing that their position will be overrun, but determined to inflict maximum damage before the end. Some formations adopt scorched earth policies, destroying everything of potential value to the enemy as they're forced back. They burn food stockpiles, demolish industrial facilities, poison water sources, anything to deny resources to the enemy. This destruction is often indiscriminate, affecting civilian populations who are already suffering. A commander might order the burning of an entire HAB sector because it could potentially provide shelter to enemy forces, killing thousands of civilians in the process, justified by the logic that they were all going to die anyway. The last stands of these doomed forces often achieve a strange kind of glory, at least in the records that might survive, if anyone lives to make such records. The Imperial Guard regiment that holds the spaceport until the literal last second, dying on the landing pads as the final evacuation ship lifts off. The PDF company that defends a critical water facility against overwhelming odds, knowing their sacrifice means nothing strategically, but doing it anyway, because it's what they were ordered to do. The tank crew that charges into the enemy's main force, all ammunition expended, just to take a few more enemies with them when their vehicle explodes. But for every story of heroic last stands, there are countless others of soldiers dying in confusion, fear, and bitterness, killed by friendly fire in the chaos of fighting withdrawals, abandoned by their officers who evacuated themselves while ordering their men to hold positions, overrun while waiting for support that was never coming, slowly bleeding out from wounds in the ruins of a world that no one will remember or mourn. For some soldiers, the end comes not in battle, but in the moments after battle, when the fighting is over and they're left wounded or trapped. They lie in the rubble of a collapsed building, their legs crushed, calling for medics who will never come. They huddle in the wreckage of their destroyed vehicle, knowing that enemy forces are approaching and they're too injured to flee or fight. They watch their comrades die one by one from wounds or exposure, knowing their turn is coming. The truly horrible deaths come for those captured alive. Different enemies have different uses for prisoners.
Chaos forces might torture captives for entertainment or sacrifice them in dark rituals. Orcs might keep prisoners for gladiatorial combat or simply because they enjoy having targets to shoot at. Dark Eldar raiders, if they're involved in the planet's fall, will take prisoners for their torture arenas, ensuring fates worse than any battlefield death. Even Tyranids might keep some humans alive temporarily, using them as incubation vessels for specially designed organisms, or simply herding them into digestion pools while they're still conscious and aware. Some military forces, knowing that they're doomed but wanting to choose the manner of their end, turn their weapons on themselves. Entire squads will conduct suicide pacts, using their last ammunition to ensure quick deaths for everyone rather than facing whatever the enemy would do to them. Officers will save their last bullet for themselves, determined to die on their own terms. These deaths are rarely recorded or honored, but they represent a final exercise of agency, a last assertion of control over one's fate in a situation where all control has been lost. The waiting. Between the realization that you're doomed and the actual arrival of that doom lies an expanse of time that becomes its own unique form of torment. You cannot prepare for it adequately. You cannot make peace with it. You can only endure it, hour by hour, day by day, until the waiting finally ends. Time becomes strange when you know it's limited. Each moment feels simultaneously eternal and fleeting. You find yourself obsessing over trivial details, the pattern of rust on a wall, the specific sound of distant machinery, tiny sensory experiences that you'll never have again. But you also lose track of larger spans of time entirely, unable to remember if an event happened yesterday or a week ago, if you've been waiting 3 days or 30. The breakdown of normal temporal structures contributes to this distortion. Work shifts that once divided your days no longer exist. The artificial day-night cycles of the hive have failed or become meaningless. You sleep when exhaustion overwhelms you and wake when hunger or fear drives you to consciousness, not on any schedule. This temporal chaos leaves you unmoored, floating in an endless present that has no clear beginning and whose end approaches but never quite arrives. Different people cope with the waiting in different ways, none of them particularly healthy or productive. Some become manic, filling every moment with desperate activity, as if constant motion can somehow forestall the inevitable. They clean already clean spaces, organize supplies that will never be used, maintain equipment that will never be needed, anything to avoid sitting still and confronting their situation. Others collapse into passivity, sitting motionless for hours or days, barely eating or drinking, not speaking, just existing in a kind of suspended animation. They're waiting for death, but also hiding from it, pulling into themselves as far as they can go, minimizing their engagement with a world that has become too horrible to face directly. Many seek comfort in familiar rituals and routines, even when those rituals have lost all practical meaning. You might continue to wake at the same time you always did for work shifts that no longer exist. You might maintain personal grooming habits even though there's no hygiene facilities and no one to see you. You might pray at regular intervals, even though you've lost faith that anyone is listening. These rituals provide structure, a thin illusion of normalcy in circumstances that are anything but normal. Conversations among the doomed take on strange qualities. People talk obsessively about the past, recounting memories of better times, analyzing old grievances that no longer matter, fixating on moments from their previous lives with an intensity that borders on madness. These conversations serve a purpose, keeping minds engaged, preserving identity through shared history, but they also highlight everything that's been lost. Speculation about the future, even the very near future, dominates other discussions. What will the enemy do when they arrive? How long will the killing take? Will it hurt? Will death be quick or slow? These questions have no good answers, but people ask them anyway, as if talking about the horror might somehow make it more manageable. Rumors circulate constantly,
each one analyzed and debated with desperate intensity, because anything is better than not knowing. Some people seek meaning in their final days, attempting to create legacy or purpose in the face of annihilation. They write messages they know will never be delivered, attempting to record their experiences for a posterity that will never read them. They create art from whatever materials are available, leaving marks on walls that will be destroyed with everything else. They try to impart wisdom to children who probably won't survive to use it. These efforts are futile but also profoundly human, assertions of value and meaning against a universe that has demonstrated its indifference. Relationships take on desperate intensity. People form connections faster and deeper than they normally would, because there's no time for the usual gradual process of building trust and intimacy. Strangers become confidants within hours. Romantic relationships form between people who would never have noticed each other under normal circumstances, driven by the need for comfort and connection in the face of death. Some of these connections are genuine and provide real solace. Others are simply mutual exploitation, two people using each other to avoid being alone in their final hours. Parents face unique horrors during the waiting period. How do you explain to your children what's happening? Do you tell them they're going to die, that there's no escape, that everything they know will end? Or do you maintain the fiction that everything will be fine, that rescue is coming, that they shouldn't be afraid? Both choices feel like failures, like betrayals of the fundamental parental duty to protect and nurture your children. Some parents try to shield their children from the truth, maintaining normal routines and diversions, telling comforting lies about what the future holds. They succeed for a while, but children are perceptive and eventually realize that something is terribly wrong. The moment when a child understands they're going to die, when you see that knowledge enter their eyes, is perhaps the worst thing a parent can experience. Other parents choose honesty, explaining the situation in terms appropriate to their children's ages and understanding. They spend their remaining time together making memories, expressing love, trying to ensure that their children's final days are filled with as much comfort and security as possible under the circumstances. But there's no way to make this okay, no way to shield children from the existential terror of knowing their lives will end soon. The question of how to handle the final moments with children torments parents constantly. Should you try to ensure they die in their sleep, slipping away peacefully without knowing what's happening? Should you stay with them until the end, holding them as death arrives? Or would that traumatize them further? Some parents make the horrific decision to end their children's lives themselves, believing it's more merciful than whatever the enemy will do. Others cannot bring themselves to do this, hoping against hope that perhaps their children will be spared, even though they know this hope is futile. Elderly individuals face the waiting with different considerations. Many have lived full lives, have achieved what they could achieve, have raised families and left their marks on the world in small ways. For them, the approaching death might be more acceptable, just another ending to a life that had to end eventually anyway. Some elderly people provide comfort and wisdom to younger refugees, drawing on decades of experience to help others cope. But even for the elderly, this death is different from the natural death they might have expected. There's an indignity to it, a violation of the social contract that said, if you worked hard and followed the rules, you would be protected and cared for in your final years. Instead, they're abandoned to die terribly. All their years of service and loyalty counted for nothing. The bitterness of this betrayal affects even those who thought they had made peace with mortality. As the waiting continues, resources dwindle and physical suffering increases, adding new dimensions to the psychological torment. Hunger becomes a constant companion, your body slowly cannibalizing itself as starvation progresses. Thirst drives you to desperate measures, drinking contaminated water that will probably kill you, but at least addresses the immediate burning need. Exhaustion overwhelms you, but sleep brings nightmares that are often worse than waking reality. Disease spreads rapidly in the unsanitary conditions, through populations weakened by malnutrition and stress. Simple infections become life-threatening.
Diarrheal illnesses from contaminated water dehydrate people already on the edge. Respiratory diseases spread through crowded shelters where people huddle together for warmth and security. Dying of disease before the enemy arrives becomes increasingly likely, and for many, it's almost a relief, a natural death instead of whatever horror the enemy would inflict. The waiting is also punctuated by false alarms and moments of terror. A distant explosion makes everyone think the attack has begun, sending people fleeing or hiding before realizing it was just an industrial accident or structural failure. A rumor that enemy forces have been spotted triggers panic that ripples through entire populations. These false alarms drain energy and hope, crying wolf until people become numb to warnings, which means when the real attack begins, many won't react in time. Some people find their faith strengthened during the waiting, turning to the emperor with genuine devotion, finding comfort in prayer and ritual. They truly believe that their suffering is a test, that the emperor has a plan, that faith will be rewarded, even if that reward comes only after death. For these people, the waiting becomes a spiritual journey, a chance to prove their devotion and prepare their souls for whatever lies beyond. Their faith might be misplaced, but it gives them peace that others cannot find. Others lose their faith entirely, cursing the emperor who they believe has abandoned them, rejecting all the teachings they were raised with. They die as atheists or apostates, finding a kind of freedom in rejecting the system that failed them. Some of these people turn to chaos not out of belief, but out of spite, a final middle finger to the Imperium that left them to die. The waiting ends differently for different people. Some die of natural causes before the enemy arrives, their suffering ended by disease or injury or simple giving up. Others survive until the final moments, watching as the enemy breaches the walls, as the killing begins, as everything they feared manifests in reality. The lucky ones die quickly in the initial assault. The unlucky ones survive the first wave and face whatever horrors their particular enemies have planned for prisoners and survivors. Exterminatus from below. For some doomed worlds, the end comes not from invading forces, but from the Imperium itself. Exterminatus, the total destruction of a planet, represents the ultimate expression of the Imperium's ruthless pragmatism. If a world cannot be saved, if it has fallen too deeply to chaos, or will feed a Tyranid hive fleet, if the strategic calculus determines that destruction serves the Imperium better than any other option, then the order will be given, and billions will die in fire from the sky. From the perspective of those on the ground, the first sign of exterminatus is often the withdrawal of any remaining Imperial forces. Soldiers who have been fighting defensive positions for days or weeks suddenly receive orders to fall back to extraction points. Ships that have been ferrying small numbers of refugees suddenly depart and don't return. The sky begins to empty of Imperial vessels as they pull back to safe orbital distances. Then comes the broadcast, if there is one. Sometimes, an inquisitor or chapter master will announce the decision, explaining in cold terms that the world is lost, that its destruction is necessary, that those remaining should prepare their souls for the Emperor's judgment. More often, there's simply silence, no warning at all, because what would be the point? You cannot prepare for planetary destruction. You cannot flee when you're on the surface of the world being destroyed. Knowledge of what's coming serves only to increase terror in your final moments. The method of exterminatus varies, and each brings its own form of apocalypse. Cyclonic torpedoes, massive warheads designed specifically for planetary destruction, might be the weapon of choice. These aren't tactical nuclear weapons, though they employ fusion reactions. They're orders of magnitude more powerful, each one capable of cracking continents, triggering tectonic chaos, igniting atmospheric firestorms. When cyclonic torpedoes begin to fall, you might see them as streaks of light across the sky, dozens or hundreds of them descending from orbit, spreading across the planet to ensure total coverage. The first impacts are visible as flashes of light bright enough to burn retinas of anyone who looks directly at them, even from thousands of kilometers away. The sound follows, a thunderous roar that seems to come from everywhere at once as multiple shockwaves converge. The ground itself begins to heave and buckle, tectonic plates shifting under the massive energy release, fault lines snapping with earthquakes that shatter cities and tear open the crust. Volcanoes that have been dormant for millennia suddenly erupt as the planet's internal heat is violently released. Mountains crumble into dust, oceans boil and evaporate, and the very air ignites as atmospheric compression from multiple explosions creates temperatures hotter than the surface of stars. For those in a hive city, when the cyclonic bombardment begins, death comes as structural failure on an incomprehensible scale. The massive hive spires, which have stood for centuries or millennia, sway and crumble like sandcastles hit by waves. Billions of tons of ferrocrete and adamantium collapse inward, crushing everyone in the lower levels. The upper levels tumble, their inhabitants falling kilometers through clouds of debris, dying from the fall long before they would hit the ground that's rising up to meet them as the planet's crust convulses. You feel the vibrations first, a deep rumbling that travels through the hive structure, growing in intensity until the very walls are shaking, until you can barely stand. Then comes the sound, a roar so loud it's felt as physical pain, as your eardrums rupture and blood runs from your ears. The air itself becomes crushing as pressure waves slam through the hive, bursting lungs, collapsing organs, killing without visible wounds. If by some horrible chance you survive the initial impacts, if your section of the hive hasn't collapsed and you're somehow still alive, what follows is worse. The atmosphere itself ignites, a firestorm that engulfs the entire planet as oxygen burns at temperatures that can melt ceramite. The hive becomes an oven, temperatures rising so quickly that people combust spontaneously. Their bodies flash vaporized before their nerves can even register pain. Virus bombing represents a different kind of exterminatus, one that initially seems less immediately violent, but is ultimately just as total. The Life Eater virus, a biological weapon of horrifying potency, is released in the upper atmosphere in specially designed warheads. It spreads quickly, riding wind currents, seeping down through every layer of the atmosphere until it touches the surface. The virus kills everything biological it contacts. Everything. Humans, animals, plants, bacteria, fungi, viruses, everything with organic chemistry in its composition. It works quickly, breaking down cellular structures in minutes, reducing flesh and plant matter to a putrid sludge. The death it brings is agonizing, your body literally liquefying from the inside out, nerves firing in constant torment until they too dissolve. You might try to seal yourself in, hiding in airtight bunkers or sealed sections of the hive, but the virus is incredibly persistent and finds its way through the smallest gaps. Ventilation systems that couldn't be completely shut down become vectors for death. Airlocks that weren't perfectly sealed let in enough contaminated atmosphere to kill everyone inside. You watch as everyone around you begins to sicken, their skins sloughing off, their eyes melting, their screams becoming gurgles as their throats dissolve. The truly horrible aspect of virus bombing is that the virus doesn't just kill individuals. It kills the entire biosphere. Every ecosystem, every food source, everything that made the planet capable of supporting life is destroyed. Even if you somehow survived the initial virus release, you would die slowly of starvation on a world that has become a dead ball of dissolved organic matter. And there's a second stage to virus bombing that makes survival even more impossible. As the virus breaks down all organic matter, it releases enormous quantities of flammable gases, methane, and other hydrocarbons from decomposing biomass. The planet's atmosphere becomes saturated with these gases. Then the fleet in orbit fires incendiary weapons into the atmosphere, igniting the entire thing in a firestorm that makes cyclonic torpedo strikes look gentle by comparison. If anyone somehow survived the virus, they're incinerated in this secondary effect. burned to ash in fires that consume what was once an entire world's worth of life. Atmospheric incinerators might be used alone, without virus bombing, particularly if the threat is Tyranid infestation. These weapons superheat the atmosphere to temperatures that ensure nothing survives. The process is slower than cyclonic torpedoes, taking hours rather than minutes, but the result is just as thorough. You watch as the sky itself begins to glow, as temperatures rise degree by degree, as the hive becomes an oven that grows steadily hotter. You sweat at first, then dehydrate rapidly as your body cannot cool itself against the rising heat. Your skin blisters and burns. You seek shelter in the deepest parts of the hive, but the heat penetrates everywhere, conducted through metal and stone, until there is nowhere cool enough to survive. Eventually, you lose consciousness from heat exhaustion, a small mercy before your body cooks and your flesh carbonizes in temperatures hot enough to melt lead. From orbit, Exterminatus is clinically efficient, a necessary evil carried out with the push of a button and a brief prayer for the souls of the condemned. From the surface, it's an apocalypse in the most literal sense. The ending of worlds, the termination of billions of lives in fire and violence. And the cruelest part is that you know, in whatever moments of consciousness remain to you as your world dies, that this death was ordered by the very Imperium you served, carried out by forces sworn to protect humanity, justified by calculations that determined your deaths, served a greater good that you will never see. The consumed. If Tyranids have come for your world, and Exterminatus hasn't been ordered, or hasn't arrived in time, you face perhaps the most complete and terrible form of planetary death imaginable. You don't just die, you become part of something else, incorporated into an alien entity so vast and hungry that individual lives are beneath its notice. The final stages of Tyranid planetary consumption follow a brutal pattern that has been observed on world after world, always the same, as inevitable as a chemical reaction. By this point, the military resistance has collapsed. The cities have been overrun. The last organized human activity has ceased. What remains is the harvest. The Xenos organisms that have been transforming your world's biosphere have completed their work. The vegetation, the air, the very chemistry of your planet has been altered into something optimal for Tyranid digestion. Strange plant-like growths cover every surface, nothing natural but everything organic, pulsing with alien life. The sky has darkened with spores and biological matter, the sun barely visible through layers of organic haze. The ground itself has become soft and yielding, more flesh than earth, warm to the touch and faintly pulsing. Capillary towers have grown across the planet's surface, massive biological structures that reach from ground to high atmosphere, their bases anchored in vast digestion pools. These towers are the mechanism by which all of your world's biomass will be transferred to the hive fleet, pumped up through organic conduits to the bioships waiting in orbit. The Tyranids drive you toward these digestion pools like cattle to slaughter. Hormagaunts and gargoyles herd any surviving humans, not killing but directing, forcing you to move in specific directions through a landscape that has become alien and hostile. You have no choice but to comply. Behind you are organisms that will rip you apart if you resist. Ahead is the pool, but approaching it at least delays the end a few moments longer. The digestion pools are vast, sometimes kilometers across, filled with a thick liquid that's more organic soup than water. It's warm, uncomfortably so, and it smells of corruption and alien chemistry, scents your human nose was never designed to process. The surface roils and bubbles with activity, things moving beneath the surface, partially dissolved biomass being broken down by enzymes and bacteria designed specifically for this purpose. As you're driven to the pool's edge, you see others ahead of you walking into the liquid of their own accord. They're not moving voluntarily, not in any real sense. They've been infected with Tyranid organisms that have taken control of their nervous systems, that puppet their bodies
while their minds remain aware but helpless. You can see the horror in their eyes, even as their faces remain blank, even as their legs continue to march them forward into the dissolution that awaits. Your turn comes. Perhaps you fight, trying to resist, trying to flee, but there are always more Tyranids ready to ensure compliance. Perhaps you're already infected yourself, feeling the alien presence in your mind, feeling control being stripped away as something else directs your muscles. Perhaps you simply walk forward because there's nowhere else to go, because resistance is futile, because at least this way it will end. The liquid of the digestion pool burns when you first contact it, not with heat, but with chemical aggression as it begins to break down your flesh. You wade deeper, forced by Tyranid organisms, or by your own hijacked nervous system, or simply by the pressure of others behind you. The burning intensifies as more of your skin is exposed to the enzymes. You try to scream, but the sound is lost among thousands of others screaming the same terror, the same agony, the same realization that you're being digested alive. You sink deeper, the liquid rising past your waist, your chest, your shoulders. Your flesh is dissolving, being broken down into component nutrients that will feed the hive fleet. The pain is comprehensive, every nerve firing at once, your body being unmade at the cellular level, while consciousness persists far longer than seems possible. You feel yourself coming apart, feel the boundaries of your body dissolving into the pool, feel your identity dispersing into the biomass soup. Your head sinks beneath the surface. You can't breathe, but drowning is the least of your concerns. You're being absorbed, incorporated, consumed. Everything that made you an individual, all your memories and thoughts and feelings, all the loves and hates and hopes and fears, all of it is being reduced to proteins and genetic information, raw materials to be pumped up through the capillary towers to the bioships above. The Tyranids don't harvest just your body, they harvest your genetic information, your DNA analyzed and catalogued, any useful traits identified and incorporated into the hive mind's vast genetic library. Something of you will persist in that library, not you as a person, but you as data, as a collection of genetic sequences that might be expressed in future Tyranid organisms if they prove useful. It's a kind of immortality, but one so divorced from any human concept of life or identity that it might be worse than simple oblivion. The process continues for days or weeks across the entire planet. Every human, every animal, every plant, everything with organic chemistry is driven or drawn into the digestion pools. The pools overflow and merge, forming vast seas of dissolving biomass. The capillary towers pulse and throb as they pump this nutrient-rich slurry up to the hive fleet, transferring the essential matter and energy of an entire world's biosphere to the bioships. Even after all visible life has been consumed, the harvest continues. The Tyranids dig deeper, extracting microorganisms from soil, filtering the oceans for microscopic life, scraping the atmosphere for any airborne spores or bacteria. They mine deposits of fossil fuels, ancient biomass compressed and transformed over millennia, because even that contains energy and matter they can use. They're incredibly thorough, driven by a hunger that accepts nothing less than total consumption. The final stage is the most complete. Enormous bioships descend from orbit, equipped with specialized organs for large-scale extraction. They hover at low altitude, extending proboscis-like structures down to the surface, and simply drink. They suck up oceans, the water itself containing dissolved organic matter and minerals. They siphon the atmosphere, extracting oxygen and nitrogen and any other useful elements. They strip mine the surface, taking anything that can be processed and used. When the hive fleet finally departs, what remains is a dead world in the most complete sense. No atmosphere, no water, no soil, no life, not even bacteria or viruses. The surface is airless rock, scoured down to bare mineral, devoid of any organic chemistry whatsoever. The planet's mass is slightly less than it was before the Tyranids arrived, thousands or millions of tons of matter having been transferred to the Hive fleet and carried away. This is your final fate if consumed by Tyranids, to be rendered down to component elements, incorporated into an alien organism, spread across 1,000 different bioships and bioforms, distributed throughout the Hive fleet as it moves to its next target. You don't leave a corpse to mark your passing. You don't leave ruins for archaeologists to study. You don't leave anything at all except a barren rock that orbits a sun in silence. All evidence that you ever existed, erased as thoroughly as if you had never been born. Closing, echoes in the void. In the vast darkness of the galaxy, worlds die every day. The Imperium loses planets to invasion, rebellion, natural disaster, and calculated sacrifice at a rate that would horrify anyone capable of grasping the scale. Billions of human lives are extinguished, their stories ending in terror and violence, their deaths recorded only as statistics in administratum reports, if they're recorded at all. For those left behind on doomed worlds, there is no glory and little meaning to be found in their fate. The Imperium's propaganda speaks of noble sacrifice, of duty fulfilled, of martyrdom in the Emperor's service. But the reality is simply mass death, the casual discarding of populations deemed too expensive to save or too unimportant to matter. You die not as a hero, but as an inconvenience, an acceptable loss in calculations so vast that individual lives vanish into rounding errors. Some worlds leave survivors, small numbers who escape at the last moment or who endure in isolated pockets after the main assault passes. These survivors carry trauma that never fully heals, nightmares that persist through decades, guilt over outliving those who died. They become refugees scattered across the Imperium, often unwelcome wherever they settle, marked by their origin from a dead world, suspected of taint or corruption, never fully integrated into their new homes. These survivors are the only witnesses to what happened, the only voices that can tell the stories of worlds that died. But their testimony is often suppressed by the Inquisition, which prefers to maintain control over information about planetary losses. Too many stories of worlds abandoned might create unrest, might lead populations to question whether the Imperium truly protects them, might expose the brutal calculus that determines who lives and who dies. The Imperium prefers sanitized histories, where dead worlds are noble sacrifices, rather than admissions of failure or resource allocation decisions. Official records might say that a world fell defending the Emperor's domain, when the truth is that it was simply abandoned because saving it wasn't cost-effective. They might describe heroic last stands by loyal defenders, when the reality was chaotic collapse and desperate attempts to flee. The propaganda serves its purpose, maintaining morale and faith throughout the Imperium, but it's built on the graves of billions whose actual experiences were nothing like the official narratives. For the countless dead, there are no monuments, no remembrance ceremonies, no individual recognition of their suffering and loss. Their numbers in reports, populations of worlds that no longer exist, statistical casualties in a war that has raged for 10,000 years and shows no sign of ending. Their names are lost, their lives forgotten, their final moments unrecorded except in the memories of the dead. But in some small way, their deaths serve a purpose, though not the one the Imperium claims. Every planet that falls to Xenos invasion provides data about enemy tactics and capabilities. Every world consumed by Tyranids teaches the Imperium something about how the Hive fleets operate. Every planetary evacuation, however chaotic and incomplete, refines the procedures that might save slightly more lives on the next doomed world. The dead buy time and knowledge with their lives, not through any choice they made, but simply by being in the path of forces beyond their control.
The Imperium continues, vast and grinding, consuming worlds and populations with the same mechanical indifference it shows to everything else. New worlds are colonized to replace those lost. New populations are born to replace those dead. The great machine of imperial governance and military power rolls forward, crushing everything in its path, but also preserving some fragment of humanity through its brutal efficiency. For those of us fortunate enough to live on worlds that haven't yet been marked for doom, the fate of the abandoned serves as reminder and warning. We are not special. We are not irreplaceable. If the calculus shifts, if our world's strategic value changes, if the enemies of mankind come for us and the cost of defense exceeds the benefit, we too will be left behind. We too will watch the evacuation ships depart without us. We too will face whatever doom descends from the stars, abandoned by the Imperium we serve. This is the grim darkness of the far future, where human life is the cheapest commodity and death the most common fate. This is what it means to be left behind on a doomed planet in Warhammer 40,000. Not a glorious sacrifice, but a mundane tragedy, one of billions that occur across the galaxy, each one containing uncounted individual stories of suffering and loss that will never be told. In the end, you are simply another casualty of the Imperium's endless wars, another life deemed acceptable to lose, another voice silenced in the darkness. You die alone or among billions, it makes no difference. You die screaming or in silent acceptance, the outcome is the same. You die faithful to the Emperor or cursing his name, and no one will ever know which it was. This is your fate, should you find yourself on the wrong world at the wrong time, left behind as the Imperium moves on, forgotten before you even finish dying. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the horror of being left behind in Warhammer 40,000, please like this video and subscribe to Stories of Hammer for more explorations of the grim darkness of the far future. Until next time, remember, in the darkness of the 41st millennium, there is only war, and sometimes being left behind to face it alone is the most terrible fate of all. In the grim darkness of the far future, where humanity clings to existence across a million worlds, there exists a force so terrifying to the enemies of the Imperium that even the most hardened traitors pause in their blasphemous advance. They are not the genetically enhanced Space Marines, nor the countless billions of the Imperial Guard. They are the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, and they represent something far more dangerous than mere military might. They embody faith made manifest, devotion transformed into an unstoppable weapon, and righteous fury given human form. To understand why traitors fear the Sisters of Battle requires understanding what these warrior women truly are. They stand as living proof that belief itself can be weaponized, that the human spirit, when refined through absolute conviction, can perform deeds that defy rational explanation. Where a Space Marine might falter in the face of corruption's whispers, where an Imperial Guardsman might break under the weight of chaos's promises, the Sisters of Battle stand immovable, their faith a fortress that no darkness can penetrate. The very sight of them advancing across a battlefield strikes a primal terror into those who have turned from the Emperor's light. Their armor gleams with sacred oils and is inscribed with prayers that have been recited 10,000 times. Their weapons are blessed by rituals that transform simple tools of war into instruments of divine judgment. But it is not their equipment that breeds fear in the hearts of traitors. It is the certainty in their eyes, the absolute knowledge that they fight on the side of righteousness, and the unwavering belief that death in service to the Emperor is not an end, but a glorious beginning. This is not the fanaticism of the ignorant or the zealotry of the mad. The Sisters of Battle are highly trained warriors, educated in tactics, strategy, and the arts of war from childhood. Their devotion is refined through years of discipline, prayer, and combat, creating soldiers who combine the tactical acumen of elite special forces with the unshakable conviction of true believers. This combination creates warriors who are not only skilled, but psychologically unbreakable, immune to the fear and doubt that traitors rely upon as weapons. When chaos cultists spread their corruption, when fallen space marines march under the banners of the dark gods, when heretics rise in rebellion against imperial rule, it is often the Sisters of Battle who arrive to deliver the Emperor's judgment. They come not as conquerors seeking glory or soldiers following orders, but as instruments of divine will, believing utterly in the righteousness of their cause. This belief transforms them into something more than human, allowing them to perform acts that witnesses describe as miraculous, manifestations of the Emperor's power working through devoted servants. The fear that traitors experience when facing the Adepta Sororitas is multi-layered and profound. It is the fear of facing an enemy who cannot be corrupted, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be broken. It is the terror of confronting warriors who view death not as defeat, but as the ultimate service to their god. It is the dread of facing an opponent whose faith allows them to perform literal miracles on the battlefield, turning certain defeats into impossible victories through sheer force of belief. But perhaps most terrifying of all is what the sisters represent to those who have turned traitor. They are a living reminder of what the traitors abandoned when they chose the path of corruption. Where traitors sought power through dark pacts and forbidden knowledge, the sisters found strength through devotion and faith. Where traitors embraced the promises of chaos gods, the sisters remained loyal to the God Emperor. The Sisters of Battle are a mirror held up to every traitor, reflecting not what they are, but what they could have been, had they remained faithful. This psychological dimension to the sisters' effectiveness cannot be understated. Traitors who have embraced chaos often do so believing they have chosen the path of greater power, that loyalty to the Imperium is a weakness to be exploited. The Sisters of Battle shatter this delusion with every battle they fight, proving through action that faith and devotion can match and exceed anything chaos has to offer. They demonstrate that the Emperor's light is not a comforting lie, but a tangible force that can manifest in the physical world, healing the wounded, empowering the faithful, and smiting the heretical. The origins of this fearsome reputation stretch back over 5,000 years, to a time when the Imperium nearly tore itself apart from within. The age of apostasy saw corruption reach the highest levels of the ecclesiarchy, the imperial church itself, as the mad tyrant Goj Vandaya seized control of both religious and secular power. It was during this dark time that the foundations for the Adepta Sororitas were laid, though they were not yet the force they would become. On the distant world of San Leor existed a group of warrior women known as the Daughters of the Emperor, devoted to the worship of the God Emperor and trained in the arts of war. Their faith was pure, their dedication absolute, and their martial prowess exceptional. When Vandaya discovered them, he was impressed by their capabilities and recruited them into his service, renaming them the Brides of the Emperor and making them his personal bodyguards. These women were fanatically loyal, believing Vandaya to be the Emperor's chosen representative, and they served him with the same devotion they offered to the God Emperor himself. But Vandaya's reign was one of tyranny and corruption, and eventually, forces loyal to the true imperial cause rose against him. Among these were the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's own guardians, who recognized that Vandaya had to be stopped. The challenge was how to reach him through his army of devoted bodyguards, women who believed they were serving the Emperor's will by protecting Vandaya. The solution came through a demonstration of faith itself. The custodians brought 5 of the brides, led by Alicia Dominica, into the presence of the Emperor himself, seated upon the golden throne. What transpired in that meeting is known only to those who were present, but the effect was immediate and profound. Alicia Dominica and her companions emerged with absolute certainty that Vandaya was not the Emperor's chosen, but a usurper who had corrupted the Imperium. Their faith had been tested and refined in the Emperor's presence, and they returned to carry out his true will. The brides confronted Vandaya, and Alicia Dominica herself struck him down, ending his reign of blood and bringing the age of apostasy to a close. In the aftermath, the warrior women who had served Vandaya were reorganized and reformed. They became the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisterhood, with their military arm known as the Sisters of Battle. The organization was divided into 6 major orders militant, each led by one of the 5 companions who had accompanied Alicia Dominica to the Golden Throne, with Dominica herself leading the Order of Our Martyred Lady. This origin story is crucial to understanding why the sisters inspire such fear in traitors. They were born from an act of redemption, created when loyal warriors recognized corruption even in the highest places and chose faith over blind obedience. Every sister of battle knows this history intimately. They understand that true service to the Emperor requires not just following orders, but maintaining absolute spiritual purity and being willing to root out corruption wherever it appears, regardless of who holds the authority. The training required to become a sister of battle begins in childhood and is rigorous beyond measure. Young girls selected for this path are typically orphans of imperial servants, raised in institutions called the Schola Progenium, where they receive education in imperial history, theology, tactics, and combat. Those who show exceptional promise and devotion may be selected to join the Adepta Sororitas as novices, beginning years of additional training before they can truly call themselves battle sisters. This training is not merely physical, though the combat instruction is intense enough to produce warriors capable of matching Space Marines in marksmanship and tactical prowess. The spiritual and psychological conditioning is equally important. Every aspect of a novice's life is structured around prayer, contemplation, and the development of unwavering faith. They study the lives of saints and martyrs, learn to recite thousands of prayers and hymns, and practice rituals that connect their daily actions to their spiritual purpose. The discipline imposed is absolute. Sisters learn to control not just their bodies, but their minds and emotions, channeling everything into service to the Emperor. They practice denial of worldly pleasures, acceptance of hardship, and embrace of sacrifice. This is not done to break their spirits, but to refine them, removing impurities and weaknesses until what remains is pure devotion made manifest in a warrior's form. When a novice finally becomes a full battle sister, she is not just a soldier who happens to be religious. She is a warrior priestess, someone for whom combat and worship are inseparable. The trigger of her bolter is pulled with the same reverence as the lighting of a devotional candle. The maintenance of her armor is performed as a sacred ritual. Every action, from the mundane to the momentous, is an act of faith. This integration of the spiritual and martial is what makes Sisters of Battle so terrifying to face. They do not fight despite their faith, but because of it. Every battle is a religious experience. Every enemy a test of devotion. Every fallen comrade a martyr whose sacrifice strengthens the survivor's resolve. Where other soldiers might experience fatigue, doubt, or fear, Sisters of Battle draw deeper on their faith, finding renewed strength in prayer and conviction. The armor worn by the Sisters of Battle is itself a manifestation of their unique nature. Unlike the mass-produced equipment of the Imperial Guard, or even the ancient pattern armor of some Space Marine chapters, each suit of Sororitas power armor is a work of art and devotion. The Ecclesiarchy, the Imperial Church, is one of the wealthiest organizations in the Imperium, and this wealth is lavished upon equipping the sisters with the finest war gear available. Each suit of power armor is forged by skilled artificers and then blessed in ceremonies that can last days or even weeks. The armor is anointed with sacred oils, inscribed with prayers in microscopic script, and sanctified by choirs of novices whose hymns are believed to infuse the metal with spiritual protection. Components destined for leaders like canonesses may be sprinkled with the blood of martyrs and placed among the crypts of fallen saints to absorb their holy essence before being assembled. The visual appearance of this armor is striking and deliberately designed to inspire both allies
and strike fear into enemies. The armor plates are often adorned with fleur-de-lis, sacred seals, and imagery of saints and angels. Purity seals flutter from attachment points, each bearing prayers or oaths. The color schemes vary by order, from the somber black and red of the Order of Our Martyred Lady to the white and gold of the Order of the Sacred Rose, but all share an ornate, almost Baroque aesthetic that speaks to both martial purpose and religious devotion. But the armor is not merely decorative. It provides genuine protection against the horrific weapons of the 41st millennium, turning aside blows that would kill an unarmored human instantly. The powered servos enhance strength, allowing sisters to wield heavy weapons with ease and strike devastating blows in close combat. Life support systems enable them to fight in toxic environments or the void of space. Communication systems coordinate their actions with tactical precision. More than this, the armor serves as a psychological tool. When traitors see ranks of power-armored sisters advancing, weapons ready, and voices raised in hymns of battle, they see warriors clad in blessed relics, protected by faith made manifest. The Imperium teaches that the Emperor protects the faithful, and the sisters' armor is physical proof of this doctrine. Many sisters believe utterly that their armor will turn aside blows, not through engineering alone, but through divine intervention. And there are countless accounts of shots that should have killed a sister, instead miraculously deflecting or failing to penetrate armor that by all physical laws should not have held. This belief creates a self-reinforcing cycle. Sisters wearing armor they believe is blessed by the Emperor fight with greater courage and confidence. This courage leads them into situations where, statistically, some should fall but don't, whether through skill, luck, or genuine divine intervention. These survivals are interpreted as miracles, reinforcing faith, which in turn makes the sisters even more formidable in subsequent battles. For traitors facing these warriors, the psychological impact is profound. They see enemies who seem invulnerable, who advance unflinching through fire that should break any normal formation. They witness sisters shrugging off wounds that would cripple others, fighting on through injuries that should be incapacitating. Whether this is purely the result of superior equipment, training, and determination, or whether there is genuine supernatural intervention, becomes irrelevant. The effect is the same: an enemy who appears blessed by their god, and therefore nearly impossible to stop through conventional means. The weapons carried by the Sisters of Battle are equally impressive and terrifying. While they utilize the same basic weapon types as other Imperial forces, the way they employ them reflects their unique philosophy and capabilities. The so-called Holy Trinity of weaponry, bolt, flame, and melter, represents the core of Sororitas armament, and each weapon type carries both practical and symbolic significance. The bolter, the iconic weapon of the Imperium's elite forces, fires mass reactive explosive rounds that detonate after penetrating a target. In the hands of a Sister of Battle, the bolter becomes more than a gun. It is a tool of righteous judgment, each round blessed and inscribed with verses from sacred texts. Sisters train from their novice days to achieve perfect marksmanship, and their skill with bolters rivals that of Space Marines. The sound of bolters firing in unison as sisters advance has become associated with the Imperium's wrath descending upon the unfaithful. But it is the flame weapons that truly symbolize the sisters' purpose. From the humble hand flamer to the devastating heavy flamer carried by retributor squads, these weapons embody the purifying aspect of the sisters' crusade. Fire is cleansing, burning away corruption, and leaving only purified ash. When sisters advance with flame weapons, they are not merely killing enemies, but purifying the very ground on which they walk, cleansing taint from the Imperium's worlds. The psychological impact of flame weapons on traitors cannot be overstated. Fire is a primal fear, and the prospect of being burned alive triggers deep instinctive terror. When heretics see Sisters of Battle advancing with flamers, chanting hymns as they prepare to bathe everything in cleansing fire. The fear is visceral and immediate. Many accounts describe traitor forces breaking and fleeing before the sisters even reach flamer range, simply because the prospect of facing that purifying fire was more than corrupted minds could endure. Melter weapons complete the trinity, providing the sisters with the ability to destroy even the most heavily armored targets. These thermal weapons generate incredible heat, capable of melting through tank armor and reducing vehicles to molten slag. For Sisters of Battle, melter weapons represent the ultimate judgment, the complete destruction of the Emperor's enemies, so total that nothing remains. When a sister levels a melter gun at a traitor, she offers them complete obliteration, and the white-hot beam that follows leaves no room for resurrection or recovery. The doctrine of the Holy Trinity goes beyond simply having access to different weapon types. It represents a complete tactical philosophy. A Sisters of Battle squad typically includes members equipped with each type of weapon, providing versatility and the ability to respond to any threat. The bolters provide accurate ranged fire against infantry, the flamers clear close-range threats and fortified positions, and the melters eliminate heavy armor and monstrous enemies. But there's also a stratagem used by the sisters that bears the name Holy Trinity, which provides enhanced effectiveness when a unit employs all three weapon types against a single target. This tactical doctrine reflects the belief that faith, when properly focused and combining multiple aspects of the Emperor's wrath, becomes irresistible. A target facing the simultaneous application of bolt, flame, and melter is experiencing divine judgment in its completeness, with no aspect of the Emperor's fury withheld. For traitors, the Holy Trinity doctrine means facing an enemy that can adapt to any battlefield situation while maintaining doctrinal purity. Whether fighting in the close confines of a hive city, the open spaces of a battlefield, or the twisted corridors of a chaos-corrupted ship, the sisters bring appropriate weapons blessed and deployed according to sacred principles. There is no terrain where they lack advantage, no enemy type they cannot engage, no defensive position they cannot assault. The versatility born of the Holy Trinity makes them capable of prosecuting wars across any environment the Imperium might need them. Beyond their equipment and training, what truly sets the Sisters of Battle apart and makes them objects of terror for traitors are their acts of faith, miraculous manifestations of the Emperor's power working through devoted servants. This is not merely propaganda or imperial mythology. On battlefields across the galaxy, Sisters of Battle regularly perform deeds that observers describe as miraculous, acts that defy rational explanation and demonstrate that their faith is more than mere belief. The nature of these miracles varies, but all share common elements. They manifest when sisters are in dire need, when faith is tested and found pure. A sister mortally wounded might suddenly stand again, her injuries healed and strength renewed. A squad facing impossible odds might fight with preternatural skill, every shot finding its mark and every blow striking true. A canoness leading a charge might be surrounded by a golden aura that shields her from harm and inspires her followers to legendary feats. The mechanism behind these acts of faith is debated even within the Imperium. Some believe they are direct interventions by the Emperor, reaching out from the Golden Throne to aid his most devoted servants. Others suggest the sisters' collective faith somehow manipulates the warp, the dimension of psychic energy that underlies reality, creating effects similar to psychic powers, but fueled by belief rather than mental discipline. The sisters themselves simply accept that their faith allows the Emperor to work through them and do not question the source of these gifts. What matters for understanding why traitors fear the sisters is the practical effect of these miracles on the battlefield. Acts of faith make the Sisters of Battle fundamentally unpredictable. A battle that should be won by overwhelming force can turn when the defending sisters perform an act of faith, suddenly fighting with enhanced strength or protected by divine intervention. A sister who should be dead rises again to strike down her killer. A shot that should miss instead finds its target through guidance that seems supernatural. For traitors, especially those who have embraced chaos and its promises of power, encountering acts of faith is psychologically devastating. They have been told that the Emperor is a corpse on a throne, that their dark gods are the true powers, that those who serve the Imperium are deluded fools clinging to a dead god. Then they face the Sisters of Battle and witness faith made manifest, see prayers answered, and miracles performed. The cognitive dissonance is severe. Either everything they've been told about Chaos's superiority is a lie, or the Emperor they were told is powerless is actually capable of intervening in the material world on behalf of his faithful. This creates a crisis of faith in reverse. Traitors who thought they had found truth in chaos suddenly doubt. Those doubts weaken their connection to the dark gods, making them less effective in battle and more vulnerable to the sisters' righteous fury. The very presence of the Adepta Sororitas on a battlefield introduces an element of spiritual warfare, where the strength of belief becomes as important as the strength of arms. The acts of faith also have a mechanical component that makes them tactically devastating. On the tabletop game, this is represented by the Miracle Dice mechanic, where Sisters players accumulate dice throughout the battle and can use them to replace random rolls at crucial moments. While this is a game abstraction, it reflects a deeper truth about how the Sisters fight. They prepare through prayer and devotion, building spiritual strength, and then release that accumulated faith at critical moments to achieve results that seem impossible. Imagine being a traitor commander, watching a Sisters of Battle force advance. You've calculated the angles, the probabilities. You know that Heavy Bolter has only a small chance of penetrating your tank's armor at this range. The shot fires, and through an act of faith, it not only penetrates, but catastrophically damages the vehicle. What you thought was safe is suddenly destroyed, and with it dies the certainty that you understand the battlefield. When an enemy can defy probability through sheer force of belief, conventional tactical planning becomes unreliable. The existence of living saints takes the concept of acts of faith to its ultimate expression, and represents perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Sisters of Battle for any traitor to contemplate. Living saints are individuals in whom faith has become so concentrated, so pure, that they transcend normal human limitations entirely and become vessels for the Emperor's divine power. Saint Celestine is the most famous of these beings. Once a Sister Repentia seeking redemption through combat, she rose to become a living saint after discovering the sacred armor of Saint Catherine and proving herself worthy of the Emperor's blessing. Since her apotheosis, Celestine has appeared on battlefields across the Imperium, arriving at moments of greatest need to turn the tide against darkness. Her very existence is a miracle. She has been killed multiple times, struck down by weapons that should end any life, yet she returns, resurrected by the Emperor's will to continue fighting. She wields the ardent blade, a sword wreathed in holy fire, and bears wings of pure faith that allow her to soar above the battlefield like an angel of vengeance. Where she appears, Imperial forces find their courage renewed, while enemies are struck with terror as they realize they face not a mortal warrior, but a divine instrument. The Gemini Superior fight at Celestine's side, two canonesses named Eleanor and Genevieve, whom she resurrected to serve as her companions and bodyguards. They too have died multiple times in her service, and each time Celestine has brought them back through the power of faith. This creates a trio of warriors who literally cannot be permanently killed as long as their faith endures, making them perhaps the most feared fighting force the Imperium can deploy against chaos. For traitors, facing Saint Celestine is an experience that shatters fundamental assumptions. Chaos promises eternal life through demonic transformation, resurrection through dark pacts, and immortality through service to the dark gods. Yet here is a servant of the Emperor who achieves true resurrection without corruption, who wields power that seems equal or superior to anything chaos offers, and who does so while remaining purely human and utterly incorruptible. The psychological impact on traitor forces when Celestine appears cannot be measured, but is universally devastating. Cultists who thought they served the winning side suddenly face proof that the Emperor's power is real and active. Traitor Space Marines who believed they had transcended the weakness of loyalty see a baseline human demonstrating capabilities beyond their enhanced physiology. Chaos Sorcerers who thought they alone commanded supernatural power watch as Faith performs miracles their witchcraft cannot match. But Celestine is not the only living saint. Throughout Imperial history, various individuals have achieved this exalted state. Saint Sabbat led crusades across multiple star systems, inspiring billions with her presence. Other living saints have appeared in times of desperate need, manifested the Emperor's power, and then passed into legend. The Imperium venerates these figures, building shrines and cathedrals in their honor, and the Sisters of Battle particularly revere them as proof that ultimate devotion leads to ultimate power. The aspiration to sainthood drives many sisters to extremes of devotion and courage. While few achieve this transcendent state, the attempt produces warriors of exceptional faith and capability. Every sister knows the stories of the saints, studies their lives and deeds, and seeks to emulate their example. This creates a culture where impossible courage becomes the standard expectation, where death in service is not feared but welcomed, and where each sister constantly strives to prove herself worthy of potential sainthood. This aspiration terrifies traitors because it means facing enemies who actively seek opportunities for martyrdom, who view death not as defeat but as the potential gateway to eternal service. A normal army's morale might break when suffering heavy casualties. The Sisters of Battle often fight harder as their casualties mount, each fallen sister's sacrifice inspiring the survivors to greater acts of faith and fury. The blood of martyrs waters the garden of faith, making it grow stronger rather than weakening it. The process by which acts of faith and miracles manifest remains mysterious, even to the Imperium's most learned theologians. Unlike the psychic powers wielded by sanctioned psykers, acts of faith do not draw obviously upon the warp. Psychic defenses that would stop a sorcerer's curse have no effect on a sister's miracle. Witch sight that can detect psychic power sees nothing when a sister performs an act of faith. This has led some to theorize that the sisters access something different from normal psychic phenomena, perhaps a direct connection to the Emperor himself, or a manifestation of humanity's collective unconscious faith. What is clear is that these powers are anathema to chaos. Demons confronted with miracles performed by sisters often react with confusion and rage, as if the very existence of these manifestations offends them. Chaos sorcerers find their powers weakening in the presence of sisters performing acts of faith. Even the corrupted reality of chaos-tainted worlds seems to recoil from places where the sisters establish their presence, as if faith itself has the power to restore proper reality and push back the warp's intrusion. This makes the Sisters of Battle uniquely effective against chaos forces. While a Space Marine might resist corruption through discipline and genetic conditioning, the Sisters resist through pure faith. While an Imperial Guardsman might struggle to maintain sanity when facing demonic horrors, the Sisters see such entities as proof of the Emperor's enemy's existence and therefore targets to be destroyed. The mental and spiritual fortifications built through years of prayer and devotion make them nearly immune to the psychological warfare that is chaos's primary weapon. Traitors who have embraced chaos rely heavily on fear, doubt, and corruption to weaken their enemies before battle is even joined. These tools are ineffective against the Sisters of Battle. You cannot intimidate someone who welcomes martyrdom. You cannot corrupt someone whose faith is absolute. You cannot break the morale of warriors who believe utterly in their cause and trust that the Emperor watches over them. This forces traitors to face the Sisters in straightforward combat, where faith, training, and superior equipment make the Adepta Sororitas devastatingly effective. The Sisters of Battle serve as the chamber militant of the Ordo Hereticus,
one of the major orders of the Inquisition. This relationship is both practical and deeply symbolic, making the Sisters the primary military force deployed against internal threats to the Imperium. While the Ordo Xenos fights alien threats, and the Ordo Malleus combats demonic incursions, the Ordo Hereticus roots out corruption from within, and it is the Sisters who provide the armed might to purge that corruption. This role means that Sisters of Battle specialize in fighting humans who have turned traitor, whether through chaos corruption, political rebellion, or heretical belief. They know intimately how traitors think, how they operate, and how to most effectively destroy them. Their entire tactical doctrine is optimized for rooting out and eliminating human enemies who have betrayed the Emperor's trust. Where Space Marines are shock troops deployed against the Imperium's greatest external threats, the Sisters are precision instruments for internal purification. The relationship with the Inquisition also means Sisters frequently work alongside Inquisitors on investigations and purges. They have seen firsthand the myriad ways corruption manifests, from chaos cults hidden in hive cities to planetary governors who have fallen to forbidden pleasures. This experience makes them exceptionally paranoid about corruption and absolutely ruthless in its elimination. There is no mercy for the traitor, no possibility of redemption for the heretic, only the cleansing fire of faith. For traitors, this expertise makes the Sisters particularly dangerous. Unlike Imperial Guard regiments that might be deployed against any threat, the Sisters have refined their tactics specifically for fighting corrupted humans. They know the tactics chaos cultists prefer, the weaknesses in traitor Space Marine doctrine, the psychological vulnerabilities of those who have turned from the Emperor's light. When Sisters deploy against a traitor force, they do so with centuries of institutional knowledge about how to most efficiently kill enemies exactly like the ones they face. The Sisters' role in the Inquisition also grants them authority that can be terrifying. When a Sister questions someone about their loyalty, that question carries the weight of the Inquisition behind it. When Sisters arrive at a world to investigate corruption, they have the authority to purge entire populations if necessary. This power is exercised with terrifying efficiency and absolute conviction. The Sisters do not second-guess or hesitate. If they have determined that corruption exists, it will be burned out, regardless of cost. This ruthlessness serves multiple purposes. Practically, it ensures corruption cannot spread. Psychologically, it serves as a deterrent. Potential traitors across the Imperium know that falling to chaos or turning heretic means not just their own death, but likely the deaths of everyone around them once the Sisters arrive to purge the taint. The knowledge that associating with traitors brings doom makes citizens more likely to report suspicious activity and less likely to tolerate corruption in their midst. The Sisters also serve as militant arms of the ecclesiarchy itself, defending the Imperial Church and prosecuting wars of faith across the galaxy. These are not mere military campaigns, but religious crusades, fought not for territory or resources, but to spread the Imperial creed and eliminate those who reject or corrupt it. When the ecclesiarchy declares a war of faith, it is the Sisters who form the core of the crusading force, bringing the Emperor's light to darkened worlds at Bolter Point. This dual role, serving both the Inquisition and the ecclesiarchy, gives the Sisters a unique position in Imperial society. They are both investigators of corruption and crusaders against heresy, both precision instruments and hammers of faith. This versatility makes them one of the Imperium's most valuable military assets and ensures their deployment against the widest possible range of internal threats. The training Sisters receive for these roles goes beyond combat instruction. They learn to recognize signs of corruption, to investigate suspicious activity, to interrogate suspects, and to determine the extent of contamination. They study the nature of chaos in all its forms, learning to identify the marks of the dark gods and the patterns of corruption each produces. This education makes them exceptionally dangerous to traitors because they cannot be fooled by disguises or deceived by lies. The Sisters have seen every trick, every deception, every rationalization that traitors use.
and they know how to cut through them to the truth. Perhaps most terrifying for traitors is the Sisters' approach to collateral damage. Where other Imperial forces might hesitate to destroy civilian infrastructure or kill innocents who might be saved, the Sisters prioritize absolute purification over all other concerns. If a hive city contains chaos cultists, the entire city might be razed to ensure no corruption remains. If a population has been exposed to heretical ideas, the entire population might be purged rather than risk contamination spreading. This willingness to accept massive collateral damage in pursuit of total purification makes the Sisters utterly relentless. Traitors cannot hide among loyal populations and use them as shields. The Sisters will burn through innocence to reach the guilty without hesitation, believing that death by their hands is preferable to life tainted by corruption. This calculus, brutal as it is, proves devastatingly effective against traitors who rely on human shields or hiding among civilian populations. The psychology of martyrdom among the Sisters of Battle deserves particular attention because it fundamentally changes battlefield dynamics in ways that terrorize enemies. In most military forces, high casualty rates are devastating to morale. Watching comrades die breaks the spirit of survivors, making them less effective and more likely to flee. For the Sisters of Battle, the opposite is true. Casualties strengthen rather than weaken them. This paradox stems from the Sisters' beliefs about death and service. They view death in battle not as tragedy, but as the highest honor, a martyrdom that earns eternal reward in the Emperor's presence. When a Sister falls, her comrades do not mourn in the conventional sense. They celebrate her sacrifice, honor her memory, and feel renewed determination to make her death meaningful by continuing the fight. The blood of martyrs becomes spiritual fuel for the survivors, driving them to greater acts of faith and fury. This doctrine of martyrdom is embedded in the very structure of some orders. The Order of Our Martyred Lady, for example, venerates those who have fallen in service to the Emperor, incorporating their names into hymns sung before battle and drawing inspiration from their sacrifices. These Sisters fight harder when below starting strength, their enhanced effectiveness representing the spiritual power gained from their fallen comrades' martyrdom. For traitors, facing an enemy whose effectiveness increases with casualties is psychologically devastating. The normal calculus of attrition warfare becomes inverted. Killing Sisters doesn't weaken the force, but empowers it. Each fallen Sister is another martyr inspiring the survivors, another name to be avenged, another source of strength rather than weakness. This creates a situation where inflicting casualties, normally the path to victory, instead makes the enemy more dangerous. The manifestation of this empowerment is tangible. Mechanically, in the game, this is represented by the Blood of Martyrs rule, which grants bonuses to hit and wound when units are below starting strength. But the lore suggests something deeper is happening. Sisters fighting in honor of their fallen experience, what they describe as the martyr's presence, feeling their fallen comrades' spirits guiding their hands and strengthening their blows. Whether this is genuine spiritual intervention or psychological empowerment through faith becomes irrelevant when the practical effect is Sisters fighting with enhanced skill and determination. This creates a terrifying escalation spiral from a traitor's perspective. You engage a Sisters force and inflict casualties. The survivors fight harder, so you must commit more forces to stop them. Those forces take casualties from the empowered Sisters, requiring even more commitment. Meanwhile, each fallen Sister adds to the spiritual power of the survivors until you're facing a force that, though numerically smaller than when the battle began, has become exponentially more dangerous. The Sisters also gain miracle dice when their units are destroyed, representing how martyrdom fuels acts of faith. Each fallen Sister contributes to the Order's pool of spiritual power that can be unleashed at critical moments. This means killing Sisters doesn't just fail to weaken them, but actively provides resources for future miracles. A traitor force might destroy an entire squad of sisters, only to have the survivors use the martyrdom-powered miracle dice to perform an act of faith that turns the entire battle. The psychological impact extends beyond the immediate battle. Traitors who survive encounters with Sisters of Battle carry trauma from facing enemies who grow stronger through casualties. They've witnessed something that violates fundamental assumptions about how warfare works, seen mortality and loss transformed into sources of power rather than weakness. This experience can break even hardened warriors, leaving them hesitant to fully commit to future battles against the Adepta Sororitas, for fear of triggering that same inverted dynamic where victory seems to slip further away with each enemy killed. The doctrine of martyrdom also influences how sisters approach combat at the individual level. They do not fear death, which removes one of the primary motivators for self-preservation that affects normal soldiers. A sister will hold a position against impossible odds, not despite knowing she will die, but because she knows her death will serve a purpose. She will make suicidal charges, not from madness, but from calculated assessment that her martyrdom will create an opening for her comrades. This fearlessness makes Sisters of Battle extraordinarily difficult to dislodge from defensive positions or stop during offensive actions. Traitors cannot rely on self-preservation instincts to make enemies withdraw under fire or flee from overwhelming force. The sisters will stand and fight until destroyed, and even when destroyed, their sacrifice empowers survivors. There is no breaking point where fear overcomes duty, because duty is welcomed and fear has been purged through faith. The 6 major orders militant, also called the Orders Majoris, each bring unique characteristics to the battlefield while sharing the common core of unshakable faith and martial excellence. Understanding these orders helps explain the diversity of the sisters' fearsome reputation and why traitors face different but equally terrifying experiences depending on which order they encounter. The Order of Our Martyred Lady, clad in black and red, embodies the doctrine of redemptive sacrifice. They venerate those who have fallen in the Emperor's service, adding fallen comrades' names to their battle hymns and drawing power from martyrdom. When facing this order, traitors encounter warriors who become more dangerous as casualties mount, who sing the names of the fallen as they advance, and who seem to draw strength from death itself. The Order of Our Martyred Lady produces more living saints than any other order, including the legendary Celestine herself, making them particularly associated with miraculous manifestations of faith. The Order of the Ebon Chalice, founded by St. Catherine, maintains perhaps the strictest adherence to doctrine and ritual. They are inflexible, unwavering, and absolutely certain in their faith. When traitors face the Ebon Chalice, they encounter enemies who cannot be swayed by argument or intimidated by threats, who follow sacred protocols with perfect precision, and who view any deviation from the imperial creed as damnable heresy. This order specializes in the use of acts of faith, their strict adherence to ritual allowing them to channel the Emperor's power with exceptional effectiveness. The Order of the Valorous Heart was founded in honor of Sister Lucia, who stood firm when others fled, and they embody courage and resilience. They are notoriously difficult to kill, their faith providing protection that seems almost supernatural. Traitors facing the Valorous Heart find their weapons ineffective, their most devastating attacks turned aside by faith, made manifest as physical protection. This order's sisters shrug off wounds that would kill others and continue fighting through injuries that should be incapacitating, making them seem nearly invincible. The Order of the Bloody Rose, named for Sister Mina, are the most aggressive and martial of all the orders. They favor close-range combat, preferring to bring the Emperor's judgment to their enemies face to face. When traitors encounter the Bloody Rose, they face warriors advancing at terrifying speed, bolters blazing and chainswords screaming, seeking close combat where their faith-fueled fury can be unleashed in personal combat.
This order produces some of the most feared melee specialists among the sisters, warriors who wade into battle with utter disregard for personal safety and faith that the Emperor will guide their blades. The Order of the Sacred Rose, honoring Sister Arabella, represents purity and incorruptibility even among the already pure Sisters of Battle. They are renowned for their resistance to corruption and their ability to endure in the most tainted environments without faltering. Traitors serving chaos find the Sacred Rose particularly infuriating because they are nearly impossible to corrupt and seem immune to the spiritual contamination that weakens other imperial forces. This order also demonstrates exceptional discipline, maintaining formation and tactical coherence under conditions that would break other forces. The Order of the Argent Shroud was founded later, honoring Sister Sylvana, and specializes in rapid deployment and mobility. They appear seemingly from nowhere, strike with devastating precision, and vanish before effective retaliation is possible. Traitors facing the Argent Shroud experience paranoia and fear, knowing that at any moment, battle sisters might emerge from unexpected quarters to deliver the Emperor's judgment. This order makes extensive use of jump packs and fast vehicles, turning warfare into a lightning-fast crusade of faith. Each order also maintains numerous smaller subsidiary orders, called Orders Minoris, which develop their own distinct identities while remaining tied to their parent order. This creates incredible diversity within the Adepta Sororitas, with hundreds or even thousands of distinct fighting forces, each with its own heraldry, traditions, and tactical preferences, but all sharing the core characteristics that make Sisters of Battle so fearsome. For traitors, this diversity is psychologically challenging. You might develop tactics to counter one order's preferred approach, only to face a different order that fights entirely differently while being equally dangerous. The Bloody Rose might favor melee assault, but the Sacred Rose prefers disciplined fire support. The Argent Shroud strikes with mobility, while the Ebon Chalice advances like an unstoppable wall. Each requires different counter-tactics, but all share the core invulnerability to corruption, the acts of faith, and the absolute conviction that makes them so dangerous. This diversity also means that Sisters of Battle can be deployed in any battlefield role. Need shock troops for a rapid assault? Deploy the Bloody Rose. Need defenders who will hold a position against any odds? Send the Valorous Heart. Need troops to operate in the most spiritually corrupted environments? The Sacred Rose can endure what others cannot. This versatility, combined with uniform excellence, makes the Adepta Sororitas one of the Imperium's most valuable military assets, and ensures traitors can never predict exactly what they'll face when sisters deploy against them. The relationships between orders add another dimension. While they share common cause and doctrine, the orders sometimes compete for honor and glory, driving each to exceed the other's deeds. This competition produces ever greater acts of courage and faith, pushing the sisters to levels of excellence that would be impossible without such rivalry. For traitors, this means facing enemies who are not merely competent, but striving to outdo the legendary deeds of their sister orders, making them even more dangerous than they would be otherwise. Perhaps the most fundamental reason traitors fear the Sisters of Battle is the incorruptibility that lies at the very core of their being. In a galaxy where chaos corruption is insidious and pervasive, where even space marines can fall to darkness and entire planets can be turned to worship of the dark gods, the Sisters of Battle stand as a virtually incorruptible bastion of faith. This incorruptibility is not merely claimed, but proven across millennia of service, with vanishingly rare exceptions that only emphasize the rule. The most famous example of a corrupted sister is Miriel Sabathiel, once a sister superior of the Order of our Martyred Lady, who fell to Slanesh after being captured and tortured by the demon prince Balzaroft. Her fall is notable,
precisely because it is the only confirmed case of a sister willingly embracing chaos in all of Imperial history. In other instances where sisters appeared to serve chaos, investigation revealed they were either under direct mental control, transformed through extended exposure to powers far beyond human resistance, or were imposters using the sisters' appearance to sow confusion. This near-total immunity to corruption stems from multiple factors working in concert. The training sisters receive from childhood emphasizes absolute devotion to the Emperor and recognition of corruption in all its forms. Unlike Space Marines, whose loyalty is to their chapter and Primarch with the Emperor as a distant figure, the sisters worship the Emperor directly as their god. This personal relationship, cultivated through prayer and contemplation, creates a spiritual connection that chaos struggles to sever. The psychological conditioning reinforces this protection. Sisters are taught to recognize and reject the promises that chaos uses to seduce others. Where a traitor might be tempted by promises of power, sisters have seen genuine power manifest through faith and know that anything chaos offers is a pale imitation. Where corruption might promise pleasure or release from duty, sisters find their greatest joy in service and view duty as privilege rather than burden. The psychological foundations that chaos exploits simply do not exist in properly trained battle sisters. The communal nature of the sisterhood also provides protection. Unlike Space Marines, who might become isolated in their superiority, or Imperial Guardsmen, who might feel lost in anonymous masses, sisters live in tight-knit communities of faith. They pray together, train together, fight together, and maintain constant spiritual vigilance for themselves and their sisters. If one sister begins to show signs of corruption, others will recognize it immediately and take action. This communal oversight makes it nearly impossible for corruption to take root without detection. Most importantly, the sisters' faith itself seems to provide genuine protection against chaos. Whether this is direct intervention by the Emperor, the collective psychic weight of their belief creating a shield, or simply the psychological strength that comes from absolute conviction, the effect is real and measurable. Sisters can fight in the most corrupted environments, face demons directly, and endure exposure to chaos that would break other Imperial servants, yet they remain pure. For traitors, this incorruptibility is terrifying on multiple levels. It means they cannot use corruption as a weapon against the sisters. The whispered promises, the subtle temptations, the gradual seduction that work on so many others are utterly ineffective. Sisters will not hesitate in their duty because of doubt, will not be swayed by offers of power or threats of loss, and cannot be turned to serve chaos through any means short of complete mental domination that leaves them unable to function as warriors. This also means traitors cannot corrupt the worlds where sisters establish a presence. A common chaos tactic is to spread corruption gradually, turning populations through cults and promises until entire worlds worship the dark gods. The presence of even a small force of sisters can halt this process entirely. They root out corruption with ruthless efficiency, their spiritual purity acting as a beacon that makes hidden darkness easier to detect, and their absolute willingness to purge contamination, ensuring it cannot spread. The incorruptibility extends to the sisters' war gear and sacred sites. While chaos can corrupt the weapons and armor of other Imperial forces, turning blessed bolters into cursed weapons and sacred banners into defiled mockeries, the sisters' equipment resists such transformation. Their faith sanctifies their weapons so thoroughly that chaos cannot find purchase. Their chapels and convents remain pure, even on worlds where reality itself has been warped by the dark god's influence. This creates zones of purity that are anathema to chaos. A sister's stronghold on a corrupted world becomes a bastion of proper reality, a place where the warp's influence weakens and demons struggle to manifest. Traitors find their powers diminishing in proximity to such sites, their connection to the dark gods weakening as if faith itself pushes back against chaos's presence. for forces that rely on warp-derived power. Facing the sisters means fighting at a disadvantage, as their very presence suppresses the supernatural abilities traitors depend upon. The psychological impact of facing an incorruptible enemy cannot be overstated. Traitors who have embraced chaos often do so, believing they have found truth and power beyond what the Imperium offers. The existence of the Sisters of Battle challenges this belief at a fundamental level. Here are warriors who achieve power through faith alone, who resist corruption through devotion, and who demonstrate that loyalty to the Emperor provides strengths beyond what chaos can grant. This realization can crack a traitor's certainty, introducing doubt that weakens their effectiveness and makes them question the choice they made in turning to darkness. The rarity of sister corruption also means that when the Imperium discovers a corrupted sister, the response is overwhelming. The order to which she belonged will devote enormous resources to tracking her down and eliminating the stain on their honor. Other orders will join the hunt, viewing any corruption of a sister as an affront to their collective purity. The Inquisition will investigate extensively, ensuring no contamination remains. This unified total response means that corrupted sisters rarely survive long enough to become significant threats, and certainly never long enough to establish followings or create chaos warbands of corrupted sisters. This institutional response also serves as a powerful deterrent to any sister who might consider corruption. They know that falling to chaos means not just their own damnation, but eternal shame for their order, and that every sister in the galaxy will hunt them until they are destroyed. The certainty of this response, combined with the absolute conviction that chaos offers nothing of value, makes the very concept of corruption nearly unthinkable to properly trained battle sisters. In the final analysis, what makes the Sisters of Battle so fearsome to traitors is the complete package they represent. They are skilled warriors, trained to the peak of human capability and equipped with the finest war gear the Imperium can provide. They are supported by an enormously wealthy organization that ensures they never lack for resources or reinforcements. They fight with tactical doctrines refined over millennia, specifically for combat against internal enemies. But beyond these practical advantages, the sisters embody something more fundamental and more terrifying. They are proof that faith works, that devotion to the Emperor provides genuine power, and that humanity need not turn to chaos to access supernatural strength. In a galaxy where chaos constantly whispers that the dark gods are the only true powers, that the Emperor is dead or powerless, the Sisters of Battle are living refutation of these lies. They demonstrate through action that faith can manifest miracles, that devotion can provide protection, and that righteous fury can overcome any darkness. When they advance across a battlefield, voices raised in hymns and weapons blazing, they bring not just physical death, but spiritual judgment. They force traitors to confront what they abandoned when they turned from the Emperor's light. For chaos cultists, seeing the sisters means facing the certainty of purification through fire, knowing that no mercy will be offered and no corruption tolerated. For traitor space marines, the sisters represent what they could have been had they remained loyal. Faith made manifest in warriors who achieve greatness without genetic enhancement. For all who have turned from the Emperor's light, the Sisters of Battle are a reminder that their choice was wrong, that chaos offers only damnation, and that the Imperium possesses strengths beyond what they imagined. The terror the sisters inspire goes beyond fear of death. It is existential dread, the horror of realizing you chose poorly, that everything you believed about chaos's superiority was a lie, and that the power you thought you gained through corruption is nothing compared to what faith can achieve. It is the fear of facing an enemy who cannot be corrupted, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be stopped through any means short of complete annihilation. And even in annihilation, the sisters achieve victory. Their martyrdom empowers survivors, their sacrifice is venerated and remembered,
and their names are added to the hymns sung by future generations. Death does not defeat them, but transforms them into inspiration for those who continue the fight. In this way, even destroyed sisters contribute to the ultimate triumph of faith over darkness. The Imperium has many warriors, from the genetically enhanced Space Marines to the numberless Imperial Guard. But the Sisters of Battle occupy a unique position as perhaps the most psychologically devastating force the Imperium can deploy against internal threats. They combine military excellence with spiritual purity, tactical brilliance with unwavering faith, and human mortality with divine empowerment. They are simultaneously warriors and worshippers, soldiers and saints, entirely human, yet capable of achievements that seem superhuman. When traitors hear that the Sisters of Battle have been deployed against them, they know they face enemies who will never negotiate, never retreat, and never show mercy. They know they face warriors protected by faith made manifest, capable of performing miracles on the battlefield, and completely immune to the corruption that is Chaos's primary weapon. They know they face a force that grows stronger through martyrdom, that draws power from the deaths of its own members, and that views destruction not as defeat, but as the ultimate service to the Emperor. Most terrifying of all, they know they face warriors who are absolutely certain they fight on the side of righteousness, who believe without doubt that the Emperor watches over them, and who will stop at nothing to purge the galaxy of traitors like themselves. This certainty, this absolute conviction without room for doubt or hesitation, makes the Sisters of Battle perhaps the most fearsome enemies any traitor can face. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, the Sisters of Battle stand as living proof that faith is the ultimate weapon. They embody the Emperor's wrath made manifest, devotion transformed into military might, and the power of belief to overcome any darkness. For traitors who have turned from the Emperor's light, there is no more terrifying sight than Sisters of Battle advancing across the battlefield, weapons ready and hymns of faith on their lips, bringing purifying fire and righteous judgment to all who stand against the God Emperor of mankind. They are his angels of death, clad in ceramite and faith, armed with blessed weapons and unshakable conviction. They ask for no quarter and offer none. They fight not for glory or conquest, but to purge corruption and preserve humanity's soul. And they will continue fighting across battlefields without number and wars without end, until every traitor has been destroyed and every heretic consigned to cleansing flame. This is why traitors fear the Sisters of Battle, not simply because they are skilled warriors, though they are, not merely because they are well equipped, though they are, but because they represent everything traitors rejected and prove that rejection was wrong. They are faith made manifest, devotion weaponized, and the Emperor's light shining in the darkness. Against such enemies, no traitor can truly prevail, for to face the Sisters of Battle is to face judgment itself, delivered by warriors who cannot be corrupted, cannot be stopped, and will never, ever forgive. If you've enjoyed learning about these incredible warriors of the Imperium, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that like button. Share this with fellow Warhammer fans who appreciate the power of faith made manifest in the Sisters of Battle. The Emperor protects, and his most devoted servants protect in turn, bringing his light to the darkest corners of the galaxy. Until next time, may your faith remain unwavering and your aim true.